What's up, guys, and welcome to the Online Money 24/7 Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be going through the introduction and overview for the course, everything you're going to learn. So without further ado, guys, let's jump into it. So for Module 1, we're going to be going through your store setup, everything you need to know to start your Shopify store, from picking your niche to your product research and designing a store for sales, optimizing really what makes a good store, how to design it, and really how to ultimately make your entire store perfect for converting those customers into sales. So Module 2, we're going to be going through your Instagram marketing. So everything you need to know about marketing on Instagram, that's going to be going over creating your Instagram page, your content management, so what kind of posts you're going to be making on your page, as well as influencer promotions to get you more sales and more customers, as well as more followers on your page, how to actually do those promotions, and how to manage them as well. So that's the whole Instagram marketing section, and we're going to be going through Facebook marketing as well. So everything you need to know about marketing on Facebook, that goes from creating your Facebook page and strategies and offers that you can utilize for your store, as well as setting up different types of Facebook ads. We're going to be going through lookalike audiences. We're going to be going through how to set up the ad itself, lots of different things in Facebook marketing. And then Module 4 is going to be going through email marketing. So email marketing, all you need to know about that, why you need to build an email list, why it's important for your business, collecting emails, the email software to use, and creating and sending email promotions to ultimately drive more sales to your Shopify store. And then for Module 5, we're going to finish it off with maintaining your store. So what are the things that you need to do to keep your store up and running and keep your customers happy, okay? So we're going to be learning how to answer customer emails, how to respond to them, dealing with returns, as well as chargebacks or refunds. So how to deal with those pesky things that come up that you're like, oh, I don't know what to do. We're going to be going through that in Module 5 for maintaining your store. And at the end, I will also include a resources section going through 100 niches for your Shopify store. If you're not sure exactly what you want to start your store on, that's going to be a little niche list that you guys could pick from. If you're not sure what you want to do, that'll give you at least some ideas to brainstorm with, as well as links to a lot of different tools that I've personally used to help build my Shopify store business, and everything you need to succeed ultimately for running a Shopify store successfully, from marketing, all the different tools that you need to succeed. So guys, without further ado, this is the end of the introduction and overview, and you can jump into the next section of the course. What's up, guys, and welcome to the Picking Your Niche section of the Shopify Mastery course. So today we're going to be going over how to pick your niche and what all you need to know for that. So without further ado, guys, let's get into it. So the first thing you need to know when picking your niche is that it needs to be something that you're passionate about, okay? So think about all the different things that you've been interested in your life, whether that's arts, soccer, scuba diving, chess, anything, literally music. I mean, anything that you're passionate about. You know, what are some of your hobbies or things that you like, okay? So take some time, think about what are some of the things that you like to do or things that you're interested in, okay? Because if you're interested in it, there's definitely going to be other people that are also interested in it as well. And you already understand the audience that is following this type of thing that you're passionate about. So if you like soccer, you're going to understand the soccer audience. What kind of people like soccer? How do they behave? Their behaviors, their actions, all those kind of things are very important for marketing and understanding how to realistically build a good business on Shopify for that consumer base. So, and ultimately, you will actually enjoy and want to work on the business because you are passionate about this subject matter. You like it. You already know a lot about it. And that's why I really recommend doing something that you have a passion for, something you feel inclined towards, something you like, because if you're interested in it, you're actually going to put in the work to really build your Shopify business and have success with it. So that is the first thing that I recommend. And because you already know the kind of products that are in that niche, it's just overall through and through a good idea is to pick something that you know a thing or two about, okay? And then one little keynote to this, though, is that you do want to avoid anything trademarked such as Star Wars and Harry Potter. Now, I say this because Star Wars and Harry Potter are both trademarked brands. So if you go and try and sell Star Wars lightsabers that are copies from China on AliExpress, you're going to run into some issues if your store gets big and your brand starts getting big. You might get cease and desist letters, which is basically the government telling you to shut down your business because you are violating trademark copyright laws. So avoid anything that is trademark, whether that's Nike, whether it's Star Wars, Harry Potter, any kind of brand like Marvel as well. Any kind of branded products like that are copies on AliExpress, avoid them at all costs. Don't do anything in that niche, okay? Because the people that do resell that stuff have the proper licenses. You could go and try and do that, but it's going to be a lot of money, especially for people getting started. I don't recommend that. So don't avoid anything trademarked because it is on AliExpress, but you're not going to want to do that. So pick anything you're passionate about except for any trademarked brands. Now, the next thing we're going to be talking about is that it needs to be very specific. So in terms of how a niche works, we're going to be going through this chart here that I found that can show you exactly what I mean by very specific, okay? So the first at the top is the industry, then you have your niche, and then you have a micro niche. I'm going to be giving you an example as well on what an industry is, a niche is, and a micro niche is, so you can understand your audience, because you want to define a specific target audience for your Shopify store and your business overall. You know, who are the type of people that you want to sell to, and that it must be niche down. And this is very important because this is how you're actually going to target very specific people and be able to make good sales, because you're hitting a very, very specific person. So for the example today, we're going to be utilizing the fitness industry, okay? So the industry is fitness, right? So fitness is a huge, broad thing. That's why this chart here shows you the industry is the giant circle, okay? The big orange circle is fitness. So there's a lot of different things within fitness. There's powerlifting, there's bodybuilding, there's physique competitions, there's teens, like there's women's weightlifting, like Olympic stuff. There's tons of different types of fitness niches. So the one we're going to be using for the example is then the physique niche. So this is just how I laid it out. There's a lot of different ways you could do this chart, but realistically, the fitness industry, that's an industry, okay? And then you have the sub niche, which is physique. So people typically either care about strength or physique, or they care about the sport. But, you know, today we're going to be breaking it down a little more simple. So we're going to be talking about people that are caring about physique, okay? So this could be bodybuilding. This could be it could be like sport type related stuff. People that just care about how they look, all right? They care about their physique, right? And then within that, the micro niche is then calisthenics. So there's a lot of different ways that you could train for physique. It could be calisthenic training. It could be bodybuilding training. There's a lot of different sub niches there that you could go down, but I would say calisthenics is a very micro niche. It's a very small community, and that's a good example for today because we're showing you the fitness industry, the niche is physique, and then the micro niche is calisthenics. So that is an example here. There's a lot of different ways you could do this chart, but I hope this helps you understand at least the industry niche and micro niche that you want to go down. And I'm going to be going through another example as well a little bit later in this presentation here. So that is something to definitely understand, is you want to go very specific when you are designing your niche. Now, another thing, you see other people doing it, okay? If you see other people doing it successfully, it means that it must work to some degree, and you could potentially replicate that for yourself. So if you look at Instagram, you go around, you find other pages, you search in things, maybe searching calisthenics, you search in tons of different things, you could hopefully potentially find an influencer page that is then doing what you want to do. And you could copy them and replicate their success in some shape or form. Obviously not copy them word for word exactly, but, you know, utilize them as an example to help build your brand and business. You might even run a promotion with them or something like that, okay? So you want to see that other people are doing it successfully and that maybe they have their own store, okay? They have their own Shopify store selling products as well. This proves that there's an audience of people for it. So that means that there's a target market already existing that you could then go ahead and jump into. Now, obviously, you don't want to just jump into the general niche of fitness because that's massive. You want to, like I said before in the previous slide, you want to micro niche it. You want to go really deep down into your niche so you can hit those specific people, because if you don't do that, you're throwing the net, you're casting out your fishing net too big. You want to really focus, like how you can see in this picture here, all those people in the room, you're targeting very specific people, okay? People that you already understand a lot about, people that you've done some research into. What are their interests? What are their tendencies, their behaviors, all of those kind of things. You want to know in and out of your customer. So you can then also spy on these other companies that are doing this and utilize that. Like I said, you could copy some of the tactics that they're using, stuff like that. So the niche that I'm actually choosing for this course, because I want to give you guys, you know, a full example of something that I am going to be using, is so, you know, this is a full niche that I am actually choosing for the course. So without further ado, guys, this is an example that I'm utilizing is the broad niche of dogs. So I'm going to be niching it down here, showing you step by step how you can niche down something and what I'm going to be using as well for the rest of the course. So for the broad niche is dogs, okay? So obviously there's a lot of different types of dogs. This is the same thing with fitness industry, you know, the dog industry. Lots of different types of dogs. The fitness industry, lots of different types of fitness, okay? Then, within the broad niche of dogs, we're going to be bringing that down to the size of the dog. How big are they, okay? Because that niches it down a little, brings it down a little bit more. So we're cutting out all the big dogs. We're just doing the small ones on the bottom there, okay? Now, within the small dogs, we're going to be choosing a bulldog, okay? Very specific, just the bulldog. Not Chihuahua, a bulldog, all right? So we're picking the bulldog as the breed, and then even more specific than just the bulldog breed, we're choosing the French bulldog. The cute little dog there, lastly, that is the French bulldog. So that is an example here how you can choose your niche. You know, you go broad first, and then you niche it down more. You niche it down beyond that. I did that with the fitness thing. I hope this helps you with the dog, niching that down as well. That's what you're going to have to do for when you're picking your niche. You have to first pick the broad industry and then slowly narrow it down. Because you narrow it down, that's what you're going to do, because then narrowing it down, you're getting more to a specific customer base, people that are really, really passionate about that specific thing. So guys, that is all for this section of the course. Go ahead and move on to the next section, and I will see you there. What's up, guys, and welcome to the next part of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be going through how to sign up for Shopify and account creation. So I'm going to be showing you step by step exactly how to get your account created and signed up for Shopify so you can go ahead and start your store. So in a second here, I'm going to hop over to Shopify and show you exactly how to do it. Alrighty, guys, so we are now on Shopify.com. This is the page for the 14-day free trial that is included, and I will link that down below as well for you guys so you can go ahead and get that 14-day free trial as well. So it'll be linked right below this video, so you can go ahead and click that and follow along with me step by step. So once you've done that, you've clicked onto the Shopify link below, it will bring you up onto this page. Now, before we can actually go forward with entering the email address, we're going to want to actually create a separate business email address for your store. So to go ahead and do that, we're going to be using Gmail. Now, you could be using any kind of provider for your email, but I just recommend Gmail because it's pretty easy to do. So the business I'm going to be using as an example throughout this course is a French Bulldog page. So for the name, I'm going to be calling it Frenchie Love. So we're going to go ahead and type that in here as Frenchie Love, because people do tend to call their French Bulldogs Frenchies. So that's just a little thing within this niche that I'm going to be using. Obviously, whatever business you're using, put that as the name. You could even put your personal name there as well. But personally, I would actually recommend that you just use the business name, because if you people are getting emails from your business, they're not going to recognize your personal name. They're going to recognize the business name that they purchased the products through. So I would recommend having the business name for the name as well as the username on your Gmail account. So as you can see here, we're just going to go with Frenchie Love. Now, Frenchie Love is probably going to be taken, as you can see. So what we can do is maybe put the at the front, maybe the Frenchie Love. Okay, so that's available. So that's something you can utilize as a little tactic there. If the actual name is taken, like Frenchie Love was taken, you can utilize just the Frenchie Love, and then you won't run into any issues. So once you create that as your username, then you can go ahead and create your password here. So once you have your password in, you can then move into the birthday section. This does not really matter too much, although I would recommend that you put yourself at least 18 years old. If you're under 18, you want to make sure that your email is over 18. So I'm just going to go ahead and put in 1980, just randomly, okay? It doesn't really matter what you put in for your birthday. Same with gender. I'm going to go ahead and pick male because I am male, but that also just pick whatever. And then for your phone number, this is just for verification. So I'm not going to be showing that on camera, obviously. And then your current email address is also for verification. So you just go ahead and put in another email that you already have. And then my location is the United States. So I'm going to be sticking with that there. Obviously, whatever location you're in, go ahead and put that there. And so then we're going to move into the next step here. So we're creating the Gmail account. Just click agree here. And then we should pop right into our brand new Gmail account. As you can see, the Frenchie Love. And then we can continue to Gmail. And the new Gmail account is created for our Shopify stores. So then we can then utilize this email, as you can see, thefrenchielove@gmail.com. I'm going to then utilize this for the Shopify store. So you want to create, like I said, a completely separate email for your Shopify store because then you get all of your customer stuff straight to this Gmail and you won't have it clogging up your other email accounts. So now let's move into actually signing up for Shopify. Like I said before, if you haven't clicked that link below, you go ahead and click that for the 14-day free trial and you can bring you right to this page so you can follow along. So we're going to go ahead and type in the Frenchie Love, since that is the email. So thefrenchielove@gmail.com. So that is in there, and then we're going to go ahead and click get started. So thefrenchielove@gmail.com, and that will be linked up right here to this Gmail that was just created. So we go over here, we click the password that we're going to be using. Once you enter in your password, then you're going to move down into your store name. Obviously for the example, I'm doing French Bulldog, so I'm going to keep it with Frenchie Love. So Frenchie Love, yeah, see, that's already taken as a username for the store. So we're going to have to do the Frenchie Love, which is available. Okay, cool. So we're going to go ahead and go with the Frenchie Love for the example store. And I'm actually going to go ahead and put in a 1 at the end of it there just for good luck. So your store name is the Frenchie Love 1. So that's going to be the store name for the Shopify store. So once you have all that put in there, we're going to then go ahead and click on create your store. So now it's going and creating the store for us right here. And it's going to also pop up with a series of questions just for us based on the store. So the success, the store is ready to go. Okay, so cool. So tell us a little bit about yourself. So on here, it really doesn't matter exactly what you choose, but I would recommend answering it based on what kind of experience level you're at. So, obviously if you're a beginner, you're already selling, you're just going to choose to, I'm not selling any products yet because you haven't started selling them yet. And then you're going to put, yes, I have a product I'm going to be launching in a few weeks. What is your current revenue? 0. I'm just getting started. So obviously that's kind of what you can put in. This more or less just a survey for them, for Shopify, for getting to know their customers a little bit more. So you can put in whatever you want there, but that's what I would recommend just because that's the experience level that you're at. Okay. Then this is here where you put your address so you can get paid. This is your business address. So wherever you're living at currently, this is the address that you want to put in. And you're also going to want to put in your actual first and last name and street address. Like I said, this is where you're living. This is the secure address where you're getting paid. So you're going to want to make sure you fill out this information very carefully and accurately. Okay, so once you go ahead and do that, then you just click enter my store. And so then it will load up here your store in a second with all of your awesome features. So as you can see here, the Frenchie Love is popped up here. And so now we can go ahead and start creating the store. So that is how you actually get signed up for Shopify. You'll learn more in the next modules how to actually get your store started. So guys, hope this helped and I'll see you in the next one. What's up guys, and welcome to the apps to help your store optimization section of the Shopify Mastery course. In a second, I'm going to hop into Shopify so we can go ahead and get started on the apps to plug into your Shopify store. Alrighty guys, so we are back into the Shopify dashboard. So today we're going to be going through different apps to add to your store. Also, I did want to let you know I changed the name of the store from Frenchie Love to Frenchie Life. Not a huge difference there, but I figured it would be a better brand name. So anyway, let's go ahead and get into the apps. So you go over here to the left sidebar panel on the dashboard, you click apps, and it'll bring you up with this menu here. So we're going to just go to visit Shopify App Store. So we can go ahead and go to the full Shopify App Store. So we're going to be going through different ones that I would recommend that you add to your Shopify stores. So the first one we're going to want to add here is Oberlo. I'm not going to be going through the exact uses of all of these apps in this video. I'm more so just going to be telling you which ones are going to be good. We're going to be going more in depth on the different apps in later videos, but let's go ahead and first start with Oberlo. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get that one. That allows you to easily drop ship products. It's an awesome app, must have. Like, you must have Oberlo. And all of these apps I'm going to be telling you are also free, so don't worry about any fees or anything like that. We're going to be utilizing only free apps, so you don't have to worry about having to pay for anything, because unless you have a massive store, there's really no need to be paying for premium apps. So we're going to be using all free apps in this training series here. So obviously the first one is Oberlo. Okay, so that's the first one. We're going to be adding to our stores there for the course. So if we refresh this page here, it will actually show it as well. So it says installed apps. So all you had to do, like I showed you there, you just click the button and you come back to this tab here. So it shows that the Oberlo app is installed. So let's go ahead and add some more apps. Okay, so the next one we're going to want to add is free persistent cart. So this one it's really simple. Actually, there's not really much setup to do on this one. All that this does is keeps your devices. So if someone goes onto your store with a different device, it keeps the different devices connected. So if someone goes on their phone, their desktop, or their tablet, the cart stays the same. So if they add a product to your cart and then they leave it and then they go back on their phone on the same Wi-Fi network, it will then be there for them. So it's really good if people are switching different devices, especially with the amount of different devices people have nowadays. It's just a good app to have in your store. It's completely free. Might as well have it, okay? So we're going to be adding that one. So free persistent cart app. So as you can see, it is added. So let's go back to the app page here. Go ahead and refresh this one. So as you can see, we have those two. Now let's go to the next one. The next one is going to be for email pop-ups. This is how you're going to be doing your discount code for email marketing. I'm going to go more in depth later in the course about email marketing, but for now, we're just going to go ahead and add it to the store as one of the apps. So this one is called Privy. So this one basically just pops up with little email pop-ups for when people go to your store. And you can customize them a lot as well. So let's go ahead and get that one. Okay, so once you're in the Privy dashboard, it will then pop up here with just the default newsletter sign up. We're going to be customizing this later in the course with the email marketing stuff. But this is basically just the dashboard right here for Privy. It allows you to create little email newsletter pop-ups or discount code pop-ups or whatever you want to do. But like I said, we're going to be going more in depth on that later in the course. So we just added the Privy here to the apps list. So go ahead and refresh here. So you can see Privy, free email pop-ups, Oberlo, and free persistent cart. So those are the 3 essential apps that you want to have on your Shopify store. Like I said before, if you want to add any others, you can just click the Visit Shopify App Store, and at your own discretion, you can choose to add any others that you think would be good for your store. Those are the main 3 that I highly recommend that you pretty much need for your store, and they're all 3 are free, so you just add them to your store. There's no charges as long as you just don't upgrade to any of the premium things that they offer you. And the free versions are fine. They're not going to bill you or anything like that, so you don't have to worry about it. But if you wanted to add anything else to your store, you can scroll through here and look at all the different things that they offer. Maybe add a couple if you want them. There are some other cool things that you can do with your store with different apps, but these are the only ones that you really need to get started. So I'll be going more in depth on Oberlo and Privy later in the course on how to actually utilize them, but that's pretty much it for the apps. So guys, I'll see you in the next section. What's up guys, and welcome to the product research section of the Shopify Mastery course. So today we're going to be going through exactly how to find the kind of products you want to put on your Shopify stores. So in a second guys, we're going to hop into the Shopify dashboard. Alrighty, so we're back onto the Shopify dashboard. Now we're actually not going to be doing too much in the Shopify dashboard for this part of the course. We're more or less just going to be going through AliExpress, finding different products to add to the store. So the first thing that you need to be doing is go ahead and get the Oberlo Chrome extension. So in the last video, we got the Oberlo app. Now we need to actually get the Oberlo Chrome extension so that it pops up on AliExpress and allows you to import products directly to your Shopify store. So all you have to do, like you can see here on Google, is search Oberlo Chrome extension, and then right here it'll come up for Oberlo-aliexpress.com product importer. So go ahead and click that. And so then over on here, it'll pop up with Oberlo, aliexpress.com product importer. You click add to Chrome. So yes, you will be needing to use the Chrome browser. If you don't already have Chrome installed, go ahead and install Chrome. It's pretty straightforward. And then you're going to add the Oberlo product importer app to your Chrome. So once you add this to Chrome, like it shows here in these pictures, you're going to be able to add your products right to your Shopify store and import them. So I've already added the app to Chrome, so now we're going to head over to AliExpress. So as you can see here, we are on aliexpress.com. Now, when I'm looking for products on AliExpress, there are going to be things that are applicable to any different type of store that you're trying to start. Obviously, I'm going to be looking for French Bulldog type of products, but these principles that I'm teaching you on the AliExpress website apply to finding products for any niche. So the first thing I'm going to be looking for is one of those like eye-catchy products, okay? Because you want to be looking for those products that are going to throw someone off like, what the heck is that? You know, you want those type of products on your store. And another thing as well, we're also going to be looking for some phone cases because people buy that for pretty much any niche. We're also going to be looking maybe for some clothes, stuff like that. You know, these are general things that you can search and find the product for any niche. I mean, there's going to be a phone case for fishing. There's going to be a phone case for French Bulldogs. There's going to be a phone case for cats. There's a phone case for any type of niche that you want to do your store on. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Some of these products are like different types of niches can apply to them, even though I'm looking for specifically a product for French Bulldogs. That does not matter because you're still finding products in general and the way that you actually add it to your store. So without further ado, guys, let's actually search for some products. So the first thing I'm going to be looking for is a French Bulldog phone case. So like I said, any niche the phone cases work for. Now I'm going to be more specifically doing iPhones because I think iPhones are just generally more popular, especially with people that use social media. So we're going to be looking for some iPhone cases. So I've typed in French Bulldog iPhone case. So as you can see here, the first thing you want to do is instead of having it sorted by best match, that's what it's going to be defaultly doing. You're going to want to click orders. So sort by orders. That's going to give you the most popular products at the top, and then it's going to bring you down across here the less popular products. So as you can see, the number one most popular product on AliExpress for searching French Bulldog iPhone case is right here. It has 1,660 orders. So the thing is with these different types of products that you're going to be finding, you may not always want to necessarily go with the most popular. You might want to go with the second row. You know, whatever you think looks visually appealing that you could be selling on your store. You don't have to necessarily go with what you might think is the most popular, but maybe the second row as well. You know, just go off of what you like and what you want to add to your store, but also keep in mind what is popular and what people are more likely to buy. And another thing, sometimes AliExpress, just in case if you guys are confused, sometimes it does this default view with the list, which doesn't allow you to see things as easily. I personally really like the square view. If you want to click that button there on the right, that's another thing that you can utilize on AliExpress, maybe to make your finding products a little bit easier. So this is the page that you're going to be finding all of your products on. So to actually add a product to your store, we're going to go ahead and add this iPhone one over here with the little pocket, because I think this one looks pretty cool. So all you have to do is click this little blue button because it will pop up from Oberlo, because of the Chrome extension. All you have to do is click that button. It says product imported successfully. We're going to be going more in depth in the next video on what to actually do with your imported product list, but for now we're just going to be adding the products to the list. So this one right here, we already added that one, so we're done with the case. So let's go ahead and look for something else, maybe some sort of dog bed. Okay, and like I said, any kind of niche, some of this stuff will apply, some of it won't. But that's just something to keep in mind. You got to do your own product research, obviously depending on what type of store you're running. So the next product I'm going to be looking for then is this is like a French Bulldog bed. So we're looking for a dog bed. That's the next thing we're going to be adding to this store here. So none of these are really that eye-catching. I think I saw one on social media focused around sharks. So I'm going to see if the shark bed comes up here. Yeah, see, let me just look up dog shark bed. So some of these might not actually go, yeah, see, here it is. This is the one I saw on social media. So some of the things that when you're going to be looking for specific products, and this goes for really any niche, like I said, if you're doing a bass fishing store, you might want to just search fishing, because some of the products might be just more applicable to the niche overall. And then on your store, you're going to cater it more specifically to the niche that you're choosing. So same thing with like certain fitness products. Like if you were to just search for just fitness, right, you're going to find a bunch of different types of products. Some of these products may align better with certain niches. So obviously if you're doing yoga, this or CrossFit, this little exercise slider is going to be a lot better for CrossFit or yoga. It's not going to really be such a great product for bodybuilding. So I don't know, that might help you guys there with the niche selection, but certain products are, maybe you just search for fitness, but then you select certain ones that you think targets your core customer that you want to be selling to, which I'll go more in depth on another video. But that's something to keep in mind when you are doing your product research, is think about your core consumer. Who is the customer that you're trying to sell to? What kind of things are they going to be buying? Okay. So the thing with dogs is you could be selling products for the person or for the actual pet itself. So like for this product, obviously it's for the pet itself. In comparison to the last one with the phone case, it's more for the person that owns the dog. So we're just going to go ahead and click the product import. So as you can see, that's imported. Now the next thing I want to actually do is show you a tool, another website that you can utilize to help find other types of AliExpress products for your niche. So I will have this on here. So I'll have the link up on screen as well so you can see how to spell it, but it's called pexta.com. I've talked about it on the YouTube channel before, but you go over to products here and you can find different top selling products to add to your store. So if you're doing a certain niche, you could come over here. Obviously we're doing dogs, for my store. So we go over to dogs and you can see certain products that are obviously selling well within that niche. So I'm going to actually take advantage here of this car seat belt and try and find that on AliExpress and add that to the store as well, because car seatbelt, that seems like a good product. It's been selling. Obviously, people want it for their pets. Now, this one obviously is more not as niche specific, but still people that own a French Bulldog probably want a car seatbelt for their dog because, any kind of small dog owner would be interested in this product. So I'm going to go ahead back to AliExpress and try and find that. So I'm just going to search car seatbelt for dog. Yeah, see, car seatbelt for your dog. We're going to go ahead and add this to the store as well. Now, I'm not going to be adding all of the products here in this video because it takes a lot of time to actually do product research. I'm just showing you a couple of different products that I'm going to be adding. I'm going to go in and add a lot more products, and I'll show you that in the next video as well. But, this is the method that you do it. You go through, you click these blue buttons, you sort it by orders, and you basically find, products that are going to fit your customers, fit the consumer base you're trying to sell to. And as you can see, all the products are being imported. We're going to go more in depth on in the next video how to actually add these products from the import list on Oberlo into your stores and get the descriptions all set up properly. But that is all you have to do to add your products to your store from AliExpress. It imports all the pictures for you. It imports the pricing. It imports the titles, descriptions. We're going to be editing that, but it gets you your products connected and synced up so it's really automated and easy for you when you're managing your Shopify store. So that is how you do product research for your Shopify store on AliExpress. Obviously, it's going to vary greatly depending on what type of niche that you're in and what type of products you're going to be finding for your store. But that is how you add them to your import list. And in the next video, we're going to be going over exactly how to set up your product descriptions, titles, all that kind of stuff, how to get the import list then onto your actual store. So guys, go ahead and go and do your product research, find what products you want to add. Like I said before, you want to sort them by orders so you can see what are more popular products. Maybe use Pexta as well to try and find some popular selling products in your niche, and the niches are over here. Not everything is on Pexta.com, but a good variety of things are on here at least, and you could just look through some of the most popular products as well on the homepage and try and pick some out. But that is pretty much how you do it. So I will see you guys in the next video for the course. What's up, guys, and welcome to the adding products to your store section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be going through how to take your AliExpress products from Oberlo and take those over to your Shopify store, how to set up the product, title, description, all of that kind of stuff. So without further ado, guys, in a second here, we're going to hop into the Shopify dashboard. All right, guys, so we are back on the Shopify dashboard. The first thing you're going to need to do is come over to the app section. So this is after you've already imported all of your products through the blue Oberlo button like this. You've already clicked on AliExpress, found all your products. Now we're going to be actually importing them to your store. So you're going to want to click on the Oberlo app right here, and it's going to bring you up with the Oberlo dashboard, okay? So the next thing you're going to do is just come over to the left here. It should pop up with then, here you have search products, Oberlo supply, and import list. So you're going to go ahead and click import list. This is going to take you to the list that you've built up of a bunch of different products from AliExpress that you want to sell in your Shopify store. So these products, as you can see, they still have the AliExpress titles and all that kind of stuff. So these are some of the products I went in and added, other than the ones that I showed on video, that I'm going to be adding to the store. So in this part of the course, I'm going to be showing you examples for a couple of products, just because once you understand how to do it for a couple, you pretty much know how to do it for all of them. You just repeat the same process. So let's go ahead and start with this first product here. These are some French Bulldog earrings. So as you can see, the title is really, really long. The reason why they do this is because of SEO on AliExpress, but we're just going to go ahead and delete that giant, massive title, because that's not what you want on your Shopify store. You want it to look, presentable. So the title we're going to be using here is French Bulldog earrings. Now, you can always go back and change this if you want to. On on Shopify, you can go in and change these titles and everything if you want to, but this just makes it easier so that when you push it to your store, the title's already changed for you, everything's already done. But, if you have to fix something, you can still fix it on Shopify in the product editing section, which I'm going to show you after we go ahead and push these there. But first, editing them on Oberlo, you're just going to change the name to whatever you want. I recommend doing at least like a few words in it. You don't want to just make it super short, because you do want to still have like a descriptive enough title for your customers. So I'm going to go ahead and just do French Bulldog earrings, because, it's a pretty simple, self-explanatory thing right there. So French Bulldog earrings. And the collection, we have not set up any collections yet. I'm going to be showing you that in a future video, in a couple of sections later in the course on how to do collections. So we're just going to leave that blank for now, because editing collections is actually easier on Shopify. So we go ahead and do that. We leave this blank. We leave this blank as well. We'll leave tags blank. So all you're doing on this page here is the name and title for now. Not going to be messing with anything else quite yet. Like I said, collections are going to be later. I'm going to be showing you how to do that. So description. The description, you're just going to leave the same, because we're going to actually go ahead and edit the description on Shopify, because it's a little bit easier to do it on there instead of this. So this is just the default AliExpress description. You just leave that. And then over on variants, you're going to want to edit this. So this is the default product cost that it actually costs you on AliExpress when you go ahead and order the products and source them. That does not include shipping, just so you know. So you want to probably maybe account for a couple dollars of shipping as well for the actual total product cost. That's going to vary, obviously, depending on the customer and all that kind of stuff. But usually it's a couple bucks for shipping. But that's the actual product cost, is $1.94. So right here, this price right here, the $3.88, this is the price that is going to pop up that you're actually going to be selling the product for to your customers. Now, changing these prices does get a lot into how to price your products. And I do want to mention this, is that you want to price them for a good margin, but not a ridiculous margin. So I'm actually going to be reselling these earrings for $15.95. So the reason why I'm choosing $95 is because that is a very popular pricing strategy. Instead of going with the $0.99, you can go with the $0.95. You could really do whatever you want. Honestly, if you're going for a more premium brand, you might want to just go with like the 00, because that's what a lot of more high-end brands do. But because you're doing AliExpress products, I would probably just recommend going with the $0.95 on your store, because that's pretty much like the default discount price that a lot of stores that I see doing nowadays. So I would go with the $0.95 for your product pricing at the end. And then for the front, obviously, you want to do a markup of where you're profiting at least like 4 or 5 times the product cost. Because, say for example, a customer loses the product and you have to send them another one. You want to at least have enough profit margin there to cover for that kind of issue. Some products aren't going to allow for as high of margins. Obviously, if you're selling a speaker that costs you $30 from AliExpress, you're not going to be able to sell that for like $200. But you get the point. You want to sell for a good markup, usually maybe a $10 to $20 markup, depending on the product. So this product is something you can easily sell for a higher price. Now, just something to keep in mind, you maybe want to look at some other stores, see how they're pricing their products too. Maybe if they're in the same niche as you, that's another way that you can try and identify how to price your products. It is going to be a little bit trial and error with pricing your products, but you want to price them where you're still getting a decent margin on them. You don't want to be a discount store. You do not want to do that. You want to sell it for a healthy margin, but not gouging people for too much, but also not going too cheap. It's a, you know, a happy medium there. It's going to take some trial and error to try and figure that out, but you know, that's the best that I can help you with pricing your products. You know, you do the .95 can work, or .99 or .00. But you want to price them for a good margin. You want to be making good profit when you're selling your products. So that is the actual price right here. That's the pricing strategy, okay? And then the compare at price, you usually want to make at least a few dollars more, sometimes even double, because you want to have your store looking like a discount store. That's what it gets people to buy. They're like, oh, stuff's on sale. Wow, it looks amazing. Oh, I got to get this. You know, you want to put the compare at price. I mean, Amazon does this all the time. They do it on every product. They have the markup price is like $60 and then they're selling it for like $30. So you usually want to do a good higher compare at price. So the compare at price we're going to be doing here is going to just be $18.95. So it's like a $3 difference there. Not a massive one, but it just depends on what kind of product you're selling. Some you're going to have a higher compare at price than others. You know, you don't want to have the exact same ratio where it's like every single product is $3 difference. You don't want to do that. You want to make it varied from product to product. So that's what we're going to do here for this one. There is only one variant of this product. So for some products, you're going to have multiple different color choices. So you're just going to have to paste the same price on each of those and adjust accordingly. So, and then we come over to the last tab, which is images. Images, we're just going to keep default because they import ones that are representing the product. And, you know, if you wanted to add maybe some of the other images from AliExpress, you could just click this here and it will also then import that image to your Shopify store as well. So you can do that if you want to. I am actually going to include this image here because it shows a close-up of the dog faces. So that's a little bit nicer, I think, other than just this close-up. I mean, it's up to you, though, what you want to include. I'm actually just going to stick with the default, but you can include more images if you want to. But this is kind of like what AliExpress was pulled. These are all the images that got pulled from AliExpress through Oberlo. So we got the images tab, we got the variants with the pricing laid out, we got the description just default there, and then the product is, we changed the name. So all we have to do is click push to shop, and it will then shift it over to Shopify. So we're actually going to go ahead and hop into Shopify for that specific product. I'm just going to show you how to do it for one, because once you know how to do it for one, you know how to do it for all of them. You know, you do the same exact thing. You change the title here. You know, for this one, we're just going to call this automatic pet nail trimmer, because it's a pet grooming trimmer. And I'm going to say for Frenchies because my store is focused around French Bulldogs. So, you know, you do that, you edit everything however you want. But that's pretty much the process here on the import page for these products. You're just going to be changing out those things. So I'm going to hop back over to Shopify and show you what the next step is. Alrighty guys, so we are back on the Shopify dashboard. The next step to getting your product live in your store is then to come over here to the left where the product section is from the home page. So as you can see, we have imported the French Bulldog earrings from Oberlo now to Shopify. So the process, you know, you go from AliExpress to Oberlo, and then from Oberlo to Shopify, and everything is all synced up really easily. You can see the inventory also syncs, so you don't have to worry about editing that. So we're going to go ahead and click on the French Bulldog earrings. So this is what we're going to be editing on here. So on the Shopify editor, as you can see, the pricing's already imported here as well. You just leave all that default. And then right here, what we're going to be editing a lot is the description. So you want to go ahead and delete all of that basic stuff because that you don't want that. It looks really messy. So we're going to actually be making a lot nicer of a product description. So the first thing you want to actually do is go ahead and get a secure checkout image. So what you have to do for that is you just come over to Google and search for checkout badges. Okay. You just search for checkout badges. and it will come up here on Google Images. The first result, you go ahead and just take the guaranteed safe checkout one. You can make your own if you want, or pick one of the other ones here as well. There's a lot of different options, as you can see at the top. We're just going to go ahead and go with the first one here. So to do that, all you do is right click on here and then click save image as, and it will save it to your computer. Then you come back over to Shopify, you come to the description, and then you just click insert image. And then you go ahead and click upload file. And then once you upload the file, it will then appear right here as guaranteed safe checkout. You click that and you hit insert image. So now this image will be at the top of your description. And then underneath that, you want to go ahead and type a good amount of stuff describing the product so people understand what it is. I'm going to go ahead and give you an example in a second once I'm done typing it. Alrighty, so this is an example description that you can use for your Shopify product. So the first thing you want to do is open it up with a question. So do you love your Frenchie, your French Bulldog? Well, get these French Bulldog earrings made from zinc alloy with premium studs to show your love. So that is a quick little sales pitch there, like opening it up with a question to make people think. And then after that, you want to put then buy it yourself to bring your look to that next level you want to reach, or you could buy it for someone else as a gift that they won't soon forget. So you open it up with that first thing talking about the specific product. Then you could honestly use this next piece here on any of the products you sell. Same with this, like all payments through credit card and PayPal are 100% secure. Please allow around 2 to 4 weeks for delivery, and all orders will come with a tracking number. So you want to go ahead and tell people all of this information in your product descriptions, because when they are buying your products, the shipping time is going to be around 2 to 4 weeks, and you want to make that known to people, hopefully, so when they read your description, they understand what they're getting into when they're buying your products. So you want to do something unique for each product here. Then you can just do something about buying it for yourself or for somebody else, and then the payment that it is secure. So you have the guaranteed safe checkout thing here. Like I said, you could also, if you're good with Photoshop graphic design, you could make your own, or you just copy and paste and use this exact same one, because it's pretty nice. It's pretty simple. And then you also have this right here. So that is basically the ultimate description here that you want to be using for your Shopify products. As you can see, the image is already there. So all we have to do then is click save, and it will go ahead and save this product onto the store. So this is essentially all you have to do to add your products to your Shopify store. Let's go ahead and actually see what it looks like on the store. We haven't actually customized the design of the website yet. That is going to be later in the course. But as you can see, it comes up right here with the add to cart button, and then it has the markdown price. So from $18.95, it's $15.95 is the sale price. We have the guaranteed safe checkout, and then we have this nice description here. So that is basically all that you need to do to add your products. I just showed you the example on one because you're going to be doing this rinse and repeat for every single product that you're adding. Another thing you could add to your descriptions to spruce it up a little bit is you could also add a video section if there is a video for certain products. For this kind of product, you basically just see it and you're like, okay, I understand what it does. But some of the products may require you to want to put a video there to show how the product is actually used. You can get creative with how you do your descriptions, but this is essentially the basics, the things that you want to have in your product descriptions. So go ahead and finish importing all of your products from Oberlo to Shopify. In the next section, we're going to talk about designing collections and organizing the products on your Shopify store. So I'll see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the designing collections section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be going through exactly how to create collections for your Shopify store, how to really organize your products. So in a second here, I'm going to hop back into the Shopify dashboard. All right, guys, so we are on the Shopify dashboard. The first thing you're going to want to do is come over to the left here and click on the product section. So in the last video, we went over how to import all of your products, get them all set up. So hopefully you went in and made all of your products as I did here. I have about 14 products right now on the store. In terms of how many you really want, it's not exactly the most important thing. You want to have at least like 10 products or so, but getting over 15, over like 30 products is great. But just starting out with your store, you really don't have to have a ton of products. At least as long as you have around like 10 is a good amount to start with. Like I said, you don't have to have a ton of them, but in terms of creating your collections, the first thing, so obviously you have all your products done and you've already made them all, okay? So you have them all imported, and you can also always add more products if you want to in the future. You're not limited to the amount of products that you first imported. Obviously, you just go back through the last video, the video before that for doing your product research, and just do the same exact process to import new ones. So in terms of making your collections, the next thing you're going to do is come over to the left here, and as you can see, the collections has popped up, so we just click collections. So there's two things we're going to be doing here with designing collections and organizing the products on the store. There's the home page right here. As you can see, that's a default collection that was made for you. So there's your homepage products, and then there is your total overall collection organization of your products. So I'm going to be showing you the two different things and strategies that you're going to want to have set up on your Shopify store. So the first thing we're going to go ahead and set up is the actual homepage. So for the homepage, all you're going to do is click here on that. We're going to change the title from homepage to actually products, because when people go to your website, they just want to see the product list, okay? So if they go to your homepage, they're going to see a list of products. So you want to change the title to products. Go ahead and save that. So now we have products as the title of this collection. This collection is going to be featured on your homepage. So what we're going to want to do here is first add all of the products here. I don't know why I just clicked off that one, but we're going to go through and click to add all these products to your collection. So as you can see, it's a little bit tedious of a process here, but you're just going to go through and click and do the check marks on all of your products on your store. Now, the ones that are already imported obviously already have the check marks, so you just click the ones that don't have the check marks. We're trying to get all of our products into this list, and I'll show you the purpose of this later in this video, but this is what you're going to be doing for now. So you have all your products in here. They're all imported into this list for your homepage, and you're going to sort them by best selling. But obviously when you first start out on your store, you don't have any sales, you haven't actually sold anything yet, so nothing is technically best selling. So what we're going to do instead is sort them manually based on what you think would be best selling, based on maybe, looking at other stores, seeing what they're doing, trying to model your business after theirs, or something like that. You have an idea of, what do you think looks the best out of all your products, and what products do you really want to showcase first to your new visitors when they come to your website. So we're going to be sorting them manually at first. Now later on, as you get more and more sales, you have more data from customers coming to your website, seeing what they purchase. Then later on, you can sort it by best selling. And that's what I would recommend you to do, because that's obviously what is proven to be best selling on your actual website. But when you're first starting out, you don't have any of that data, so you're going to have to sort it manually at first. So the first product I want to put here is going to be, got to try and find it in this list here. So yeah, we're going to do the Frenchy house shark. Then we're going to do a phone case. Now this is just, this order completely dependent on your store, what kind of products you're selling. Obviously, I'm just doing it for my products. You could do the same for yours, but I'm just going to be ordering the first like 4, so I'm not going to be doing the whole entire list. But let's just go ahead and throw together. Yeah, this is a pretty good range of different products. You have a different phone case, a coat, because I have multiple phone cases and coats in this list, so I figured, those are pretty good. So we're going to go ahead and save that there. So that's all saved. And we don't have to put any description here for really any of the collections, because most people, they don't even see the descriptions, they just see the title. So that's all saved there. So that's the first collection that we want, is our products collection. You don't have to put a thumbnail for this one either, because it's just going to be featured on the homepage. So, and to get to the website, all we have to do over here is click on the little eye next to online store. It pops up with your website. As you can see, Frenchy Life. We haven't actually got into editing the overall look and design of the website. We're going to be doing that in a later tutorial video on the course. But as you can see here, this is the featured collection on the homepage. You can see we have everything ordered how we wanted it to. So you want to, put your best products showcased first to your customers when they come to your website. You don't want to have it just randomly put on there. You want to put it to what your best selling products would be. So you list that out on your homepage, and that's what you're going to do for this collection. Now, we're going to be getting into the other collections in a second here, but that's what you want to at least do for your homepage design. like I said, we're going to be going over how to actually edit the rest of this so it doesn't just say image with text and an image slide in a later video. So you have that collection set up. That's the first one that you want to do, is your homepage collection, and you want to just call it by products, and it's going to be a featured collection there. So the next thing you're going to want to do is come back over to the collections tab and go ahead and create another collection. So these collections are more so going to be for organizing your products based on the type of product they are. So the first collection I'm going to actually make is phone cases. Now, you really only want to make collections for products where you have multiple of the same type of product. Otherwise, it's not really necessary to make, especially if you don't have a ton of products on your store yet. You really only need to make these specific collections for products where you have multiples of the same type of thing. So for me, I already have 2 phone cases within this listing, and I plan to add more phone cases to the store as well, just because it's a very popular product to sell to people in this niche. And, that's going to really vary for every niche, but I would say phone cases is going to be probably one of those popular ones that you're going to see across a lot of different niches. So phone cases, we're going to go ahead and save that there. So that is you have to actually add products for it too. So we're going to manually select products here, and you'll be able to select products on the next page. Okay, we're going to save the collection there. Okay, there we go. It saved it. And so now we're going to actually be able to add products to our store. And like I said, you're going to sort manually first, but later down the road, you're going to want to sort everything by best selling, because you want to have customers see what is going to most likely get their attention first. Most likely they're going to buy. You want to have the best selling at the top, but when you're starting out, sort it by manually, just so you can organize the products better. So we're going to go ahead and select the 2 different phone cases that I have in the store right now. So as you can see, the Frenchie Pocket case is one of the phone cases, and the other phone case is where is it? It is Frenchie iPhone cover. Okay, so these are the 2 different cases I have on the store. So as you can see, we have the Frenchie iPhone cover and the Frenchie Pocket case for iPhone and Samsung Galaxy. So those are the only 2 iPhone cases. So we are done with this collection here. Now, this really is more important, organizing all of your products by different collections, when you have a lot of products in your store. Obviously, when you're first starting out, you're probably not going to have a ton of products on your store. And really, I don't recommend that you put like 50 to 100 products. Just start out with at least 10 to 15 maybe to get yourself started. You don't need a ton of products to start your store. The best thing is just start getting traffic and start getting those conversions on your store, and then slowly add more products over time, because it takes a lot of time to add all these dang products. Now, for the next collection we're going to be making is going to be for dog coats, because I have 2 different coats on the store right now, and this is the last collection I'm going to show you, because it's pretty much a repetitive process right here. What you're going to be doing, you're just going through and organizing the products based on the type of products they are. Like I said as well, when you're starting out, you don't have a ton, but it is good to at least understand how you want to create collections, how to actually do them, because especially when you get a lot of products, it is necessary that you're separating things by collections so people can actually navigate your store efficiently, especially if you're running like a clothing store. People want to see things separated by men's, women's, children. You got to organize it so people can easily find the products that they're trying to find. Otherwise, they might just get frustrated and leave your store. So we're going to go ahead and type in dog coat. I might change that title later, but that's what it is for now. And then we're going to click manually select products. Should save there. Okay, cool. It was created successfully. And we're going to go ahead and add the 2 different coats. So we have the winter jacket. I'm going to start that manually. And then we also have the other coat, which is the shark winter coat. So we're going to add that there too. And we're just going to organize it like that. So we have the shark winter coat and the Frenchie winter jacket. And as you have more and more products, there's going to be more and more collections that you can create. But, that's all that we really need to do for now, is just create a couple basic collections when you're first starting out. If you want to, you can add more. If you have more products, obviously go ahead and do that for your customers. But that's pretty much the basis of collections. And in the next section of the course, I'm going to be showing you how to actually put these collections into your menu on your website. So as you can see at the top here, it just says homepage and catalog. And when you click catalog, it just takes you to a giant list of all the products that you have on your store. So what you're going to want to do is obviously have a menu here separating the different types of collections that you have, like You have your home page, then you have phone cases and dog jackets, all the different stuff organized on your home page and on your little menu bar. In the next section of the course, I'm going to show you exactly how to add and organize your menus so that you can have your different collections easily accessible for your customers. What's up, guys, and welcome to the menu formatting section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today we're going to be going through exactly how to format your menu for your Shopify store. So in a second here, I'm going to hop into the Shopify dashboard and get started. Alrighty, guys, so we're back on the Shopify dashboard. The first thing you're going to want to do is come over to the left here for online store. You're going to go ahead and click online store, and then below that is you're going to see pages, navigation. We're going to go ahead and click on navigation. And so right here, you can see this is the navigation section of your Shopify store and where you can set up your menus. And today we're going to be going through exactly how to format them, how you want to make them look for your customers so they can easily find the products they're trying to shop for. So first off, you want to leave the footer menu as default, and then you leave the main menu here, but we're going to go ahead and click on to main menu so we can go ahead and edit the main menu. And what I mean by this is the top menu here for home and catalog. This menu here, we're going to go ahead and customize and make it a lot better for your store. So the first thing we're going to want to do is come over to the menu items, and we're going to click add menu items. So in the last video, I showed you exactly how to create your collections. And so now we're going to be utilizing those collections in the menu system on your Shopify store. So the first thing, actually not going to add a menu yet, we're going to go ahead and edit the catalog name. We're going to change that from catalog to shop, because that just makes a lot more sense for a lot of people. They click shop, they're like, oh, I'm going to shop and buy products, right? So we're going to change the name to shop, and the link is still going to be all products. So we're going to apply those changes there. So then when we refresh this, we can see, and it takes a second to update actually for it to go ahead and change there. I think we have to click save up here too. All right, so the menu saved, and we go ahead and check back. And so as you can see, it just updated with home and then shop. So as you can see here, we have home and shop, but we probably want to have something else underneath this or to the right of this. We don't want it to just say shop. So what we want to do is then click add menu items. So we're going to go ahead and add all of our collections underneath the shop. Now there's a lot of different ways you could potentially organize this if you wanted to do subcategories. Maybe if you're a beauty store, you wanted to do like hair, and then underneath that you could have like hair masks as well as brushes or combs. A lot of different ways that you can organize this, but I'm showing you how to do it, at least in the context of my store, and what you could potentially be doing for your stores as well for organization, because you definitely want to organize things. Like I said in the last video too, you want to have things easy for people to find them. If you don't have it easy, people will get frustrated and leave your store. So definitely want to keep people in your store and make it easy for them. So we're going to go ahead and select phone cases first. So that is the first menu item we're going to add. And all we have to do then is click and drag this underneath the shop. So now on our menu, go ahead and click save so I can show you what it looks like live. Over here on the website, it now has a drop-down menu that people can click, and then click phone cases underneath shop. So as you can see, things are starting to get a little organized. We're going to go ahead and also add the other section, which if we go to collections, I also added Frenchy coats. I changed the name to Frenchy coats from like dog jackets or whatever, but so Frenchy coats, you get the point. I'm going to add that there and just drag that also then underneath shop. Now it's a little finicky. If you wanted to drop it underneath, you could also do like shop, and then you see what I mean with the subcategories. Say for example you had a clothing store, you could do shop and then men's, and then underneath men's you could even have something else. So there's a lot of different ways you could do subcategories and stuff. Certain themes, which are going to go more into themes later on, designing a good looking store. Different themes offer different usability with the way drop-down menus work. A lot of them only offer you to be able to do one subcategory. And what I mean by that is like if you were to do shop, you have one subcategory as phone cases, coats, dog beds, or anything like that. It's all organized under one subcategory. If you did like iPhone and then phone cases, it's not going to necessarily show that up here when you do that. So as you can see, like, let's go ahead and test that live here just by putting it underneath itself. I'm going to go ahead and refresh. So as you can see, it kind of puts it just underneath it instead of like you click it again and then it's a separate section. So that's just something to keep in mind when you're doing your organization here on the menu formatting. You want to try to keep that in mind for certain themes. Some themes are going to be more usable with multiple different subcategories. Some only allow you to really do one subcategory. But the most important thing really is to just have the main subcategories like shop, and then you have phone cases, coats, dog beds, at least for this store, since we're doing dog stuff for French Bulldogs. But depending on what you're selling, you have your little subcategories here under your navigation, so it's easier for people to find the products that they're looking for. That's the ultimate goal here. So I'm going to go ahead and drag that out from under. It should be able to, yeah, see, there we go. It's a little bit finicky. You have to kind of drag it around a bit, but this is pretty easy in comparison to what Shopify used to do. You used to have to do a ton more work than how it is now. So this is actually pretty straightforward with how to do it with the different menu dropdowns. Now, other than just having home and shop on your store, you're also going to want to add an FAQ section. So I went ahead and already typed this up for you guys, the page, and I'm going to show you how I created this page, but I'm just going to add it to the menu real quick so you can see what I mean by FAQ. And you want to have an FAQ section so that if people order something and they're confused, like, oh, where's my product or whatever, they can at least go to the FAQ and get a general idea of like what your rules are, what you offer, where you're based at. We're based in the USA with multiple fulfillment centers. Honestly, I don't really ever find a lot of people really going through this and actually reading it, but it's good to have on your store just in case if someone were to go to it. A lot of times people will just email you with their problems. They're going to be like, this problem, which I'm going to go over more in the course later in another section on dealing with customers and stuff like that and how to respond to them. But this is, at least with the FAQ section, you want to have it in your menu formatting just because it does help mitigate at least a few emails if people actually go and read it, which, you hope at least some people will, but it's good to have at least on your store. And, you could just utilize the same type of thing, like where you're based at. I just placed an order when my items arrive, just explaining the shipping times for different countries, saying, I ordered 2 items, why I only received 1. Because when you order multiple items, they may be shipped separately. So I'll be going more in depth about this kind of stuff later in the course. Like I said, with dealing with customer problems and how to respond to certain things, that's essentially what this FAQ section really is for anyway, is for that kind of stuff. But you get the point. So that's what you want to add there, as well as an FAQ section. So you have your home page, you have your shop with the different drop downs for different types of categories that you offer. And, we already talked about how to have your homepage collection in comparison to the regular shop. If someone were just to click shop, it will take them to all of your products, which is fine. If people just want to view all your products, or if they want to just view specifically phone cases, they could just click phone cases. Just brings up the phone cases collection. If we go to just Frenchy coats, it's just going to bring up the Frenchy coats collection, which is very nice for organization, especially as you get larger and larger product databases. You might have over 100 products eventually as you build out your store and really get a lot more products in here for your customers. You want to have the good menu organization here so people can find the products that they're actually looking for. Now, in terms of actually making the FAQ page, I did want to show you that real quick because I did not show you exactly how I made it. But all you have to do is, obviously, once you already add it to the main menu, I already showed you there how to do that. But you go over to the pages section underneath online store, and you just click add page. And when you click add page, it'll allow you to put in a title and all the content that you want. So you can go ahead and type that all up yourself. It's very self-explanatory. You click save, it saves the page, and then for people to actually access it, then you have to put it on your navigation section, which, like I showed you, you go to main menu, and you just click add menu item. And like you saw, we already added FAQ, but you just click that under link, and you can add FAQ. So now it's going to show FAQ twice, just for example purposes. We have 2 FAQs, but I'm going to go ahead and delete that extra one. But that's pretty much how you do your menu formatting. You have your home section, you have your shop with multiple different drop downs there for your customers. So it's easier for them to find your products and stuff like that. Because otherwise people might get frustrated. You don't want things to be difficult for them. That is pretty much how you do your menu formatting section for your Shopify store. You have the different sections here, your home, your shop, your FAQ. And in the next section of the course, we're going to be going over how to do logo design for your Shopify store, as well as different branding tactics you can utilize. So anyway, guys, I will see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the logo design section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be going over logo design, the importance of it, and how you can utilize branding for your Shopify store. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and get into it. So the first thing you need to understand is that you are building a brand. So with your logo creation, you need to have this in the back of your mind that you're actually building a brand and understanding what a brand means. So think about some brands that you're familiar with. Think about something like Nike, think about something like Apple, or another brand such as Amazon, okay? So you take a look at their logo design and the emotional feeling towards it. If you look at Nike, it's very sleek, very quick. That is the type of image that they're trying to present with their logo. You look at Apple, once again, very sleek, very simple. You understand it just from seeing their logo, seeing their imaging. It's very obvious what they're doing here with their brand. Same thing with Amazon. You know, Amazon's going more for that approach of like the smiley face with the arrow. You know, everything from A to Z is on Amazon. That's their whole point there. And you also want to cater toward your target audience, which I'll go over a more specific, in-depth example later in the presentation here on a logo design that is representing a brand, but also, you know, what type of niche it is, because the logo and branding that you go with should ultimately match the niche that you have selected for your Shopify store. And going more in depth on what brand allows you to actually do is it allows you to build a loyal community around that image, around your representation, how people feel towards you. That's all that brand is how people, your customers, feel about your thing that you're doing. So obviously you're doing your Shopify store, you know, what kind of products you're selling, what kind of posts you post on your pages, on Instagram, Facebook, all that kind of stuff. You're building a loyal community, and ultimately so that people will trust you and so that they make purchases from you, and then you can mark up products and stuff like that through your Shopify store. So, you know, brand gives you this identity and this ability to then build this community for people to trust you and for you to be able to ultimately really make sales at the end of the day. So another thing with actually designing your logo is you have to consider what kind of colors does your target audience like. You know, think about the emotional responses that people get with different colors. You know, with red, it's more faster pace, more sexy, heartbeat is higher. You know, we'll go over more specific on colors later, but you know, think about what kind of colors your target audience thinks about, okay? What kind of colors would represent them best? Think about the feelings, and you're just wanting it to represent what you're all about. So going to a specific example here in the presentation is about a vegan brand. So there's a vegan brand. This is actually a thumbnail from a YouTube video I found going over this specific brand's food. So it's Guard In. That's the name of the brand, and it's very green. It's actually a vegan meatball, so it's mock meat that they're selling, and it's made with beans. It's plant powered, aka, you know, that's what they have in the corner of the thumbnail there. And so, you know, think about if you were to start a vegan brand selling vegan t-shirts, you know, different t-shirt designs focused around veganism, like funny things or sayings like mock meat, or, you know, there's tons and tons of different quotes and funny sayings that you could put on t-shirts and then sell that on your store, or different products you could sell focused around plant-based stuff. There's a lot of different things that you could do for your Shopify store focused around the vegan niche, okay? So if you were to design a logo, you want it to be more plant-based. You want it to be more green, more focused around plants, right? You know, this V has a little leaf coming out of it for vegan. So you think about what type of colors, what type of things you want to represent your brand. You know, if you're in that niche, focus around that. What type of imagery represents the kind of products that you're selling, the type of image that you represent, okay? So let's go ahead and actually build one. That's what we're going to get into here, the next section of this designing your logo section of the course. So for actually building your logo, the website that I use personally and highly recommend you use is logomaker.com. And I put the spelling there because a lot of people make this mistake and mess it up. It's Logomakr. There's no E, because that takes you to a completely different website. It's just Logomakr. You just copy and paste this, put this directly into your browser, and that'll take you right to the website. So in a second here, we're going to hop over there, and I'll show you how to build a logo. Alrighty guys, so we are now on logomaker.com. This is the template that pops up for you. So since I am doing a French Bulldog store, of course, I am going to be designing a French Bulldog logo for Frenchie Life. Now, I'm going to show you as an example how to do it for, for my store, and then you can utilize these same tactics and strategies for your own store. Without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and look at the different types of imagery that we can find. So to get different images, depending on what type of brand, what type of store you're running, you just come up here to the top left and search for anything that you want. So let's scratch even doing French Bulldogs. Let's say we're doing a fishing store, okay? Just as an example for you guys, so you can understand the crazy magnitude that this website offers you. So you have fishing right here, and you can utilize any of these little imageries, pictures for your logo. So, if you want to do more of like a comical store, maybe you do something like this with like a little stick dude. Maybe you just do a hook if you're selling things for fish, like bait. Maybe if you do some sort of fishing pole thing. I mean, if you're doing a fishing store, you could pick pretty much anything from this and utilize it for your actual logo. So if you could do something like this, right? And then you could do, if you wanted to have a nice little backdrop, you could then use a circle. So, you could utilize this, and then to actually change the colors, well, first we're going to put it behind it. So all you have to do is right click and then click send to back. And then, so as you can see, these are the layers right here where you can manipulate that. You can change the color. So we're going to go with like a nice like light blue to represent the ocean water. I can't click for the life of me. Okay, let's go with like a bluish green and aqua color. And we'll stick to that. So as you can see, there's a lot of different ways that you can manipulate the colors to help represent your brand better. Maybe you go something like this. I mean, there's a ton of different ways that you can manipulate this to make it look a certain way that you like for your store. So this is just a quick example showing you with fish, but we're going to actually go ahead and start designing the one for my store so you can kind of get a better idea of what I'm going to be doing for my actual store that I'm using as an example for this course. So I do want to actually use a circle here. So I just cleared away the other ones, and I'm going to use a circle here for the backdrop. And I'm going to color this kind of like a pinkish red, because that's really with the branding. A lot of females are the people actually buying the products for the dogs, even though guys love dogs as much. It just so happens that there's a higher female demographic on Instagram for dog pages, so and that's going to be like the predominant way that I am marketing this store. So I'm going to go with this nice like light pink color. So let's go ahead and then try and find a French Bulldog, for representing the brand there with the French Bulldog. So as you can see, there's a lot of different imagery here that I can utilize, and you could use all of these. They're copyright free. They have these in here for you to use, so you can see all the different types of little dog faces. So let's go ahead and actually, I kind of like this right here, or maybe this one. I'm going to go ahead and search. Maybe let's just search Bulldog and see what comes up for that. Yeah, no, the actual, okay, so let's go ahead and stick with the short one. So this is more or less a French Bulldog, the teeny little body, okay? So as you can see, it's set up like that, and I am going to actually change the fill color to white, because that looks pretty clean, pretty nice, and I am actually going to add some text here as well. Now, text is something you can opt for if you want it or you don't want it. I would personally recommend probably using text in your logo depending on where it is. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and actually save this imagery without the text first. Because like on your website, you're gonna want the text at the top so people know that it's your store name. But on your Instagram profile, you're not really gonna have space for that. To put like text there. So you just want the image, obviously. So let's go ahead and just save this image here. Now, when you go to actually save the logo, it's going to come up with two options. So the first option is going to tell you $19, which we don't want to pay. Don't want to pay that at all. Don't do that. It's a waste of money, okay? Go ahead and just go with option 2 because it's free and it says that it's lower quality, right? So you see like the high quality versus low quality. Because you're shrinking the image down so much on your website and on your Instagram and on your Facebook, you're shrinking the website image down so much, you can't even really see the quality difference. Let's go ahead and just download it here. And then I'm going to open it up as well so you guys can see it. So as you can see, if I were to like zoom, like make it really big, the quality is not necessarily the best, right? But when you like shrink it down a lot, and you like put it on your website, you can't really actually tell the visual differences. I can't really shrink it down too much on this preview here, but when you make it a lot smaller on your website and on Instagram, you can't even tell the difference. So that's why I still just would recommend using the free version. If you are really good with Photoshop as well, which I'm not going to go over really on this course here, you could also do something with Photoshop, but this is just a simple website that you can utilize to make a pretty nice, simple logo, and especially because they have a plethora of different images for you to use for your branding and your logo. Okay, so after saving the first image, we're going to go ahead and actually add the text now for the website logoing, because we want to have two different options here. You know, you want to have just the plain image, and you then also want to have one with text. So I'm going to go ahead and type in Frenchy Life, because that is the brand name. So don't worry about if it says that something is spelled wrong if you're going to be using certain types of here we go, drag to move. Okay, don't worry about if there are spelling problems, because it won't actually give you that issue when you put it on your website and you save the image. So as you can see here, we have Frenchy Life right next to it. I'm going to actually change the color from blue to match the backdrop of this. So I'm just going to go ahead and utilize that same color. All you have to do is then click the eyedropper tool if you want to do that for certain things. As you can see, popped up with Frenchy Life. I'm also going to change the font, because I'm not exactly a huge fan of that font. I made a second one. Go ahead and just delete that one there. So to change the font, you just come up to the top here and you can search the different font families. So you can go with more decorative fonts, but that's kind of hard to read. I wouldn't recommend something too hard to read for people. That one's a little hard to read as well. So let's try and just go with maybe a fun and funky. So that one actually looks pretty nice, but I kind of like, okay, that looks perfect. I like that one a lot. So you can just adjust it to what you want and what your preferences are, kind of like what you think looks good for your branding on your website. It's all up to you with what you actually want to do. And as you can see, it also has the auto adjustment thing, so it centers it for you on this website, so you don't have to worry about the centering issues sometimes with some websites. So that looks pretty good. Frenchy Life, it's nice and big, nice and bold. That's important with the font. You want it to be very easy to read for people when they're on your website. So let's go ahead and then save that one as well here. So once you have both of your logos saved, we're going to go ahead and go back to the Shopify dashboard so we can actually get them on the website and see how they look. So all you have to do is come over here to Online Store, and then you're on the Themes tab. Now, if you want to change your theme, you can do that just by exploring the free themes. I'm actually going to be sticking with the Debut theme. It's pretty nice, pretty simple. I like it. Depending on your type of preferences, you might want to change your theme to one of these other free themes that they have. When you're first getting started, I probably would not recommend paying for one of the themes. I would just stick with the free themes because they offer pretty much a full store. You don't really need to pay for one of the premium themes, especially when you're starting out. But, you know, like I said, if you want to down the road, you could. But there's plenty of different free themes that you can choose from. As you can see, like Simple, Pop, Boundless, Venture. I used Venture a lot on one of my other stores in the past. I like Venture. It's better if you have a lot of products there because it's easier to sort them. But I like Debut for a nice simple shop. That's actually the default that they give you now on Shopify is the Debut theme. So there, you know, there's a lot of different options that you could utilize for your themes. But we're just going to be sticking with Debut. So all you have to do then is click on Customize over here, and we're going to be customizing a lot more of this theme later in another video as well, going over like what makes a visually appealing store and all that kind of stuff. But for now, we're just going to go ahead and get that logo up instead of just the text here. So once you pop open the website editor, all you have to do is come over to header, and you're going to upload your image. So all you have to do is select the image there. And once you have your image uploaded right here, it'll pop up there. And as you can see, we have Frenchy Life up in the top left corner. So we're going to go ahead and select that one. Now, it might look a little bit small. You can actually update that and make it a lot larger. So instead of 100, let's try and see what it looks like at 150. Still a little small. Let's go ahead and update that to then 200. See how that looks. It's a lot bigger, a lot easier to read. We might just stick with 200. Let's see at 300. Probably a bit too large. Oh, yeah, 300 is a bit too large for people. I'd say maybe 250 would be like a happy medium. Or maybe 225. You can play with this depending on your logoing, depending on the size. So I'm actually going to stick with 225. I think the maximum pixels you can do is like 500. It might look ridiculous. Now it kind of caps out at like 300. So 225, I like the sizing of that. It matches the text over here in terms of size. So I like that. Frenchy Life, you can obviously see up the top left, looks nice and simple. So all you have to do then is click save up in the top right, and it will save your changes for your logo. And now one thing to keep in mind when you're making your website overall with your logoing and stuff, you want things to look good on mobile. So all you have to do to see how it looks on mobile is click this little icon here. So as you can see, this is what your website would then look like on a phone. So as you can see at the top, Frenchy Life, nice and easy to see and easy to read for people when they get to your website. They know that it is you. You know, they recognize that branding. That's really, really important, you know, because people go to your social media pages, they see your logo, they want to see the same thing on your website. They want that branding and consistency across there so that they actually trust you, because all that you have is your brand. So if people trust your brand, your imaging, your logoing, what you represent and what you stand for, and then you put that on something, that means that they're going to carry that trust with them and along with them onto your website and ultimately purchasing a product from you. So that's really the importance here of creating a good brand. And as you can see, I made this logo in under 5 minutes, very, very quick. Just using the free logo maker website, just searching through. Now, of course, I had this design kind of in mind, but, you know, it's very simple, very easy to make high quality logos from here, you know, because they give you the little imagery, you know, if you wanted to do fishing. So fishing, you know, there's a ton of different types of things that come up for fishing. All these little logos that you can utilize for your branding. You know, you could almost do like the same thing with a little circle instead of the bulldog. So it just depends on what you're trying to do, but that is pretty much how you make your logo. And then the next section of the course, I'm going to be going over more on how to make a visually appealing store, how to edit this image with text problem and all these like default things, how to make your colors look good, how to stand out, and how to make your website really flow all together for your customers. So that's what I'm going to go over in the next section. It's going to be a lot in there, a lot of things that are up to you to also edit, but that is all for this section. So I'll see you in the next one. What's up, guys, and welcome to the Creating a Visually Appealing Store section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today we're going to be going over exactly how to design your store, what kind of colors to use, how to make things look good to get conversions on your website. So in a second here, we're going to hop over to the Shopify dashboard so I can show you exactly how to make your store look good. Alrighty, guys, so we are now on the Shopify dashboard. The first thing you're going to want to do is come over here to Online Store, go ahead and click Online Store. Next, we are going to go ahead and want to actually remove the password page so that people can actually come to our website. This is something you have to do, so make sure you go ahead and remove the password page off of your website. All you have to do is then click, you know, remove password. It should take you right down here. You just uncheck enable password page. So that's something you have to do. You have to, or otherwise people won't be able to actually get to your website. So you're going to uncheck enable password page. It's something by default that Shopify does when you first start your store, so that when you're designing your store, you don't accidentally get people coming to your store when things aren't ready. So you go ahead and uncheck that box there. You hit save. So now people will actually be able to go to your website. The next thing we're going to do before actually customizing the colors and editing the actual website, we're going to go ahead and stay in the preferences section here and edit these couple of things here. So the first thing we're going to want to do is come to the title and meta description. So for the homepage title, since we are Frenchy Life, you know, you type this for any kind of website that you're doing, you're going to just say, you know, whatever your brand name is, and go there and just type that there for the homepage title. So this is the title that when people go to your store, you click this icon, that is what will pop up here at the top. So as you can see, Frenchy Life, you're going to want that to come up there. You could also put a little tagline there. Maybe you put something like this, such as the best French Bulldog products. This is more so for SEO. As you can see, it's what helps you pop up on search engines. So, you know, when people go to Google your website, this is what's going to come up at the top there on Google. So you want this to make sure that it looks good for people when they're going to click your website and find it. It also helps people find your website if they are just searching for it on Google instead of coming to it from a direct link that you send on social media. So obviously here we're going to actually go with the best French Bulldog products because that is something that people may be searching for. I put Okay, products. So Frenchie Life, the best French Bulldog products. This is something then you could do for your store. So say, for example, you're doing fishing. You could do like Fishing Life, the best fishing products. Anything like that could also work very good for your website, just so that people understand what it's about. And then for the description, which is also what ranks on search engines like Google, you're going to want to type up a little description that describes your store. So I went ahead and typed up a little homepage meta description for you guys to use as an example here. So I typed up, Frenchie Life is the best store to buy French Bulldog accessories, whether you're looking for coats, phone cases, earrings, or anything in between to show your love for your Frenchie, we have it. So this explains what the store is about. This is basically where you can type up a nice keyword-rich description. When I say keyword-rich, I mean you want to have lots of things that explain in detail what you sell, what type of store that you're all about, and all that kind of stuff. So on the French Bulldog store, obviously, you know, we're here selling French Bulldog accessories predominantly, whether it's coats, phone cases, earrings, anything in between to show love for your Frenchie. You want to have the words that you are describing your store most prominently featured so that when people go to search for it on Google, it pops up. You want your store to actually pop up on Google when they search for you. So this is the way that you do it, is by optimizing your homepage title and your homepage meta description. You can realistically type whatever you want here, but this is what's going to come up on Google, so you want it to look good, professional, and efficient with describing your store. As you can see, there is a limit to the amount of characters you can have here because that is what pops up on Google. So make sure that it's really good, and that is what you want to do first, is your title and meta description on your preferences. You go ahead and just click the save button up here. I already clicked it, so this is all saved. And so for the next step, all of this we're going to actually leave blank. We're going to go ahead and do the Facebook pixel later in another section going over Facebook marketing. So you can leave that blank for now. All we're editing is the title and meta description and taking off the password page. So once you've done those two things, we're going to move into the next step, which is actually editing the website. So to edit your website, all you're going to do from the preferences section is come over here to online store and then click on that. And so it'll take you here to this themes section, which is the first section that you're going to see when you're going to edit your online store. So like I said in the last section of the course, you can choose to change your theme if you want. All you have to do is click on explore free themes, and you can choose any of these free themes. I would recommend you use a free one. It's not really worth using a paid one, especially as a beginner with Shopify. It's really not something you need to be doing. Just stick with a free one. It's going to get you started with your Shopify store. So we're actually going to stick with the default theme, Debut. I really like this theme. I've used it on a ton of different Shopify stores that I've created. So we're just going to stick with Debut. We're going to go ahead and click on the customize button. So what this is going to do is then load up the Shopify website editor. Now, the first thing I want to stress before we actually get into editing and moving things around a little bit and changing the colors is you want to make sure that your website is mobile optimized. Okay, so all you have to do to check that is click here at the top with the little mobile button. So the mobile button is then going to allow you to see what your website looks like on mobile. We're going to be editing the sign up button if you're curious about that later in the email marketing section of the course, so don't worry about that quite yet. But up here at the top, as you can see, the logo Frenchie Life, you can see the search bar, the little cart button. So everything is nice and laid out properly on mobile. This is what the site looks like currently if we were on a mobile device. And that is where the main source of your traffic is going to be coming from Instagram, from Facebook, all these social media platforms, people searching things on their phone. Most people watch YouTube videos as well on their phone. You know, most people are going to be getting to your website on their phone. So you want to make sure that your website is very mobile optimized. Honestly, make sure that your website is optimized for mobile first. Make sure things look good on here before you even go to the desktop version of the website. I would actually really edit the website from the mobile section because that's what's most important. You know, 90% of your visitors, if even maybe more than that, are going to be coming from mobile. So you want to make sure that your website looks good on a phone versus just editing it on the desktop section here and not clicking over to mobile. So you want to make sure you don't make that mistake by just editing your site for desktop and then it's not actually optimized well for mobile, because that's where the most of your traffic is going to be coming from. You know, you're sending people from Instagram, they're going to be coming from Instagram on their phone. Almost nobody uses Instagram on the computer. So that's what you're going to want to make sure you're doing first and foremost, making sure things look good on mobile. So the first thing to actually edit the website is we're going to go ahead and edit this image with the text overlay, okay? So the first thing you want to do on your website is obviously make sure you already have your logo in there, which we did in the last section of the course, is uploading your logo at the top. That is going to provide branding elements to your website and make sure people trust the website that they're going to, okay? So the first thing we want to do to actually make our store look really nice is edit this image at the top. So the image at the top, you want to typically have a nice picture kind of going over what your brand is about, showing what type of products you're going to be selling. So what I'm going to be doing is uploading just a picture of a French Bulldog to show, a cute little picture of French Bulldogs, because that's what people want to see when they go to your website. They want to see, oh, this is Frenchie life. This is what it's about, French Bulldogs, okay? So if you're a fishing store, maybe have a big picture of someone catching a giant bass fish. There are lots of different ways that you could do it. If you're a fitness brand, show someone working out in the gym, or show someone working out with calisthenics, whatever type of thing or what type of brand you're selling, have that like picture here with the lifestyle first. You don't want to just have products on here, because it kind of makes for an ugly website if you only have products everywhere. I would definitely recommend having a nice pretty picture at the top. So we're going to go ahead and grab that picture. Okay, so once you have your picture selected, it will then be uploaded here. And as you can see, we still have image with text overlay shown. So we're going to go ahead and delete the default text that pops up underneath, and that will then go away. And then at the top, we're going to be typing image with text overlay. Going to go ahead and delete that as well. So anyway, I'm just going to be leaving it blank with no text for the heading or below that. I like just the plain image because it shows the brand and represents exactly what the page is all about. You could put something else there. You could put text over it if you wanted to explain the brand name, but that's just what I'm going to be doing with my store. It's completely up to you with what you want to do there, but I do recommend having some sort of image up at the top representing the brand and what you're all about. And the cool thing with this dog is it also kind of represents the white and pink color scheme that I'm going with on the website. So we have the white and pink colors, and the dog is also like a light white with some tan, like a light tan there, and then some pink in the ears. So that works really well as well for the store. So we're going to go ahead and click save. So once you have your image over at the top, another thing you can go to do, and also I wanted to note that a lot of these changes are personally up to you with what you want to do to make your website look good. I'm kind of just showing examples and different things you could be using for your store, and some kind of recommendations that you could be doing as well, like the image at the top, the logo there. Well, you definitely want to have a logo there and an image, but a lot of these different color changes, it's all up to you with what you want to do for your own store. This is just stuff that I'm utilizing for this store. There's a lot of different ways you could go about doing this. This is just an example. I want to make sure that that's clear so that you understand these are just tools that you can utilize. There's a lot of different ways you could orient your store and make things look with different like shop buttons and stuff like that. If you wanted to add a button on here, for example, you could just come down to the bottom and potentially link it to all of your products. You could link it to all products and just put shop all. That's something else you could do as well. Some themes make it look a little bit better. I know that I think it was the Venture theme, the shop button's over in the bottom left, so it doesn't really cover the image as much, which is kind of cool, but it depends on the type of image. Maybe if you just had someone at a beach, the shop all in the middle wouldn't be as distracting, but for me, I don't really like it covering the dog's face, so we're going to go ahead and delete that. But depending on the theme that you have, things will definitely look different. So that's just something to keep in mind with what you're doing, is depending on the theme and depending on the type of thing that you're going for, things are going to look different. Things may pop up differently depending on how you want them to be. So for going into colors, editing the colors on here so that it's not just the boring bland blue, we're going to come up over here to the theme settings at the top left. We're going to go ahead and then click colors. Now, like I said, this is all up to personal decision how you want to do it, but what I would recommend, at least for the buttons, is have them in a color combo, whether it's yellow or orange or red. So you want to have it generally in this hue, because that is what Amazon does. They have their site as blue and yellow because blue represents trust and yellow represents the action. Okay, it represents action. People want to click it. Same with orange and red. So I would recommend that you have your buttons and your sale text as well in that same color, because it's going to offer people the more of the willingness to purchase, because it's like orange, it gets their heart rate up. Same thing with red, it gets people more willing to buy. So I would recommend using a hue of those three colors. It's up to you what you want to do, but I wouldn't recommend doing something I don't know, with like a random weird blue. Like this default blue is a very bland blue. You probably don't want to use that for your actual purchase buttons, because it's just, it doesn't really make people want to scream, oh, I want to buy it. You know, that bland blue is just not a good color to be using for your actual sale buttons. So, you know, you could also go with maybe the more exquisite design and just go with all black for your sale text. I see a lot of higher end stores going with that. I know that the Kylie Jenner store, where she sells her makeup and stuff like that, she goes with a black color scheme. But it's all up to you with what you want to do for your store. There's a lot of different ways you could go about doing it. If you want to see what the buttons look like, if we go with black, as you can see, it just has add to cart there, which some people go with. You know, it makes things look a little bit more high end, a little bit more exquisite. There's a lot of different options that you could utilize for your store colors, but this is how you do it. You know, you go to the colors, you edit the sale text. I'm actually going to be going with more of a pinkish color, because that is what the store is about. So I think I'm going to try and find like a light pink, which kind of goes with the Frenchy Life. I might actually match it to the logo as well, but I think I might just end up going with something different. Maybe, you know, like a lighter-ish pink color, maybe with a reddish. You know, it's just up to you with what kind of color scheme that you want to be using for your store. There's a lot of different options for you that you could be potentially utilizing. It all just comes down to if you want to go one direction or another. Okay, so I'm actually, for now, I'm just going to be sticking with black. I may change that in the future, but that's how you do it. You come over here to the colors option. That's where you want to change your buttons and your sale text. I would recommend keeping the buttons and the sale text the same color, so that when people go here and they see the sale text, the button is the same color as the sale text. It just looks and matches a lot better. So I'd recommend that you do that when you're making your store. And so another thing you can do to make your store look good is to actually upload your logo as the favicon. So this is something I see a lot of stores mess up on. You want to make sure that you change your favicon to your actual logo. So once you have your logo selected, that will then pop up for your favicon image. And if you're wondering what a favicon is, it's just this little image at the top on the new tabs. So when you have a new tab open on your website, people will see your little logo there, and it builds trust. You know, it makes your site look just that extra bit better. So all you have to do is then just upload your little logo here without the text. Obviously, you don't want Frenchy Life being shrunken down there. People won't be able to read that. So just the logo here. It's the same thing with when you go to the Shopify website, the little Shopify icon pops up on your new tabs. Same thing with YouTube, the little YouTube logo pops up. That's what this favicon image is, and you want to make sure you have that for your branding on your website. So that is a couple of different things you can do. Another option you could edit is the typography. I'm actually going to be probably leaving this default on the typography with the different types of fonts. You can go in and change that if you want to. You can make the text bigger. You can change the type of text that you have. That's all just personal preferences on if you want to change that. And then next is social media. So once we actually get into the social media aspects of this course, the more social media marketing, we're going to be adding these to the site. You want to have them on there so that when people come to the bottom of your site, it is there with little images for the Instagram page, the Facebook page, so people can access those if they want to go back to them. If they go to your site and they are like, oh, I want to check out the Instagram page, then they can have the access and ability to do that. So, you know, that's pretty straightforward. Once you actually go and make those pages, you're going to want to make sure you go in and then copy and paste the links in here so that they are on there as well. So that's just something you're going to be having to do, obviously, once you make your social media. You just go and make sure that you paste these into the bottom of your website so that they pop up. I haven't made them yet because I'm going to be showing you step-by-step how to make the social medias on the social media marketing sections later in the course. So then the last thing down here is your checkout. So the checkout, you want to make sure for the checkout, you just leave the banner blank, and then you're going to want to upload your logo as well for the custom image here. So you're going to want to select the logo with the text for this one for the checkout page. Now, to actually see what your checkout page looks like, you're going to want to just go ahead and add one of these things to your cart. So I'm going to just add the Frenchy iPhone case down here. And then we're going to go ahead and click checkout just to see the checkout page and what kind of colors we're going to be editing here for the checkout. As you can see, it's loading. So right at the top, it's going to have Frenchy Life, and then it's going to show the order summary here with all of that information. Now, we're going to want to change the color of a couple of these things so that it looks a little bit better. So we're just going to customize the checkout and scroll down. As you can see, we already added the logo at the top here, and then we're going to want to probably center that logo. That's just up to you. If you want to do that, you can go ahead and do that. that is just personal preference. If you want to center your logo, I like to do that on my stores. The logo size, I would probably keep it just as medium. You don't want it taking up too much space on the checkout page. Now, the other thing, you probably would just want to leave the background image blank, nice and white, nice and plain. You're going to scroll all the way down then to your colors. So the colors for the errors, you could probably just leave that red. The buttons, I would actually recommend that you do change this to whatever you're doing for your other sale buttons. So if I was doing black on my clickable buttons, I want to make sure this is black as well. The accents you can leave as blue. That is, the accents is just what it pops up here with show order summary. And when people, if they were to click on here to keep me up to date on exclusive news and exclusive offers, that'll just be blue. So you can leave this blue, change the buttons to whatever the other buttons are on your add to cart buttons and stuff like that, so that they match and look consistent. And then the errors you just leave as red, okay? It's not exactly super duper important, changing exactly like what kind of color you want your accents. That's all just down to personal preference, like I said. But I would just probably keep errors as red, accents as blue, and buttons to what your add to cart buttons are. So that's really all you have to edit on your checkout, is just make sure that your logo is on there and make sure that your colors match other sections of your website. And then lastly, all we have to do is come up to the top right and click save. So you want to make sure you're constantly doing this when you're editing your website. You don't want to lose information on stuff that you're working on. Obviously, just go ahead and make sure everything is saved as you're working. And so that's really all you have to edit on here. All these different settings, you can play with them yourself and see what they do. Not a lot of them are really not that essential to edit because, Shopify has things laid out for you pretty straightforward with how your website looks, and gives you a nice design and basic that, design that you can utilize. So we already have those colors edited. If you wanted to, you could also change the color of like the featured collection. I would make sure that you want to stick with like a white backdrop and black or bluish text. You don't want to be making things too hard to read for your customers. Like, you don't want to be going with like a green background or something crazy. People are coming from Instagram. Things need to look relatively good. So the last thing we're going to go ahead and edit here on the home page then is deleting these other sections with image with text, because that's just default. So you want to make sure your website does not have any of that kind of default crap on there. So make sure you go ahead and just go in and delete these sections. So all you have to do is just scroll down, delete those. Now, if you wanted to add anything else to your homepage, you can just click over here to add section. There's a whole bunch of different options you can add. I'm not going to be showing you all of them today because, there's just so many things you can choose to add and really customize on your website. This is just the basics of what you really need. Is you need to have, that featured collection, have a nice image at the top, and have your logo and the colors look proper. That is what's going to be a visually appealing store. You could also add like a newsletter thing at the bottom here if you wanted to. As you can see, everything all pops up really easily. So we're just going to go ahead and save to add that there. And then obviously you're going to want to go in and edit the description here for your subheading. You could probably just delete it really if you wanted to, or you could say subscribe to our newsletter. We will send you weekly updates on different products or something like that. You could really do whatever you want to do, but this is another way you could also build your email list. I'm going to be talking more about email collection later in the course on email marketing, but you could have a little subscribe to our newsletter at the bottom if you wanted to as well. It's really easy to set up. And so these are just a couple different things you can add to your website's homepage to make things look nice and good and easy for your customers to want to buy from your store, and make sure your branding looks on point and all that kind of stuff. So that's pretty much all the basics for making your store look visually appealing. Like I said, there's a lot of different settings that you can play around with here on Shopify, but those are pretty much the basics that you need to know to make your store look good, changing out the colors, making sure that your logos are added everywhere, making sure your favicons in there, adding nice little pretty pictures, just making sure everything looks good. Go through and actually test your website. Go through and see what a customer would go through when they're on your website. Make sure things look good. Go to other websites, see what they're doing, try and model things after their kind of look and feel and design. You can look and see what works for other people and just utilize that same type of design for your own store. So in the next section of the course, we're going to be going over how to actually accept payment methods and deal with that kind of aspect of your store, more so in the back end, and when people go to actually check out on your website to make sure that people can get their money to you for the product. So guys, that is all for this section, and I will see you in the next one. What's up, guys, and welcome to the accepting payment methods section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be going over exactly how to get paid for your products that you're selling on your Shopify store. So in a second here, I'm going to hop back into the Shopify dashboard. We can go ahead and get started. Alrighty, guys, we are back on the Shopify dashboard. The first thing you're going to want to do is come over down to the bottom left and click on Settings. So once you click on Settings, you will then see this menu pop up with General, Taxes, Sales Channels, and all these different things that we're going to be running through for payment methods and really understanding how exactly you want to structure a couple of your different payment operated sections of your Shopify store. So the first thing we're going to go into is then taxes. Okay, so taxes, you're going to want to just check this box here and include all taxes are included on inside the pricing. So what you can always go back if you want to do your taxes. All you have to do is then at the end of the year just go through into your payment records, because everything is kept on Shopify. So when you have to go and do your taxes ultimately at the end of the year for your country and what you're doing, you can then access that. You don't need to actually charge taxes on your actual prices. So what I would do is then just include all your taxes in your prices. This is so that when people go to check out on your store, they aren't like, oh man, now I have to pay an extra 30 cents or 40 cents, or sometimes if they're paying for higher price products, it might even be an extra like couple dollars that they have to pay in taxes, which you don't want to confuse people with that. Just include the taxes in your prices. Obviously, you still have to pay them, but you have to just include the prices include the taxes into your prices of your products. So that you just check that box and you click save, so that it won't charge an extra tax rate to people, whether they're in the rest of the world, depending on the tax rate, or United States tax rate. Just check that box there and click save. That's all you have to do for the taxes section. Everything is tracked, so if you want to manage your taxes, everything is tracked within Shopify. You can look at your payment history and all that kind of stuff. So the next thing you're going to want to do then is go ahead and click on payment providers. So payment providers is how you actually get paid on your Shopify store. So if you're in the United States or any of the other countries that Shopify payments is offered on, you have to check just by going and looking and making sure that you're accepted by Shopify payments. Go ahead and use Shopify payments if you can, because it's going to be the best method and cheapest thing that you can utilize for your Shopify store. Don't use anything else. Just use Shopify payments if you can. If you're in a different country where Shopify payments isn't available to you, then obviously you're going to have to select a different provider. So, there's a whole bunch of different providers you can select from. Obviously, what I would recommend is use Shopify payments if you can. But if you can't, then you just have to select one of the other third-party providers. As you can see, there's a ton of them depending on what country you're in, which ones you can utilize. So there's a ton of different payment providers. But if you can, use Shopify payments. It's going to be your cheapest method. So once you already select that and set that all up, it's pretty straightforward. You just go through, add all of your personal information, your social security number, all that kind of stuff. You just add that in there for your accepting credit cards and stuff like that. And then I would also highly recommend that you set up PayPal, because a lot of people will actually pay with PayPal as well on your online store. So all you have to do is select the PayPal Express checkout, and then it will then take you over to another menu where you just put in your PayPal email and all that kind of stuff, and that's when you go to activate it. But all you have to do is select PayPal Express checkout, and there is that PayPal setup as well. So you want to make sure that you set up PayPal, because you want to have as many different ways for people to pay you as possible on your store. Because if someone doesn't have one thing, they should have another. If they don't have a card, they should have PayPal. If they don't have PayPal, they should have a card. So kind of works like that. You can also set up Amazon Pay if you want to. I've personally never actually set up Amazon Pay on my stores. I've just ran with credit card and PayPal payment options. But if you want to, you could also set up Amazon Pay, so that it uses people's shipping information stored in their Amazon account. I'll probably start using this sometime soon, but it is a good thing to use if you want to. I'd also, recommend setting that up if you want to accept people's payments through Amazon Pay as well. But the ones that I have experience with is the credit cards and PayPal. That's all I've ever used on my stores, and it works perfectly fine. So you could use those too, but that's the difference there between adding a provider. Just use Shopify payments if you can. Otherwise, like I said, use a different one, and then you want to have PayPal set up. So that is what you need to know for the payment provider section. The next section that we're going to go over here in accepting payment methods is actually the shipping. So for the shipping on your online store, you're going to want to make sure that you delete actually the USPS and delete the DHL and USPS. You want to delete all these things from your store because your shipping isn't going through your store, it's going through AliExpress. So you want to just go ahead and delete all of that and instead, save it, save all these things and then add a price-based rate. And so for this price-based rate, we're just going to be going by this is for domestic. This is for, domestic United States. As you can see here, this is for this shipping rate. We're just going to click here and call it USPS free shipping. So the reason why I'm doing this is because once AliExpress actually ships your products through ePacket, once it gets into the United States, it is going through USPS with ePacket. So you put free shipping rate minimum order 0, and that will be then saved as USPS free shipping. People will be able to select that in their cart. And I recommend just doing free shipping overall. That is something that, there's less and less people that are going to go to your checkout page and be like, nah, I don't want to buy now because I have to pay this ridiculous shipping rate. Just go by free shipping and include the other pricing aspect into your normal price. So just include the shipping in your pricing strategy and just go with free shipping because that's going to give you a lot better conversion rates. So I definitely recommend that. Now, so that's for the domestic is USPS free shipping. We're going to go in and go ahead and delete the rest of the world shippings as well. The DHL Express and the USPS discounted because, like I said, we're not personally shipping from like our house or whatever. If you were going to be shipping your own products, yeah, you have to set up USPS through whatever type of calculated rate that you're doing if you're selling your own physical products. But because we're drop shipping for this type of store design, all we have to do then is add the price-based rates as free shipping because everything is going through AliExpress. You don't have to worry about charging shipping rates depending on people's locations. If you're doing print on demand, obviously that's a whole different thing, but is exclusively for drop shipping, which is what we're more specifically focusing on in this course. Although, you could do any of them really learning from this course. This is just what I'm choosing to teach because that's what the majority of people want to hear about is drop shipping. So that is what you do is then you do free shipping for here. And so you set the free shipping rate as 0, and then that will be on here. You don't want to put USPS because for the rest of the world, it's not going to be United States. It's just going to be whatever shipping rate that they have available in the country you're shipping it to. So that's why you just put free shipping there, and you keep it as rest of world for the zone name. Because customers won't, like it says, customers won't even see that either. So that's all you have to do for your shipping rates is you just have your USPS free shipping for domestic United States, and then you have, free shipping for the rest of the world. Now, the last thing you need to actually go ahead and set up for your Shopify store is then in Oberlo, since you're dropshipping doing AliExpress, you need to also add a credit card for Oberlo to be able to pay for the products when it goes to automatically go through and fulfill things. You need to have that card ready to go already on Oberlo. So all you have to do is come down here to the bottom left settings section, your supplier section, and then it will pop up here. As you can see, Oberlo Supply. This payment card will only be used to order Oberlo Supply products. So this is the card that you go ahead and add here for your paying for Oberlo products, paying Oberlo pays for the AliExpress products with this card. I hope that makes sense to you guys, but it's pretty straightforward. You just want to make sure you add your card there as well as paying for the monthly fee for Shopify. I'd probably recommend just keeping the same card for both of those things. And then under here, you also want to add ePacket for the default shipping method. You want to have your phone number in there. And then the last thing here is a custom note. You want to say we're drop shipping, no promotions and invoices, please. So that's important so that they don't put any extra packets in your shipping container for their brands or whatever, for their own supplier, because you're trying to make it look like you're selling these products directly to them, not just ordering it through another company, sending it from your supplier to them. So I hope that makes sense. That's all you have to copy there is for the custom note. You want to use the exact same thing. We're drop shipping, no promotions and invoices, please. If you're doing your Shopify drop shipping store with AliExpress, that's what you need to set up, obviously. So you go ahead and then just save those settings up there. And that's pretty much all you have to do for Oberlo. Like I said, back into the Shopify settings, we already set up shipping. We set up the checkout and the taxes and the payment providers. Obviously, if you're going to be paying for your Shopify monthly fee, just come over to the billing section and then you can set up your credit card in there. But that's pretty much all you need to know to set up your Shopify store. In the next section, we're going to be going into Instagram marketing for module 2, where we talk about how to get your products in front of people and get yourself some sales. So guys, I will see you in the next section. What's up guys, and welcome to the creating your page section of the Shopify Mastery course. We're now moving into module 2, where we're going to be talking about Instagram marketing. So without further ado guys, I'm going to hop into my phone and I can show you exactly how to create your Instagram page. Alrighty guys, so we are now on the Instagram app. The first thing you're going to want to do is come down to the bottom and click sign up. So on here, we're going to then click sign up with phone or email. We're going to go ahead and select email because we are signing up with the same email that we just created at the beginning of the course for our Shopify store, because we want to keep everything relating to the store on the same exact email address just so it's consistent, and if people reach out to us, they're going to be getting to the exact same email as well. So I'm going to go ahead and type in Best Frenchie Life, because that is the email that I am using for this account here. So bestfrenchielife@gmail.com. That is then typed in. So we're going to go ahead and hit next. Now for the full name, you want to go ahead and use your business name actually for this. So I'm going to go ahead and use Frenchie Life. Like I said before in other sections of the course, I'll let you know if you want to use your personal name or your business name. In many cases, you're just going to be using your business name because that is the whole purpose of, creating your store and all that. It's a business, it's not really a personal account. So anyway, we have Frenchie Life there for the full name, and then for the password, I'm going to go ahead and type in a password. So once you have your password entered, all you're going to have to do then is click the next button, and it'll say, welcome to Instagram, Best Frenchie Life. So I'm going to change the username actually from Best Frenchie Life to something else. I'm going to try and see if Frenchie Life is available. Okay, so Frenchie Life is not available. I'm going to go ahead and try and find a good username. I'll come back in a second. Okay, so I am actually going to stick with Best Frenchie Life. You can go ahead and change your username at any time if you choose to in the future, but you want to keep in mind when you're creating your username is to make sure that it is something that relates directly to your brand. And a lot of cases, you can't actually use the same name as your brand because Frenchie Life was already taken and a lot of variants relating to Frenchie Life was taken, but I am going to stick with Best Frenchie Life because when people actually search for your username and search for your brand on social media, you want to make sure that people can actually find it efficiently, and depending on your niche, you might want to put the title of your niche in your name on there so that people can find you more efficiently, and so that maybe you get a little bit of ranking in the Instagram SEO. So you want to keep Instagram SEO, which is like search engine optimization on Instagram, in mind when you're making your username. You don't want to make it something completely obscure that people aren't going to be able to easily find through searching for your brand. So we're going to go ahead and hit next. So now we're going to go ahead and skip this section, skip that, and the profile picture, I'm going to go ahead and upload the image there. Alright, so I uploaded the image there. So as you can see, we have our brand picture for Frenchie Life. And so that is, I'm going to uncheck that as to share as a post. And so that is the profile picture. We're going to go ahead and click next. I'm going to save the login info that is saved on this account. I'm going to go ahead and skip this section and hit cancel there. So as you can see, we now have our brand new Instagram page here. And as you can see, we have Frenchie Life as the title there for the Instagram account. So I'm going to go ahead and edit the profile here. This is where we're going to be setting up our bio. Now on iPhones, you can't actually hit enter on the bio. So you actually have to go to the notes section to go ahead and type up your bio. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now and show you what it looks like when it's done. Alright guys, so I went ahead and typed up the description for the Instagram page for the bio. As you can see at the top, it says Best French Bulldog Accessories. I also went ahead and changed the title of the page from Frenchie Life to French Bulldog so that we show up more in the Instagram SEO, the Instagram search, so that when people search for French Bulldog, they could potentially find this page. So then underneath Best French Bulldog Accessories, we have We Ship Worldwide and Shop Now, and then the link to the website. So the important thing here is that you want to have We Ship Worldwide and the Shop Now button. Now, because you often offer worldwide shipping, more people, especially on Instagram, are going to be more inclined to actually purchase from you, because a lot of places don't actually ship worldwide. And there's actually a lot of international people on Instagram. So it's definitely good to offer that and make it known that you offer that as well. I see that a lot of people ask that a lot of times on Instagram pages. So it's good just to put that in the bio if you want to. Shop now. Any kind of form of call to action for people to go to the website is good. You don't have to put shop now with the little finger arrows. It could be something else. It could be like check out the exclusive store. There's a lot of different ways that you could go about doing it for your Instagram bio. This is just an example here for something that I'm going to be testing out with this page. There's a lot of different ways that you could utilize the Instagram bio. You could also send us your pics, like DM us your pics. So if you're doing a fishing page, people could send you pictures of their fishing catches. So there's a lot of different ways that you could utilize your bio, but I definitely recommend you use the emoji strategy, where you have on the far left, you have an emoji, and then you have text after it, because it looks very clean, very simple. This affects your branding. How people see your page and what they first come to is they read your bio. They want to know what you're about. So it should describe what your page is going to be about. And especially since you're selling products, say that, say that you have the best accessories, say that you have the best shirts, the best yada yada, whatever you're selling, and then put like some sort of shop now call to action so that people actually know, okay, yeah, I can go to the website. So if we test it out, click on that link, it takes us right to the website. It's homepage. So Frenchie Life Shop, inspired by the little gremlins, is what I put there. And you can see we have all the products. And then we have like join the fun, shop all. And it's a nice clean store, good branding, and everything makes sense. So that's the kind of store image that you want to represent when you go to your Instagram page and then people link to your shop. You want the branding to be consistent across all your different platforms. So that is how you actually go ahead and make your Instagram page. In the next part of the course, we're going to be talking about how to actually manage your content, what type of things you want to be posting on your page. So I'll see you guys in the next one. What's up, guys, and welcome to the content management section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be going through exactly what kind of content to be posting on your Instagram account, how to manage it, how to exactly get those posts up and running. So without further ado, guys, I'm going to hop into Instagram and I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. Alright, guys, so we are now on the Instagram page. I actually did change the name of the page to Frenchie Life Shop, and I also changed the title to Frenchie Life and then French Bulldog Lovers. Just a couple of little minor tweaks that I made to the page in the meantime. So I have also added 9 posts. So for your content management, when you first get started, you want to make sure that you have 9 posts on your page before you start doing any kind of influencer shoutouts or any kind of promotions, because when people go to your page and they may only see 1 or 2 posts, they might not think you're a legitimate brand. So the first thing to do is to make sure you have 9 posts made on your page. And I know it takes a lot of work to get those 9 posts up, but once you do it, then you only really have to make 1 to 3 posts per day. So in terms of how you're doing your posts, I'm going to be talking about more about hashtags in the next video, but for how you actually manage the content, what I recommend that you do is you do a mix of videos and picture content. So the first one that we have here is a video picture here. And as you can see, I have a little caption at the top and stuff like that. And then I also have a picture here. And then I have another picture. And then after that, I have a video. So there's a lot of different types of content that you could post. But what I would recommend for your actual content is to do a good mix of photos and videos. And then within that, do also a mix of some stuff that represents products. So as you can see on the left here, this next one, after the pool video is a shark hooded jacket. So as you can see, I see check the link in our bio. So you also want to put emojis in there for your caption. Like I said, I'll go more into hashtag research in the next video, but you want to make sure for your little caption there, if you're doing a product picture, you say like, check out the link in our bio, and stuff like that. And you say the name of it like shark hooded jacket. So you want to just do that. Obviously, I'm just starting the page now, so there's not really much traction on it yet. I also have not done any paid promotions at all, any kind of shout outs and stuff like that. So, we're just getting started, but you want to do a mix of videos and photos, and then also some product stuff. So the next product post that I made was the shark bed that we have on the store as well. So this is a little video I found. In case there isn't any videos of stuff already made, if you're wondering how I actually got this content, I just found this on other pages, and it's important to also give credit to the page that you found it on. So for this pool one, it was from Ray the Mini Frenchie. So as you can see, I found it on this page. This is just a French Bulldog influencer page. As you can see, they have like 22,000 followers, and they have a bunch of different videos of this dog here. So you can take content from them, and then, you know, if they have a problem with that, you know, just do it right. You know, you don't even have to ask them really to just post on the page, because people like more exposure. They want more exposure for their pages. So they enjoy people reposting their content, but you need to make sure that you're actually giving credit. So as you can see here, you know, you put the credit to the actual original content poster. And the way that you find this content, you just look through different hashtags and you can find content. I'm going to go over more later in this video how to actually download the content and get it onto your phone to be able to repost. But the way that you're finding this content and managing it, you just, like I said, you go to hashtags, you find other pages, you just make sure you give credit to the original poster, and then you post it on your page. People love extra exposure for their pages. So that is how you actually get the content and what type of content to post. Now, to actually get it to your phone, what you're going to do is utilize this website called W3 Toys. I'm going to put the URL on screen as well so you can know what website to go to. It's pretty straightforward. All you have to do is go on the Instagram website and then copy the URL, paste the URL onto the website, and you hit download video. It's very straightforward. I'm just going to put the link on screen here so you can see, but it's very easy, straightforward. Like I said, you just copy the URL. You have to go to Instagram.com on your computer. You do that, and then you paste the URLs into that website, and bada boom, very easy to get the video files. And then what you do is you want to get an account on Buffer. So I'm going to pop open the Buffer app in a second and show you how to do it. All right, so I have Buffer open now. This app essentially allows you to schedule posts for your Instagram page. It's free for one account. If you want to do more than one account, you're going to have to pay them. But, you know, I just have one account set up on here, is the Frenchie Life page. So what you can do is then schedule your posts. As you can see, you know, I just sent these all to the page because I wanted to have 9 posts up. But what I could do is then queue up posts so that when they're ready, they'll actually go and upload to Instagram pretty passively. Like, you just set all your posts up on here. It's very easy. This also has, they have a computer version of this for your desktop or laptop or whatnot. You know, so when you're on your computer, you can also upload stuff very easily. That makes it easier so you don't have to transfer the video files to your phone through like Dropbox or something like that. So you can just upload the photos and videos that you're using from other people, other content creators, and you just upload them directly to Buffer once you download them, which you could even screenshot photos from Instagram pages that you're trying to find content from. But for the videos, obviously use that other website that I mentioned before, and you just download them and you can upload everything straight to Buffer. It also allows you to create the post and schedule it out. So that's what I would recommend to do for your content management. And in the next video, we're going to be going over more how to do your hashtag research and what kind of hashtags you want to be using on your posts. So I'll see you guys in the next video. What's up, guys, and welcome to the using hashtags section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today we're going to be talking about how to use hashtags on your Instagram account. So in a second here, I'm going to hop into Instagram and I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. Alrighty, guys, we are back on Instagram. So how to use hashtags, the way that you want to use hashtags, the strategy that you want to go about using on your Instagram page is you want to first off have the 3 dots or 4 dots below your caption. So first you have your caption. So for this video here, it's just pick me up with the little heart. And then we have the @ which is the credit for the page. So, you know, giving credit to the original creator of the content. And then we have a few dots, and then we have the actual hashtag. So there is a limit to 30 hashtags that you can put on an Instagram post. So you want to use anywhere from around 15 to 30 if you can. You know, use as many as you can because that's going to give you more exposure on your posts. And you want to use this for both your shout out posts as well as your actual content that you just post on your page. So if we go to another one here, as you can see, I am using the same hashtags because I did the research on these hashtags, and I'm just going to be using them on every post now because these are good hashtags to use for this niche. So as you can see, the first one, we just have Frenchie, then Frenchie of the day. I'm not going to read through all of them because there's like 30, but you can see the different types of hashtags that I've used. So some of them are bigger pages. So as you can see, like hashtag dog is 165 million. Okay, that's a massive one. And then you have some smaller niche down ones, maybe like French Bulldogs of Instagram. That's down to like 1 million to 2 million. Then you also have Frenchie's Gram. It's kind of hard to tap on some of these. You have Frenchie's Overload. So Frenchie's Overload's only up to 424,000 posts. So as you can see, some of them are more niche down. Some of them are smaller hashtags. And then some of them are bigger ones. Like Bat Pig is under 1 million. Then we also have Squishy Face Crew, Bulldog. So this one's a really small one. This was only at 24,000 posts. So you want to do a good mix of bigger hashtags and smaller hashtags so that you get an equal amount of exposure, okay? So, you know, because if you can rank at the top of those hashtags, and especially because Instagram added the ability to follow hashtags now, as you can see at the top, you can actually follow a hashtag. You know, people are going to be seeing these posts pretty consistently, especially with the ability to follow hashtags now. So that's why it's really good to make sure you do a lot of research on which hashtags you're actually choosing for your Instagram posts. So that's pretty much what you're going to do for your hashtag strategy. In terms of anything else to know about hashtags, I mean, you just want to make sure that you make enough of them and that they are niched down specific to your posts, okay? You don't want to just do a ton of generic ones. Like dog is pretty generic considering the type of posts I'm making, but I still put it in there because it is like still applies to the niche. But I would go very specific on your hashtags. As you can see, most of these hashtags here relate to bulldogs or Frenchies or French Bulldogs. You want to go very niche down when you're picking your hashtags. So in the next section of the course, I'm going to be going over how to actually contact influencers, what kind of things you want to be sending them in order to get started on doing your shoutouts. Because now you already have your content laid out, you got your hashtags, so we're about ready to start doing some shoutouts. So how exactly do you do that? That's what we're going to be going over in the next video, as well as the next couple sections. So I'll see you in the next one. What's up, guys, and welcome to the contacting influencers section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today we're going to be going over how exactly to contact influencers for those shoutouts. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. So the first thing you got to do, obviously, is find an influencer, okay? In the next section, we're going to be going over the more specifics on how to actually choose one, but let's just say you already found one, okay? You already found the influencer. How exactly are you going to actually go about contacting that influencer, okay? So we have an example here, Malu Trevejo. Obviously, does not matter the influencer. This works for anybody that you're trying to get in contact with to promote your product. So if you were to be promoting a product from Malu Trevejo, for example, it'd probably be like a teeth whitening or a beauty product or something like that. I have actually seen on her page a teeth whitening brand promote their teeth whitening products on her page, and they get a ton of sales and conversions from that because she has a massive following. I mean, she's 4.8 million followers, probably 5 million now. I mean, she's growing at such a crazy fast rate with a lot of followers. Now, her kind of shout out is going to be more expensive, obviously, but let's just say you found an influencer, okay? You got the influencer, okay? Now, how exactly do you contact them, okay? You see the message thing there. You see, like, the email. What exactly do you do? So to contact through DM, what I would recommend you do is first, obviously, you have to then click the little message box. That's how you do it. That's how you actually DM someone on Instagram if you're unfamiliar with that. And then the next thing you want to do, instead of just sending some random message to them like hi or hey, because they get 1 million of those, trust me, a page with that many followers gets 1 million hey or highs, okay? You don't want to just do that. You want to send them something that catches their attention, okay? So you want to send them a DM with something relating with business with big fire emojis next to it, okay? That's going to get their attention because they get so many DMs. All these pages that have big followings that you're going to probably run a promotion on, they have a lot of followers sending them messages constantly, and it's hard for them to sift through them. A lot of heys, highs, hey this, hey that, sending them something that catches their attention like business, all in caps, with 2 fire emojis next to it, that's going to get their attention, hopefully. It might not, but it should get their attention. So that's what you're going to want to do with contact through DM. And then after that, you see something along the lines like, hey, I'd like to run a promotion, and all the pricing and stuff like that. You ask them how much they charge. We're going to be going over pricing more in depth in a later section, but this is just how you contact them, okay? You want to put business for the headline, okay? That's the most important thing. What you actually put in that, you send the message, hey, I want to do a shout out, yada, yada. They explain everything there. That's how you get in contact with them, okay? Now, another way to contact them, not just through DM, this is the way that you would do it through DM, is you could also try email. I would recommend starting with DM because that's like the best way to do it. But if you can't get a hold of them through DM, maybe they also have their email in their bio. I see a lot of pages do that now. They put their email in their bio, or if they're a business page like she is, they have their email on that little contact button. So you just click that and then that will pop up with the email. So what I would recommend doing is probably doing both. If it's a big page, email and send a DM, but try DM first. If you can't get hold of them through DM, then try email. If you can't get a hold of them through email, too bad for them. They're going to lose the business and you're going to have to move on to the next influencer, which kind of sucks, but that's kind of the reality you have to face with contacting influencers is some of them just won't respond to you and it sucks. But, most of them are looking for that business from you. So they do want to actually run promotions on their page. So you're most of the time going to be able to get a good response. So you can either do it through DM or through email. But that is pretty much the process for contacting influencers. In the next section, we're going to go over how to actually find influencer pages. But this is how you contact them. So guys, I'll see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the Picking Influencer Pages section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be going through exactly how to find the influencer pages to run your promotions on, run those shoutouts, and ultimately get you those sales. So today, I'm going to be going step by step exactly how to find the right pages for your niche. So guys, in a second, I'm going to hop into Instagram. I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. Alrighty guys, so we are now on Instagram. So the first thing you're going to want to do is come over to the left on the search tab. So to find the actual influencers that you're going to want to use, the best practices to find good influencers, how to do it, is you come up to the search bar and you're going to be searching for the niche. Okay, so obviously since I'm doing French Bulldog niche, I'm going to be looking for French Bulldog pages. So first one we're going to just click on is Frenchie Belt. Now I do recommend that you go through and just look at the people for your niche instead of going through hashtags, because when I find going through hashtags, you end up just finding like a bunch of personal pages and like not influencer pages really with any type of following. So it's harder to find them through that. So I recommend you do is just go through the people tab and find pages that way. So, obviously let's just go on Frenchie Bell, for example. Now, like I said before many times in this course, all these principles apply depending on whatever niche you're doing. The same things work any niche. I'm just using it within context of French Bulldogs since that is the page that I'm making. So obviously Frenchie Bell here, as we can see, the first thing you're going to want to look for on an influencer page is if they have good engagement based on the amount of followers they have. So this page is about 91,000 followers. If we go on one of their more recent posts, 3,200 likes. And if we look at the comments, lots and lots of legitimate good comments on here. So that's the most important thing, is looking at the comment section. If there are people actually tagging and commenting like legitimate people, this is a legitimate person here. We go through, look at their friend, they're tagging one of their friends. These are legitimate comments and real followers. That is the biggest thing to look out for, because there's a lot of influencer pages with fake followers, fake fans, and not real engagement on their posts. They might just have a bunch of businessy pages commenting great post. If there's just a bunch of people commenting great post and like generic things on the page, probably not a good influencer page to target. So that's what you're going to want to look out for engagement when you're picking your influencer pages. And, with 3,000 likes, that's pretty good for a page with 91,000 followers. Now, if they had 1 million followers, not so great of engagement rate. It's all about ratios here. So now, in terms of the two different types of influencer pages there are, this one, as you can see, is more so just like a reposting page, all about the French Bulldog pet in general. It's not really on a specific Bulldog. So let's go ahead and look at more of a specific Bulldog page that's focused around one Bulldog. So let's go ahead and look at Manny the Frenchie here. So Manny the Frenchie is a Bulldog page that is an influencer. Okay, so as you can see, Manny the Frenchie, 1.1 million followers. This is an influencer page. So the difference here is that this is an actual influencer itself. Obviously, the person who runs the page and owns the dog is the person who operates it, but people follow this page for this specific dog, and they actually do a lot of promotions on this page as well. As you can see right here, they have a picture with the product. So that's another strategy you could utilize when picking influencer pages, is maybe send them a product for your promotion. Because if you send it with them and then the influencer has a picture with the product, that could also convert really good because people trust that influencer. This works for people pages as well. Obviously, you could send them like a t-shirt with that, with whatever your niche is on, and then they might wear it. You know, they could wear it for the influencer promotion, and that could get you a lot of sales because people trust that page. That's a very important thing. Now, last thing you want to look for as well is don't try and compete with a page that's already selling products. So as you can see, on the Manny the Frenchie page, they're not really trying to sell products, so that's all good there. And if we even go back to the last page we were just looking at before, we go to the Frenchie Belt page. As you can see, they are a business, so they are selling stuff, but they aren't selling specifically products. So you don't want to compete with another page that's already also selling products within your niche. As you can see, they're just selling dogs, so that's not a problem. You could run a promotion on that page. That's just something to look out for when you're picking your influencer pages. So the biggest thing to take away from this is try and find pages with good engagement. That is the most important thing. Look at the comments section, see if there's legitimate people there, and that's what you want to look out for. So guys, I'll see you in the next section. What's up guys, and welcome to the influencer shoutout pricing section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today we're going to be going through the exact pricing model you want to follow when you're going to find your influencer shout. So without further ado guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. So first thing to understand is how much to pay for a niche page. Okay, so we're going to be breaking down the two different types of influencer pages. I talked about that in the last section. So today we're going to be going over the exact pricing models and strategies you want to be utilizing. So when you're going for a niche page, this is what I recommend that you start with. You want to start with a niche page because it's a little bit easier to get traction in the beginning with, and it's not as complex, but I will be going over the more complex aspects of a personal brand page as well in the next slide. But for a niche page, in terms of how much you want to be paying for those, so let's say for example you're going with a fishing page, okay, you know, Bucks Bass Fishing or something like that, right? This is just a general niche page. They post videos and content about that specific product or whatever that you're selling. Like they post pictures focused around your niche, okay? So like bass fishing, you know, they post bass videos, okay? So it has a massive following around the niche that you're focused on. So, you know, for the dog page, you know, find a page that posts a bunch of dog videos, something like that. You know, it's a following that likes that kind of content around the niche, okay? So for an under 50,000 follower page, don't pay over anything over $10 really, because that's a very, very small following, which we're going to be getting into more about what to actually post for your shoutouts. This is more so just for the pricing. But anyway, for the pricing, under 50,000 be around $10. From 50,000 to 150,000 followers, so just over that is this page. So $10 to $25 is from 50 to 150,000 followers. For 150,000 to 300,000 followers, which is what the follower range fits for this niche page, is anywhere from $25 to $40. And then under that is 300,000 to 500,000 followers, be about $40 to $60, maybe pushing it closer to $70 at the max end of that. And then once you get over 500,000, which I don't recommend that you start with, don't start with an over 500,000 page or a million follower page when you're first getting started, because you haven't really proved that your advertisement or whatever you're posting is effective and works. So test it out first on the smaller pages and pay for the smaller shoutouts to make sure that what you're promoting works, which we'll get into more in the next couple sections on what to actually make, how to make your shoutouts and all that. But in terms of the pricing, you know, start small and then build yourself up. So maybe start with a 50,000 follower to 150,000 follower page, or 150,000 follower to 300,000 follower page. Start with, you know, paying anywhere from 10 to 30 bucks, something like that for your first shout out. Make sure that what you're testing works. You know, start small, build your way up. Once you know that what you're promoting works, then you can work your way up to over 500,000 follower pages. But don't start with that, because you don't want to blow all of your advertising budget right in the beginning and not be making any money. You know, you want to make sure you get a return on your investment when you're doing this. So just don't start out too much with big pages in the beginning. Start smaller and work your way up. So that is for the niche pages. I recommend you start with a niche page, but as you become more experienced, more expertise in this with Shopify, then I would probably move into the personal brand pages for your Instagram promotions, because they can offer a better return on investment for your money. So for example, with this personal brand page, it's a fitness page, max tuning. So for your actual payments for these type of pages. Now, the difference here with these type of pages is they're focused around a specific person, or within the dog niche, like I showed in the last video, it's focused around more of a specific dog. Okay, so people care about that person, that dog specifically. They like that. They want to see that person. You know, they trust them already. So it's a little bit different than just a traditional niche page, because the niche page just posts a variety of content. That's pretty much what you're going to be posting on your own page as well with your content management. But in terms of a personal brand page, you know, it's focused around that specific person. They have a very niche following. So you can do a little bit different strategies with your Instagram influencer pricing and promotion. So they're generally going to charge more because they have a more valuable audience, because people really care and trust about that specific person. So for this type of page, you know, might be, and once again, I do want to stress that all of these prices may vary completely. These are just good estimates to go off of. You know, it can vary drastically depending on the page that you're communicating with. So just keep that in mind, that these aren't set in stone prices. Everything can vary depending on the person that you're talking to for the page. But generally, these are good estimates to run by when you're going to find your pages. So for the next pricing, range is $50,000 to $150,000, around $50 to $100, and then $100 to $200, $200 to $500, and then, you know, once again, when you get over that 500,000 follower range, test it on smaller pages first. Don't just blow up to the massive pages, because you might not have success with those. So start small. Once it's proven to be effective, then work your way up. Now, another thing that's cool about personal brand pages that I've seen this specific person do a little bit of is you can also pay someone in affiliate sales and give them a special discount code, so that basically, you know, you give them that special discount code. When people use their discount code, then you can track that and give them like a % of the total sales that were used with that specific discount code. So, you know, if they have like a code that's like max 10 or something like that, you could track that, see how many sales are coming from this specific influencer, and then pay them a % of the money that is made in affiliate sales. So you're basically setting up an affiliate marketing system for personal brand pages. That's a little bit more advanced, but that is something that you could set up in the future for your brand. Once you have a bit more of a larger following, you have your products all worked out, you can send them products to model with as well, to make posts about, and it's directly beneficial to them because they're getting a % of the revenue from your products. But like I said, I wouldn't really recommend doing that until you have a bit bigger of a base, but it is a more advanced strategy that you could use. But in terms of starting out, you know, the niche pages are great, and just paying for a personal brand page as well, just have them put up a post on their page can also work as well. So for the actual promotions, what you're going to be doing, obviously we're going to be getting into more of the specifics on how to make the shout out, the caption, all that kind of stuff in the next couple of sections in this section of the course. But the promotions itself, you know, this is just an example here with Malu Trevejo. So as you can see, she's promoting a brighter white ad. So that's for a teeth whitening product. And when you're doing these promotions, you want to get a story post, a post like a picture post like this is, and then also a link in bio, because people are going to be seeing it different depending on the Instagram algorithm. So you want to get the best bang for your buck, having it in the story, having it in the post, and the link in bio. So you can do this. This all is included within those price ranges. You want to have all those aspects because some people might only see the story post. Some people might only see the picture post. You want to get the best amount of bang for your buck when you're paying for these promotions. And once again, these are estimates and will vary, so you're going to have to negotiate with these different influencers depending on what they're going to offer you. And you want to generally only pay for the post to last for like 24 hours, because really in the first 24 hours is when the post gets the most promotions on Instagram through the algorithm. So it's not really worth paying extra for posts to last longer than 24 hours. So that's what I would do for these promotions, but that's pretty much all you need to know for the pricing section. We'll get into more on how to make the posts in the next section of the course. So I'll see you guys in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the shout out post section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today we're going to be talking about exactly how to do your shout out post, what kind of options you have for this, and how to make them. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. So the first thing you need to know is your options for shout out posts. So with these shout out posts on your Instagram page, there's a couple of different ways that you can go about doing them. So obviously they're on Instagram for these. That's the whole section, Instagram marketing. So the product shout out for direct sales, showing the benefits of a specific product. That is one route that you can take, probably the most popular route and the most profitable route, at least up front and direct. You do a product shout out. So you create a product advertisement and you have it shout out on another page, and you get to gain their traction from their followers and stuff like that. They go to your page and they hopefully buy your product. So we're going to be going through a few examples later in this section of the course, in this video here, but that's just one of the examples here is the product shout out. Now, another type of shout out you can run as well is the social shout out, and this is more directed to get followers to later sell to. So this may be like a video or something that gets people's attention, and then they might want to follow your page like, oh, I love cats as well. I love these cat videos. Let me follow your page for more cat videos. And then they're like, oh, I also have a cat. Let me buy this cat bed or buy this cat product. You know, that's the whole sales funnel you're leading them down. That's what's so great about Instagram is people are constantly being hit with your content for free. You know, once you have a follower, they're getting your content sent to them directly. So hope you get that there. It's really great marketing. So product shout out and social shout out, which I will have examples later in this video. So the other thing as well is there's both photo and video are both great options. So there's different aspects of having a photo versus a video shout out. Both have positives and negatives to each their own. They all have certain things. Certain products work better for photos, and certain products work better for videos. So if it was just like a phone case, a photo is great because there's not really much to explain there. But if it's like a flashlight, people are probably going to want to see how it works in a video. There's a lot of different products that may suit one option better than the other. It's just up to your discretion and seeing what other people have possibly done for that product as well in the past and see like, okay, this works. I probably should show how the product works, make a video, or just do a photo if it's pretty self-explanatory. So the photo is more quick, it's more direct, it's very easy for people to quickly glance at, whereas a video is more engagement, a little bit more shareable. That's why I recommend if you're doing a social one, probably choose to do a video, not really just a photo, because you want more engagement with that. And so a video is good for that. But at the same time, if you just want to sell a product, photos are sometimes a little bit better than videos. So it all just depends on what you're trying to do. But how to create a photo shout out post. Okay, so the programs you're going to be best able to use for creating a photo shout out post. I'm not going to be showing you exactly how to design one. You know, that's up to you to create the design and figure out how you want to do it. I am showing examples, but these are the different softwares that I've personally used or that I would recommend you to use to create your photo shout outs. So to create your photo post for your shout out, I would recommend canva.com. That one is super duper easy to make different graphic design on there. These are all just essentially graphic design softwares that you can use to create your photo post, your shout out post. So canva.com is really easy to use. It's a free online website you can use to create your designs. Another one that I personally use that I like a lot, I make the thumbnails for the channel with this as well, is Adobe Photoshop. So Adobe Photoshop is a little bit harder to use, harder to get, but it is really, really customizable. You can make exactly what you want with Adobe Photoshop. Canva's great if you're more of a noob, but more of a beginner at this. You know, you don't know a ton of graphic design stuff. Canva is great for that because they have little like cutout stuff. They have everything is just a lot simpler in there compared to Photoshop. But if you know how to use Photoshop, obviously by all means use Photoshop. If you don't have Photoshop, GIMP is basically just like Photoshop and it's free online, so you could use that as well. Or pixlr.com is a little bit more of a stripped down online version of Photoshop. You could also use that. I've used that in the past before I had Photoshop and learned how to kind of use some of the tools. And there are also photo editing apps. If you maybe don't have a really good computer, you could just edit stuff on your phone. That also works as well. There are some decent photo editing apps. I'm not sure of any specific ones, but you know, you could just probably search and find the best photo editing apps. I know that Pixlr actually does have a phone app that's pretty good, so you could try using that as well. But those are the different apps I would recommend, or different softwares that you could use to create your photos for your shout out posts. Now, to create your video shout out posts, there's a couple of different ways. You could either just rip a video from another page, which I showed you earlier in the course on Instagram, and like how to download videos from other pages. You can do that, but if you want to actually go in, edit, and create your own video as well, maybe add some stuff to it. I personally use Sony Vegas for everything on editing these videos and for the channel and stuff like that. Sony Vegas, I've been using it for like years upon years. I love it. But obviously, if you don't have that, maybe you could use iMovie. I know that's free on Apple computers. Adobe Premiere as well is a little bit harder to use, but it is really, really good if you learn it. And then Windows Movie Maker, very simple, free on Windows computers. And there's other video editing apps as well. Just like the photo ones, there's a lot of different video editing apps on your phone that you can use if you don't have a great computer to edit things on. And you can at least edit and trim some clips and make some simple stuff, which is all you really need. You know, you don't need anything crazy to edit with. You just need something simple that works. So that's another option you have there. So going through the actual examples of different shout out posts that you could potentially be using, different kind of strategies, kind of just tearing these apart. There's obviously infinite examples for infinite niches. These are just a couple I have selected for the course. So the first one is a yoga/dog one. This is more the social approach, and it's a funny video for the yoga or bulldog niche that gets people engaging. So it's effectively, if I were to play this video, it's a dude trying to do yoga poses and his bulldog keeps humping him, and it's pretty funny. People engage a lot with that kind of content. So that's a good way on the video. You could then also put like a watermark that says like @BulldogLovers, or even in the video you could say at the bottom like follow for more, so that people actually visually see that, because a lot of people steal videos. So I would recommend adding in a watermark, which you can do that even with an app on your phone. It's very easy to do that. You can add a watermark on there. You could also add like follow for more. You know, you want to make sure people are seeing that this is a shout out for your page, not just another random post from this yoga page or bulldog page that you paid to get this on there. So make sure that you're getting your value from it, and like, hey, follow this page. And we're going to talk more about the actual shout out caption in the next video on what to put in the description of your post. But make sure on the actual post, especially for videos, not really as important for photos because people are going to read the description, but a lot of times people will just see the video and that's it. Especially if it goes into the explore page as well, people are just scrolling through videos, whereas pictures, people usually read the descriptions a little bit more and the captions. So make sure you have some sort of watermark or thing that says follow us at this for more of these kind of videos, so that people know, hey, let me follow them for more of this kind of stuff. And the good thing with these kind of shout outs is they can get you a high follower growth. So this is a way that you can grow your account to later sell to people. You're not selling them up front, but you're getting more followers to then in the future sell them some stuff. Or they might even check out your store just from following you and seeing this post. Not exactly the highest chance they're going to do that, but at least they're now in your content loop and you can keep sending them stuff. And then eventually, hey, look at this product. You know, you just put that up every few posts or whatever, like a little product pic, and bada boom, bada bing, there you go, you get some sales. So the other example is one that I actually have created for the Frenchie page as well. The Frenchie Life is a phone case design. So this is just a photo ad. As you can see, this is specifically targeted for a product, and it's an eye-catching product targeting people in the French Bulldog niche. So I edited this on Photoshop if you are curious about that. I just threw together these pictures here. So I grabbed like a bulldog image and I used the rule of thirds, which if you're not familiar with is kind of like the triangle there. You can see like the nose of the dog to the phone case to the other color of the phone case. You want to try and use rule of thirds. If you're not familiar with that, just Google it. Rule of thirds is good for graphic design type of stuff. You know, I'm not really going over a ton of graphic design elements in this course, but that is just something you want to try and get better at as you're making these kind of different photo ads, especially because that's really what people is appealing to their eyes. So it's just learning how to manipulate this stuff. I mean, you could make the same exact ad even on Canva. It's not that hard. You just drag some pictures together and throw it together. So, you know, you could do this for any niche, any kind of phone case. You just, you know, throw together some images. But it's great because, like, you know, the French Bulldog there, it shows like, hey, this is for French Bulldogs. And then another thing that's important, at least describing this specific post, the reason why I put available for all iPhones is because I actually saw this phone case being advertised on another page, and people were commenting, oh, I love this for my iPhone 6. But they think that it's only for the iPhone X because the person who did this just posted the default product pic, didn't edit it all like I did. And a lot of people were like, oh, it's only for iPhone X because of you can see the camera icon. People think it's only for iPhone X. but it's actually for all iPhones if people would go to the website. So put any kind of information about the product that people might have a common question about, put that in text on there so people know. Like, otherwise people wouldn't know. People would only think it's available for iPhone X. So you want to say, no, it's available for all iPhones, and put that on the picture, because that's very important. If there's any kind of important details. In the bottom right, I just put a little extra image there showing that it does come in another color as well. That's another good option. You could show like, hey, it comes in a couple colors. You don't have to type that out. You're just showing it with the image there. So, a picture says 1,000 words, like they say. So that's another option you have there. The photo explains the product. You have the bulldog sitting there looking at it. Everything makes sense, okay? And this can get you sales and followers. So people might be like, oh, but I love French bulldogs. Let me follow Frenchie Life, yada, yada. This can also get you direct sales, because people are like, oh, I love that phone case. Let me get that for my phone because I love French bulldogs. The cool thing with this is they might not even have a dog, but they like French bulldogs, so they can still buy the phone case. So that's something to keep in mind. Some of the stuff with psychology and thinking about your customer. What is your target customer? What are they looking for? What type of post are they going to engage with the most? So anyway, guys, in the next section, I'm going to be going over what to put for the caption, exactly step by step. So I will see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the caption section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, guys, we're going to be going through exactly what to put in your Instagram shout out post caption. So without further ado, guys, we're going to hop onto Buffer and show you guys exactly how to do it. Alrighty, guys, we're now on Buffer. This is the laptop version of the site. So like I said before, you can use this on your phone as well. This is a phone app where you can schedule out your posts. So this is just an easy way for me to show you exactly how to do your captions for your shout out posts. So as I showed you in the last section of the course, we had this little picture here with the available for all iPhones, the French Bulldog iPhone case. So this is the example I'm using for today. And so for the caption, what you're going to want to do for your shoutouts, this is one strategy you could utilize, what I would really recommend when you're selling your products. And really, you could use this exact same caption as well for your video, more social type interactions. Obviously, instead, you would just say, instead of French Bulldog iPhone case, you might just are available at the link in bio. You might just say follow for more videos at this Instagram page. So you get the point. You use the exact same strategy and exact same layout for both the product shoutouts as well as the more social video type interaction shoutouts as well. So we're going to go through and explain exactly what all these points here are for. So the first line here, you put the product name, you put like French Bulldog iPhone case, available at link in bio of, and then we have 3 with the stars. So you want to use this like exact same format. Obviously, you can use and change this a little bit depending on what you desire, what you want to do for your branding and whatnot. But this is what I've used in the past, and this is what has worked well for me. So what I would do is have the little stars here and have 3, literally 3 of your at typed in, because when you're on a phone, and I know you guys have probably had the same issue, you go to tap something and you mistap and you misclick something because fingers are a little large. Sometimes phones aren't exactly the most accurate when you're trying to tap something and you mistap. So if you have 3, there's no way someone can miss your link, the link to your bio. So, or the at to your bio, okay? The at to your page. So there's no way someone can miss if there's 3 of them for them to tap. So that means they could tap here, they could tap here, they could tap over there, they could tap anywhere in this little box, and they're going to be taking your Instagram profile, which then they can access, click the link in the bio. Okay, so let me just, click the link in the bio of this page. They find your page. So that's an easy way to do it, is to have 3 of them, and that's why I would recommend you have 3 of them typed out. And then the stars, you could change the stars to whatever you want. I mean, that's just a way to get people's attention as well on the post so they can see, like, okay, I click there. Another thing to keep in mind is if your name of the product is kind of long, you want to test and make sure, even on a private Instagram account or something, that when you post it, the at here is above the fold. So what above the fold means is when you're on an Instagram post, before someone hits show more, it will only show this amount by default at the top, and then right here it'll say show more so they can read the rest of the bio. So if someone's just scrolling through real quick, you want to make sure that they're able to see this, which is the most important thing, the product, and available at the link in bio of this page, so they can make sure that they get to your page and then are able to go and buy the product. So that's why it's important to also double check and make sure everything is not too long to where it still works with this format. So after that, you want to have a little dot to separate. And then we have worldwide shipping. So like I said before in another section of the course, you offer worldwide shipping. It's something important for a lot of people. I find that a lot of the customers on Instagram are international. I remember getting at least like 30% or so, on different stores in the past. So it can definitely vary a lot. And especially on Instagram, there's going to be a lot of international people that want to buy your products. I remember one girl was from Argentina. She ordered a product. I mean, like, it's way more than just the United States that are going to be ordering your products. So you want to say that you have worldwide shipping, which you do off of AliExpress, of course. And if you ever have any issues, you could just, tell them, oh, sorry, we couldn't ship it to you. If you ever have any issues with certain countries and stuff, but I would say worldwide shipping, which I'll get into more on dealing with customers and stuff later in another module. But that is what you want to say is worldwide shipping. And then you have here, order here. So this is obviously the call to action. And then you have your URL here. So the important reason to have the URL is because sometimes people won't click the bio. They're just going to read past that and be like, oh, I can just order right here. And they might just type this exact thing into either Google search. They might even just type it in straight to the URL. So that's a really good thing to also have the URL there as well, just in case, you want to have as many different ways that people get to your website as possible in this bio here, because for this caption, you want to make sure you're able to convert your customers that you're paying for this promotion for. You want to make sure you're able to get those people to your website and buying your product. So after that, then we just have the simple ... and we have the hashtags. So you want to make sure you're putting this hashtags, like I said before, on your hashtag research. Make sure you're also including this on your shoutout post, because, a lot of times these pages you're paying for the shoutout, that could get featured at the top of some of these massive hashtags, which could get you a lot more sales. If you don't put these hashtags on your shoutout post, you're missing out on potential money, potential sales, because, those top 9 posts that sit at the top of each of these hashtags, when you're paying for a promotion on a massive page and gets a lot of likes, you might get yourself up to that promoted page spot, maybe even on Explore. You want to make sure that you're ranking for all these different hashtags while that post is up, because you get a lot more sales through that, get a lot more people, a lot more traffic to your post, and ultimately buying your product. So definitely recommend also having the hashtags in there. So you want to have this kind of layout. You can adjust a couple of the emojis here. I would recommend using emojis because it catches people's attention, but you want to have this general formatting for your thing. You could change up a couple things, but I would kind of recommend sticking to this type of caption format. You could also open with like a question here, something like that. That could also work, but you want to make it pretty direct, because people don't really spend a lot of time on posts. They click it, they read it real quick, and if they make that decision right then and there. So, make sure that it's enticing for them. It's an enticing offer. I wouldn't recommend saying the price here, because you don't want them to make that decision right away, right then and there, if they're going to buy it or not based on price. You want them to be like all engaged and be like, oh, I want to buy it now. Let me click it and actually go into buying the product. And they're like, the price, whatever. And then they go and buy it, because a lot of people are more emotionally driven. They're like, oh, I need it. They will make that decision. If they click on it to make the decision, at least to go to your website, it's a higher % chance, especially from Instagram, they're going to buy your product right then and there, regardless of, how expensive it is. Obviously, it needs to be within range, your pricing. We talked about that before in another section on the store, but people are emotionally driven to your product because they see whatever you're posting here, and they want that product. They're desiring it. So if you get this all set up properly, that is the kind of way that you want to do your captions. So in the next section of the course, we're going to be talking more about the art of breaking even and some of the types of results you could expect to see from doing these shoutouts. So guys, I'll see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the art of breaking even section of the Shopify mastery course. Today, guys, we're going to be going through exactly what you need to know on the art of breaking even with your influencer shoutout posts that you're doing on Instagram for your Shopify store. So the first thing, the key to understand breaking even is to first off understand what breaking even means. So when you're doing your Instagram influencer shoutouts, breaking even is essentially when you spend money and make back equal. So you're not losing money, but you're also not making money. So you're pretty much breaking even. You're at zero still. You're spending money on advertising, you're doing your promotions and stuff like that, and you're making a couple sales, but you're not really making much profit. So the thing to understand with this and breaking even, that this is still a great start when learning as a beginner. So even if you're doing these promotions, you're making a few sales, you're having some success, but you haven't really gotten a good conversion rate to the point where you're profitable a whole lot. It's still a great start when you're learning as a beginner because it gets your foot in the game. You get your feet wet, you get in there and you're at least starting and doing something with your store. It's getting you some experience. And so it's better than losing money, which can also happen. I know that started when I was first starting out. I lost money, and that can also happen to you. But at least breaking even is getting to the point where you're getting a little bit more experience. You're throwing those shout outs down and you're at least making some sales. So that's at least a good thing with it. But, what are the benefits to breaking even? Because you might feel lost. You might feel like, oh man, I'm not really making any money. I'm making sales, but I'm spending that same amount in my promotions. So it's like, what the heck? The thing is, what are the benefits of this, right? The thing is having a store where you're breaking even on a promotion, it's still a great thing because there's a lot of benefits that come along with that. So what are those benefits, right? You're getting your brand out there, which means you're getting more followers. A lot of times you get a nice big follower boost. That's a lot of people on your account that may eventually buy in the future if they like the kind of content you post. They already are familiar with the niche. They like the stuff you make, and they're like, oh, look at that. They're offering this cool new product. You make that product post in your content management section, and it's like, bada boom, you have some sales, okay? So that can also work out for you really well. And like I said, the followers can lead to those potential future sales. So that's a great thing. And it also builds out your page more. The more followers you have, the more trust people will have when they go to your page. Because obviously when you're first getting started, you probably have under 100 followers. You're just getting started. You want to get your follower count up there so you can at least show that you have a little bit more credibility with people. When they first come to your page, they see that first bit, they're going to look at your follower count. I mean, obviously, that's like one of the first numbers that they look at along with your bio there. So you want to have your follower number up so it looks a little bit more trustworthy. So that could also build out your profile. And once again, last thing I want to say here is that you're learning, okay? That's the biggest thing you have to understand is that when you're breaking even, you're at least getting started. You can't expect to be super duper crazy profitable when you're first getting started. You're probably going to have a couple that are just breaking even, but yet at the same time, you're learning and you're getting your brand out there to more people, more followers. So that is pretty much the basis of the art of breaking even. So in the next section, we're going to be talking about how to actually test your products, what are the different variables you need to look at, and how to get those sales. So I'll see you guys in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the how to test products section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, guys, we're going to be going through exactly how to test different products on your Instagram influencer promotion. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. So the first example is going to be the phone case model that I've used in the last couple sections of the course. So you're already familiar with it. You already are familiar with the ad and what it's all about. So the way that you can test this product, obviously, is you would then run it on different pages. So the first page could be like a niche fan page, right? Like I talked about before, there's a lot of different types of different niche fan pages that you can find on Instagram. It's just going to take some research, digging through hashtags, digging through related pages as well, so you can look at their followers and see like, oh, what pages maybe has the same kind of followers. And then you could also go to the drop down arrow next to the follow button to find related pages. That's another little tactic you could utilize to find different pages within the same niche. So you just hit that little next to the follow button, it's the drop down arrow, just so you're familiar with that. So another type of page that you could run this on then, instead of just the available for all iPhones, this type of promotion, this picture, you could also send the product to an actual influencer. Now this is going to cost you a little bit more money. This is something you can do later on once you have a little bit more money to spend. This could convert a lot better. You can get really, really crazy good conversions from this. If an influencer backs it, just like, for example, Kylie Jenner backs something, it's going to get a lot of views. So if you find a good person who's a personal brand and really likes French Bulldogs, they have French Bulldog pictures, this could be a good product. They're like, oh, look at this on my new iPhone. I love it. Tons of people storm to your website to buy it instantly. That could happen. So, a personal brand page is another way that you could do it. Two different types of Frenchy pages that you could test your product on. I would recommend testing at least first with the niche fan pages before trying to delve into personal brand pages, because you want to at least know that the product works before trying to delve into the or dive into the personal brand ones, because those cost a little bit more money for you to get started with. So those are probably a bit more of the scaling type of thing, which I'm going to talk about later in this module of the course about like how to scale and stuff with Instagram. But that's something to keep in mind there, is start with the niche fan pages. You can move your way up to the personal brand pages later on once you have proven to have some success with the actual product that you're working with. So another thing you could do to test around and play with different products and different ads is you could edit the ad. So this is something I see not a ton of people really doing, is, maybe your ad just didn't convert well because of the way it looked. So you could edit it, change things up a bit, and maybe it converts a lot better on a different, maybe it might not even be the page. You wait a little bit, you run the same promotion on the same page, and maybe it's a little bit better results. You never know. That's just from editing it. So a way that you could edit it is to, obviously, first, before you edit things though, I would recommend trying it on different pages. So probably like at least 3 different pages, because the thing is when you're running your different promotions, it might just be the page that didn't convert well, but at the same time, it might also be the product, it might be the promotion. You're going to have to test around a lot of different aspects to really get that good success rolling. It's going to take a little bit of practice in the beginning to figure out what works for your niche, what people are interested in buying, what type of ads convert. It just depends a lot on that niche. So you're going to have to test around a lot, try different types of pages and stuff, and eventually you'll have some success. But another thing you could do, like I said, is edit the ad. So maybe you want to switch around these pictures. Maybe you switch the red one with the gray one. Maybe the color is a little bit of a difference there, and maybe more people were willing to buy the red one instead of the gray one. And then you get more conversions because people are like, they see the red one front and center versus the gray one front and center. That could make a difference and an impact on your conversion. So that's something to consider as well. Another thing you could do is just change the ad completely. You may have run that other ad like I showed before on a lot of different pages and it didn't work out for you, okay? You didn't make some sales. You could run a different ad, change it completely, change the product offering, run it on maybe the same pages, but it's a completely different product. So it might convert infinitely better, right? So you see this cute little, cub outfit, this sweater here for this French bulldog. This is just a complete example here of another type of product. You run it on a Frenchie page 1, you see some success, right? And then you run it on the personal brand page. That's something also you could do. Don't get caught up too much in running the same exact promotion on a ton of different pages and never changing it up. It might just have been that product. You change things up, you have a bunch of success. It's going to take testing, okay? These are some of the ways that you can test. You change the ad, you change the product, you edit things a bit. It's going to take some playing around, but you want to keep that in mind, is don't ever get stuck on one thing thinking this has to work. Just try different things, because if you stick to one thing, the next product in your store might have been the best seller. You want to play around with different products, test things out that work, see what's also selling on other stores. If they already have a lot of success with it, copy what they're doing, see what's working for them, and just model that for your own promotions. That's also another strategy you could use. So another thing that's very important, the last thing I want to say here, is give time in between your promotions, okay? So when people are doing promotions, you don't want to run the same one constantly on the same page, because you're going to burn out the followers, okay? They're just going to be like numb to your posts. They're going to be like, oh, it's this dude again, screw him. And the page might still use it because they like the money that you're giving them. So they don't care what kind of results you're getting. They would want you to succeed so that you keep running promotions on their page, so they get repeat business. But if you're running the same exact promotion, you might kill the follower count. So I would be careful with that. So like, let's say for example, you run this video or this picture here, right? You're selling the sweater. You run it on the niche fan page, the Frenchie page 1. You run it on the personal brand page. Obviously, you'd probably run it on the niche fan page first, and that would be the one where you burn out on. But you got to be careful with that. You got to give time in between your promotions, even with the personal brand page. You don't want that dude or girl or whoever you're promoting, that dog, wearing the same thing all the time and spamming their followers, because you don't want to burn out the followers. You don't want to oversaturate the audience of the page. You don't want to burn them out on the products, because then they're not going to want to buy from you. They're just going to get pissed off whenever they see your promotion. So just be careful with that. You're trying to offer value to them. They're going to like your promotions. You just don't want to overdo it. You don't want to overdo the same promotion on the same page a lot. So that's how you test different products on your Shopify store on those Instagram influencer promotions. In the next section, we're going to be talking about what to do if you're getting traffic but not making any kind of sales, what to do, what type of tactics you can utilize to get those sales. So guys, I will see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the Getting Traffic But Not Making Any Sales section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today we're going to be going over exactly what to do if you're getting traffic but not seeming to make any kind of sales on your Shopify store through your Instagram influencer promotions. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. So the first thing you want to try is to try another page. This is what I talked about in the last section on going over what to do with testing products. This is the same thing if you're getting traffic, not making any kind of sales. Maybe try another type of page, okay? Try a different niche page. Maybe that page, sometimes they just don't convert well based on the audience that is on that page. Sometimes, you notice with certain pages, they're more geared towards one type of audience, like a sub niche within the big niche, which is something you'll have to learn over time. But sometimes little sub niches within the audience might not convert on a certain type of product because of the type of people they are. This isn't very common, but certain pages sometimes just don't have as great of engagement rates. So you're going to have to play around with different pages and see, because the reason why I say this, why some audiences don't convert as well, is maybe that page has already been hit with a ton of different ads. People have already bought a lot of products that are relating to the niche. They're already stocked up, so they don't really want to buy anything. You find another page that they're just now starting to do ads on their page, like Instagram promotions, you might get a lot of good sales from there because their audience hasn't really been tapped into yet. So that's something to keep in mind. You could try different pages, see what works. So like I said, your audience can vary even in the same niche. So that's just something to keep in mind when you are getting started with this. And lastly, another thing with trying different pages is, have a few more lined up. If you're not getting sales on the first one, that might be a problem, which we're going to go into later in the video here on different things you might want to switch up as well, other than just trying different pages. But, have a few already lined up so that if one doesn't work, you already have another one that you're like, all right, I already got this set up, I already paid for it, and I'm going to have another shot at this tomorrow and see what happens with that. So, don't just rely only on one page to get all your results. Don't get all upset like, oh man, it didn't work out on this one page. Just try another one. It's not that expensive for these promotions, and you're going to make it way over when you make a lot of money from these sales. The amount of money you spend on the promotion is not going to be anywhere near the amount of money you actually bring in profit. So just keep that in mind. It's going to take some testing. And so the next thing that is actually really, really important is to edit your website. So this is something I see a lot of people neglecting to do if they're getting traffic but not making any kind of sales. Is it may be your website. Go back to the whole section going over building your store, making it look visually appealing. Go back and go through there again, double check to make sure your website looks good, go through the things I recommended. It has to be trustworthy. Maybe look at other websites, other dropshipping stores in your same niche that people are running and having success with. Try and copy what they're doing. It's certain types of looks that people buy on, all right? There's certain types of things that make websites look trustworthy, and I went over that, but maybe it takes looking at more examples. Try and find those and model your stuff after it, because that's what people are going to buy from. If your site looks ridiculous, even if you're getting all this good traffic from good pages, people are going to want to buy from you if your site looks atrocious. Go through, learn some graphic design elements, and learn what works on these websites. What kind of things look good. Go off of what other stores are already doing. You might want to have to go back and, make your store more visually appealing. You might have to do that. Now, another thing as well that I've actually witnessed this a couple different times on some stores is to test your checkout process. Is everything working? Because so many people make this mistake where they launch their store and they forget to accept the payment methods. So they can't actually check out on your store, even though the person's ready to buy the product and the checkout system isn't even set up. So make sure you guys are taking the time to set up your checkout process. Make sure everything's approved through Shopify payments or through whatever payment processor you're using. Set up your Amazon Pay, your PayPal Pay. Set up everything so that when people actually go to checkout, they can, because that could be an issue as well. You don't have all the proper checkout options to where people can't even pay for what they want. So that's an issue as well to double check on. Go through it step by step. Add something to a cart go on your website on your phone, check and make sure everything works to where you can actually pay for it and buy it. Obviously, don't buy the product from yourself, but just double check and make sure everything's working. So another thing is you could try a new product. That's potentially another issue. So maybe that product just doesn't really convert very well. You don't want to get too caught up in loving your product and being blinded to the fact that you might just have to try something different, try something new. Some products just don't sell to certain audiences. You have to see what people want, not just what you want, but it's what the people want, okay? They want certain things. You have to give them what they want, and you could do that through doing, different research, testing things. It's going to take a lot of time. It's about finding what sells ultimately, and you could also look at what succeeds on other stores in your niche. So those are a couple different tactics you can utilize to try and get those sales if you're getting traffic but not making any sales. These are some of the kind of things that you can do. So in the next section, we're going to talk about how to actually scale up from pages and Instagram promotions, getting into Facebook ads in the next module of the course as well. So I will see you guys in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the How to Scale section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be going through exactly how to scale up your Instagram following, your page, how to get more sales, and do that all through your influencer promotions. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. So first thing to understand that you can scale with is scaling to larger pages. So like I said in the last couple of sections, I said that you can start with smaller pages, which is what you're going to want to do in the beginning, and then you can build yourself up to larger Instagram pages. So once you've essentially tested a product, you've seen it be profitable on smaller pages, then you can run it up to larger pages and see how it works then, because if they have a bigger following, that's more people you're going to reach. You're just going to basically double what you were doing before, or triple or whatever, because you're paying more, sure, but you're getting your product in front of a lot more people. You're getting your advertisement in front of a lot more people. So that's going to then result in better results. Obviously, you're going to get a better and bigger sale count from that promotion. Now, obviously, you still need to be double checking these pages and making sure that they're still good, but you can move up to pages with more followers once you have proven it worked on smaller pages. Don't jump up to larger pages first. Start small, start and learn and get some experience from those, and then build yourself up. But like I said as well, just make sure to research the pages and make sure that they're still worth paying for promotions on, because a lot of large pages are in big engagement groups, and sometimes their followings are kind of crappy, even if they have 1 million followers. So still make sure to double check and make sure that they're worth running a promotion on, especially because you're going to be spending more money on them versus the smaller pages. And sometimes it may be better just to stick with some of the more medium-sized pages instead of jumping all the way to the really big ones. Maybe you start really small, then you build yourself to medium, and the medium ones are good. Just depends on the niche. Some pages, some niches really only have so many really big pages, so you just have to do some testing and figure it out. But getting to larger pages that have more people definitely can help you out in scaling. So the next opportunity for scaling on here is then expanding to personal brand pages. So this is a little bit more of an advanced tactic that I talked about in the course so far, but expanding to personal brand pages is a really great way to build your brand once you have it established and you have some success, some sales with your traditional Instagram influencer niche pages. Personal brand pages can really build your company out and get your products in front of a lot more people, build a lot of trust with your brand, because you're putting your brand in connection with someone else's personal brand, and they're endorsing your products, they're promoting it, okay? You send them the products and they're like, yes, I love this, they're wearing it. Lots of different things you can do, and that will then build your overall following and care and trust that people have in what you're trying to sell and your brand as well. So like I said, niche pages are good to start with for experience, but moving up and expanding to personal brand pages, it's not like you just want to stop doing niche pages. You still probably want to do niche pages as well to get more followers, get more sales and stuff like that, but you can also expand to your personal brand pages. And this is also a little bit more automated, which I'm going to talk about later in the slide, but you could do this and expand because, yeah, they're more expensive up front, but it's going to get you a lot more sales as well in the long run, because these people have a lot of trust in their follower counts. Like, they all love the person. If that person that they all love is talking about your necklace, they're going to want to buy your necklace, okay? So you can also set up affiliate marketing. This is where things get a little bit more passive with personal brand pages, is you could set up a deal with a influencer and give them a discount code to share to their followers. Like, I don't know, it could be Brian10, okay, right? The dude's name is Brian that's promoting your products, or it's a girl and the name is Sarah, okay, right? Doesn't matter. And you put like Sarah10 for the discount code, or Brian10, and their followers all use that. And so what you can do is then the person promoting your product gets paid a percentage based on the amount of sales that they referred to you. So you don't have to pay them up front for a promotion, but you're giving them an affiliate marketing offer, okay? You're offering them products to promote in exchange for money based on the amount of people that they get to buy with their discount code. So if one of their followers uses the discount code that you provide them, you just pay the influencer based on the amount of money that they bring in sales from the discount codes and stuff like that, because you can identify it if they use the discount code from this person, that person. If you have like 5 different people promoting your product, you could have like Sarah, Brian, and you can distinguish that and then pay them based on that as well. So affiliate marketing is a great way that you can set up more long-term personal brand pages. And this is definitely more of an advanced tactic that you can utilize once you have an established like fan base, product base around your niche. Once you're already a little bit more established, then you could do this, and it's a really great way to expand. So the next thing as well is page following. So your page following, believe it or not, can actually get you a lot of sales just passively, like indirectly. You don't even have to run promotions. You're just doing your regular content, because as you build your page, through your content strategy, you're going to be gaining followers, as well as through hashtag growth and shout outs and ranking in Instagram SEO, also through word of mouth, like a lot of people just talking about it and stuff with their friends. Like if you have a page talking about French bulldogs and their friends like, oh, I love this page so much, follow them. That's more and more followers you're getting indirectly without having to run promotions. You're just posting your regular video or photo content on your page, and you're gaining followers, gaining traction from the shout outs, the hashtags, the ranking in Instagram SEO when people search for your page and stuff like that. That can get you passive sales over time, as well as like ranking in Google and stuff like that. But at least more sticking to Instagram marketing, you can even rank within Instagram, sitting at the top of some hashtags. Like a lot of that kind of stuff can then get you passive sales that you don't even have to do anything for. You just, once you have that following built up, people are going to find you over time. So the last way, which we're going to be expanding more into the next section of the course, the next module, is Facebook ads. So Facebook ads, believe it or not, you can actually expand with your Instagram marketing. So the way that you can do this is obviously, you set up Facebook ads, which we're going to be going over in the next module, how to do all of this. But you can use your pixel data, which a pixel data is essentially that whenever a customer comes to your website, you can set up a tracking code that sends data to Facebook based on what pages they visited and all that kind of stuff, which I'll get into more of the technicalities in the next module. But pixel data from Instagram influencers, you're getting a lot of customers to your page. All that data is then being sent to Facebook so that they can allow you to create lookalike audiences and retarget based on the people that went to your website. So if you've ever been on like Nike's website or Adidas or something like that, and you're looking for a product, and then you see all these different banner ads popping up all over Facebook of, hey, buy these shoes, that's because they're doing this. They're doing this exact same strategy here. So that's what you can utilize on your stores. And like I said, we're going to go over that in the next module. So you can use the Instagram influencer data that you're bringing in all those new customers, and then expand and scale with Facebook ads. So like I said, we're going to be going over that in the next module. So anyway, guys, I will see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the Creating Your Page section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be going through exactly how to create your Facebook page for your business. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. Alright, guys, so in order to create your Facebook page for your Shopify store, the first thing you're going to want to do is build a Facebook Business Manager account. So the way that you actually do this to create a Business Manager account, and I'm just going to be pulling this up here on screen so you can see how to do it, because I already have an account. I'm not going to show you exactly how to do it because it's pretty straightforward, and Facebook has this step-by-step little numbers here how to do it. So the first thing, obviously, you go to business.facebook.com. So you're going to want to go ahead and type that in. You create account and you enter the name for your business. So you already have the name of your business. You select the page, which we're going to be creating the page. I'm going to be showing you how to do that on this video. And then you enter your name and work email address. So you want to enter your personal name for this because it will be attached to your PayPal account, so that when you actually pay for ads, it will go through that. And then you set up your work email address. So you want to use the email address, obviously, that you have already set up for your Shopify store. And, obviously, like creating a page for your business, I'm going to be showing you how to do that on the next bit later in this video. And then you move through the onboarding process, and that's how you create it. And then you're going to be the only owner currently of your business, so there's no need to like learn how to add people to the Business Manager. You're going to be the only person on there, obviously. In the future, you may want to add other people to it, but if you're just starting this out by yourself, obviously you just create your business account here. So that's what you want to do. Business.facebook.com. You create an account. and then it will bring you to this page over here. So this page right here is the home page of the Business Manager. This is what pops up for you once you've already created your account and you already have everything all set up with your email. It's all confirmed and all that kind of stuff. So in order to actually create your page for your Shopify store, it may come up a little bit different for you, but if you want to do it through while you already have an account, because it might show you step by step how to do it when you're first making your account. But if you hit skip creating a page and you already have your account or something like that, you come here, you just go up to the top left under Business Manager and you click on Business Settings. So after you click on Business Settings, it will then come up with this page here in which you can manage all of your different pages and stuff like that you own. So obviously, creating a new page for this new business for your Shopify store. So all you have to do is then click on Pages to the left over here, and then you click on Add under Pages, and you click Create a new page. So this is the page creation section. So obviously, we're going to want to go ahead and select a brand or product because we are a brand selling products. We're not a local business or a company really, or any of these other things. So we're going to select brand or product. So the page name, since I'm doing this all in example in relation to my Frenchie Life page, so I'm going to go ahead and do Frenchie Life for the name, the category. Going to go ahead and select whatever best suits the type of niche that you're in. You're going to want to go ahead and select that. So there's a lot of different options here. Looking through it, you could also just select website if you want to, if you're not exactly sure what fits in here. But I'm going to go ahead and go with pet supplies because that pretty much best suits Frenchie Life for French Bulldog stuff. Like I said, change it to whatever best describes what you're actually selling, what's in your niche for your Shopify store. So I'm going to be selecting pet supplies, click create page, and we'll go ahead and create the page here. So as you can see, Frenchie Life is then under here on the ID. So the next thing you're going to want to do then is click up here on the actual page, and it will then take you over to the page. So like I said, all you do is click on this button up here at the top, and that will take you to this external tab here, which is the page creation section. So once you're on your Facebook page, the first thing you're going to want to do obviously is add a picture here. So we're just going to go ahead and upload the brand image that we already created in the other section. All right, so I have that uploaded now. If you're curious about the circle and fitting in the square here, on Facebook.com it shows up as a square, but when you go on Facebook mobile, it will show up as a circle. So I'd recommend just sticking to whatever type of design that you created. Don't really change it to make it special on Facebook because it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Most people are going to be seeing your stuff on mobile anyway when you're doing your promotions, so you don't have to worry about that. Once you have your picture uploaded on here, you probably want to go ahead and add a button to your website. That is the other thing you're going to want to do. So you can click Shop Now. That's what you're going to want to set up there, and you're just going to paste your website link. So I'm going to go ahead and type in Frenchie Life, frenchielife.myshopify.com. So that is then in there, so we can hit save and finish. And we can go ahead and test that as well. If we just go ahead and mouse over, click test button. And as you can see, it takes us right to the Frenchie Life shop website. So we go back to the Facebook page over here. You want to have that button set up. And then obviously you upload your cover photo. Probably just going to be doing a default dog picture. I can actually just go ahead and upload that now. All right, so I went ahead and uploaded a cover photo. Like I said, it doesn't have to be anything special. It just needs to be a nice quality picture that represents your brand so that people, when they go to it, they're not confused with some like random stuff there or something blank. I would definitely just put something there, but you don't have to spend or worry a ton of time on creating a cover photo that's really like all fancy and stuff. Just make something like a random picture that matches your brand. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. So we have the Shop Now button. We have the cover photo in there. We have our brand image there. And so then the last thing you want to do here is go ahead and add your website to the About section, just so that every different side of your Facebook page has your website linked, just in case people are looking for it on there. So you want to just make sure everything is linked. Now, not a lot of people are going to be on your Facebook page, so you don't have to worry about making everything look amazing. Like I said, you just want to go ahead and add everything to all the different sections of your Facebook page, just so everything is filled in But like I said, most of the people are just going to be getting to your website from your actual ads and your posts. So don't stress out too much about creating it. So that is pretty much everything you need to do for creating your Facebook page. Like I said, there's really not a lot to do in the way of creating your actual page. You're going to be focusing way more on, curating your Instagram page, making a lot of nice, pretty posts on there, because that's where a lot of organic traffic will come to. So in the next section, we're going to be going over the basics of what you're actually going to be using this Facebook page for, how to run your ads, and all that kind of stuff. So without further ado, guys, I'll see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the basics section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today we're going to be going through the basics of Facebook marketing, things you need to understand before really getting into it, and what we're going to be going through in the course. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. So the Facebook algorithm does not push business pages. This is the first thing to understand when we are taking a look at Facebook marketing, when we're going to really be getting started with actually rolling through with this type of strategy. So the first thing is that they don't really actually push business pages. So while business pages are great, you can put all of your information on there and stuff like that, people can find you, they don't push the traditional posts. So similar, how Instagram, right? You make your pictures. Facebook algorithm does not really push those kind of photos or videos or any kind of content that you would just normally post on your business page. So there's really no reason to even make an effort to post standard posts on your Facebook business page. So Instagram, completely separate strategy from Facebook, okay? I wanted you guys to understand that first. So, making standard posts on your page doesn't do much because of the algorithm. So we're not even really going to focus at all on making any kind of just standard posts to try and get exposure and stuff like that. How we are, in comparison with Instagram, completely different. Don't use the same strategy on both of them. Facebook's completely own entity. So with this, you want to focus on that strategy with posts and stuff on Instagram instead. What we'll be focusing on more is just creating ads for Facebook, more specifically the retargeting and the lookalike, which we'll get into later in the module, but that's what you need to understand, is just making regular posts does not really do much on Facebook. So the next thing is we're going to be starting from influencers and scaling to Facebook. I know I talked about this in the other section as well a little bit, but more in depth on this. The reason why we're starting from influencers and scaling to Facebook is because with Instagram, you're going to be gathering that pixel data. You're going to be getting all of that information about different customers, their emails, the way they look, all that kind of stuff. Okay, you're going to be understanding who your customer is and then giving that information to Facebook through the pixel data, which I'm going to be showing you how to actually set up the pixel and stuff like that later in this module as well. But that's what you need to understand. The basics is that we're going to be starting from Instagram and then scaling into Facebook using the data from Instagram to build up the Facebook. So Facebook is for once you already have a few top selling products that work, then what you can do is create Facebook campaigns focused around those products you know already work. You already have an idea of the type of people that are buying it, so then you know what to target. Because a lot of people, these basic Facebook ads, they don't really get much results from because they don't know who they're targeting. So that's what we're going to be doing, is starting with the Instagram, moving to Facebook, and then doing retargeting lookalike. So I'll show you how to do all that kind of stuff in later sections of this module, but that is pretty much the basis of what we're going to be working on. There's different strategies and methods that you want to utilize when doing your Facebook marketing. So without further ado, guys, I will see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the Understanding Your Pixel section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, guys, we're going to be going through exactly how to set up your pixel and understanding what a pixel is in the first place for your Facebook marketing. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. Alrighty, so the first thing I wanted to do was give you guys an explanation of what a pixel actually is and what it does when you implement it onto your Shopify store. So essentially what a pixel does, this is from Facebook Business, this is their little presentation on it, is that a Facebook pixel allows you to track conversions, optimization, and allow you to remarket to your customers very easily, and allows you to set up, the tracking, the optimization, and the remarketing, right? So you're able to put it to work while customers are coming to your website. Facebook is then able to track that data and see specific actions that they're taking on your website and allow you to then create ads targeted at certain types of people. So this allows you to track the data and allows you to also then create like lookalike audiences once you have a certain amount of conversions, as well as creating different types of ad sets like remarketing as well, like retargeting ads. So one thing to also keep in mind, you want to have 100 conversions on your website. This is from Facebook. before you even go to create your lookalike audience. So you want to have a minimum of 100 different people buying something on your site. So like I said, Facebook, definitely something you do after you do your Instagram marketing stuff so that you already have conversions on your website. So Facebook actually has enough data for you to be able to effectively use your pixel correctly. If you try and do it without 100 conversions, it's not going to work right. It's not going to be very good for you. So I would definitely recommend, like I said, first get those 100 conversions, what Facebook wants you to do, so that the data actually works properly. And, you could set up the conversion tracking and just adding a code, a little snippet code to your website. So we're going to be doing that right now. Like I said, Facebook Pixel allows you to track data and then remarket and create those lookalike audiences. So to actually add the pixel to your website, the way you do it with Shopify is actually really, really simple. So all we have to do is come over to Facebook first and create the pixel. So you come over to your business manager, and then the next thing you're going to want to do is come up to the top left here on business manager, and it'll come up with like plan, create, manage, measure, report, all these different things, right? You're going to go ahead and click on pixels. So once that loads, you click on pixels. We're going to go ahead and create a brand new pixel for the Shopify store. If you're setting up multiple Shopify stores, create a different pixel for each one because you're going to want it unique to that website. So up in the top right here, you just click add data source. We're going to click Facebook pixel. So as you can see, we're going to create a new pixel for the website. So for this one, it's going to be Frenchy Life. Obviously, you just put in whatever your store name is there. It's going to be the pixel name, so Frenchy Life, and we're going to also just type pixel at the end. So it's like Frenchy Life pixel. We're going to go ahead and click create. So that is then creating the pixel there. It is done. So it has now been created. So obviously make it work by installing some code. So all we have to do is then takes us to this page. And so obviously we're going to be integrating it with Shopify. As you can see, it's on here. So then we just select Shopify here. So once it comes up here with the go to your Shopify admin panel, we're going to go ahead and just copy this pixel ID. It's going to be different for everybody, so just go ahead and copy yours that pops up. And then we just come over to the Shopify dashboard. As you can see, I'm already here. Come over to the left, click on Online Store, and wait for that to load. Then we just come down to Preferences. And once we see preferences, as you can see, Facebook Pixel ID, all you have to do is then right click and paste that in there and hit save. Now it's going to take some time for this to actually properly set up on your website. Take maybe about 5 minutes for it to all the way go through, but you just paste that Facebook Pixel ID there and that's all you have to do. It is all the way set up because on Facebook, we just come back here to the admin and that's it. You can check your, you entered your Facebook Pixel ID in there. It shows you how to do it like I just did. Right here on the website. And so we did that already. Check the pixel status. So it says it actually could take up to 20 minutes for your pixel status to change once it becomes active. So you do have to wait a little bit of time for it to become active on your website. Once it's all set up, then it will be ready to go. So in the next section of the course, you're going to be going over different strategies and offers you can utilize with your Facebook pixel on your Facebook marketing and different campaigns and stuff like that. So without further ado, guys, I'll see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the strategies and offers section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be going through the exact strategy and plan that we're going to be utilizing for Facebook marketing. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. So the first thing I wanted to do is really go over lookalike audiences. We're also going to be going over retargeting, more or less explaining what exactly they are, what the game plan is for going into Facebook marketing, and then later in this module in the Facebook marketing section, I'm going to go more in depth on how to actually set them up on your Facebook business profile. But without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and talk about lookalike audiences. So what is a lookalike audience? All right, I've mentioned it a few different times throughout the course, but what does it actually mean? So a lookalike audience is effectively you have an observed audience, right? Your current customers that you've attracted through your Instagram influencer sales, all that kind of stuff through that, all right? Through your social platforms outside of Facebook, okay? So you built up, that base. It doesn't necessarily just have to be from Instagram influencers. It could be from YouTube promotions, any kind of things, all right? Any kind of traffic you're getting, that is your base, okay? That's your base set of customers. So what a lookalike audience does is Facebook takes that observed audience and then recreates a bigger audience of modeled people based on the behavior of that small observed. So you see the observed there, that's 4 people. It then multiplies it into people that look like them, people that have similar attributes, behavior, demographics, all that kind of stuff. So you're able to then have this massive lookalike audience that is pretty much your target customer, because you already have some observed customer base that has, proven well for you. So, you've had those visitors, you know who your target audience is, and Facebook is going out there and finding a lookalike. So it's an audience of people that look like your visitors, right? And this is generated once you have enough people through your pixel. So you want to get your pixel nice and seasoned, nice and staked up, you got to throw that salt and pepper on there. You got to get your pixel all, ready for the lookalike audiences for the retargeting. You can't just start doing lookalike audience with only like 5 visitors. Doesn't work. You have to have a group of at least 1,000 people that have come through your website, either purchased something or added to cart, all that kind of stuff. All those data points, visitors, you could at least just have like 1,000 different people that have visited and hit your pixel with data. So it doesn't necessarily have to be 1,000 sales. It could just be 1,000 people that have come through and, given the pixel data, whether that's clicking on to view your website. All that kind of stuff matters too. If you have more people that have purchased, it's gonna give Facebook more data to use to find better customers. So don't really go ahead and move to this until you're ready to scale up to lookalike audiences, because if you do it with a little, like very little data, and you're trying to rush into it, Facebook's not going to really give you the best results with your lookalike audiences. You want to have enough data so Facebook can give you the best results. So with these lookalike audiences, the thing we're going to be doing is setting up PPE ads. Okay, so what is a PPE ad? So effectively what a PPE ad is it stands for page post engagement, okay? Pretty straightforward, PPE, page post engagement. What does that mean, right? So these ads are designed to gain insights on a product if it will succeed. So it's more or less like a test almost. It's basically an engagement post, kind of like your standard Instagram post, but instead on Facebook, like videos and stuff like that. PPE ads typically work really good with videos, but they also work great with just picture ads. You could do both. There's no limitations there with video versus photo. Both work in their own regard. It's just videos sometimes have a little bit better chance to go viral, so just keep that in mind when you're trying to do your PPE ads. And so these are designed to kind of test audience insights, okay? They can get you sales, but most importantly, it's visitors that may be interested in buying. So we're going to go over how to set all these things up later in this module. Just want to stress that right now we're just kind of explaining what all these aspects are, what all these things are before we really dive into it, okay? So these are visitors that could be interested in buying. You might even make sales from them, from these PPE ads. They're not really designed to specifically get you sales, but a lot of them end up doing that because a lot of people are getting on that post. Lots of comments, likes, shares especially. You're getting your message in front of a lot of people. Your ad's getting in front of a lot of people because they're tagging people. They're like, oh, I love this this little necklace or something, whatever it is, whatever you're selling. They'll love it. They tag their friends, comment about it. That's a way that you can get a lot of people, and it could potentially go viral, which has happened sometimes with some ads that I've seen, just studying other stores. And it can happen from PPE ads if you drive a lot of traffic to it and get things set up right, especially with lookalike audiences can make it a lot easier for you. So that is kind of the strategy there with lookalike audiences and PPE. So that's effectively what we're doing there. Now with the retargeting, explaining what retargeting is. So what that means is basically a visitor comes to your website, and this happens to you all the time. Like, I'm sure you're very familiar with this, being on the internet frequently and stuff like that. You go to a website, leave the website, and the visitor is then shown advertisements based on the fact that you came to the website and then left the website, right? So the pixel tracks what you did, the actions that you took on the website, whether you just viewed something, whether you added to cart, whether you purchased something. All that kind of data is tracked from the Facebook pixel that we already set up. And so it's going to track what people are doing on your website, which is really important for retargeting ads, because then you can effectively cater to who's coming to your website, what they're doing. So, you can retarget to people with website conversion ads depending on what you're trying to get across with these visitors. So, say someone goes onto your website and they already purchased something. Maybe you hit them with a retarget like, hey, we also just released this this other cool thing that's very similar, and they might want to buy it as well. Get that repeat business there. There's a lot of different strategies you can utilize. Maybe someone already viewed your PPE ad, and then you can hit those people with a retarget ad, people that viewed it or went to your website from it. There's a lot of things you can do. So that's one thing you could do as well, is retarget those people. And it's specialized because you're getting sales to warm traffic that is already shown interest by visiting your website. You're retargeting these people, remarketing to them effectively. They've already seen your website. They're already familiar with what you're doing. They see it again. They're like, oh, right, that's right. I forgot to buy that necklace. Let me just buy it right now. It's just, you go on the Adidas website, you go on Nike website, you get hit with shoes all day on Facebook ads. It's crazy. So that's what you're effectively taking advantage of here. So what is a website conversion ad? Going more in depth on that. So a website conversion ad is basically the traffic comes to your website, and they're kind of specialized for warm traffic that's shown interest, like I said, in your website. And so they already are more inclined to buy. These are optimized for conversions and purchases of your product. So if you have a lot of data on your website, Facebook has more ability to optimize these ads. That's why I say don't go into these right away. Wait until you have a lot of data in your pixel so that Facebook can better optimize your ads. Because if you try and do it with not a lot of data, it's not going to work. Like it just won't work. You're not going to get any results from it. So you got to wait until you get a lot of data going through your pixel, and then everything will work properly. So, these are highly targeted ads ready. These people are ready to buy. Okay. When they've already been to your website, they've looked into it. They maybe watched a video. They're really into your product, and they just haven't bought yet. And they're like, and now I need to buy it because they see that retargeting ad, the website conversion ad. So in the next section, we're going to go over how to actually set up the ad post for the PPE ad as well as the website conversion ad. So without further ado, guys, I will see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the setting up the ad post section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be going through exactly how to set up the different types of ad posts for your Facebook marketing campaign. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. Alrighty, guys, so the first thing we're going to want to do is come on to the business manager at business.facebook.com. We already set up our accounts on here, so all we have to do is come over to the left here and click on the business manager tab. We're going to go ahead and click on all tools because for you guys, it might not pop up in frequently used tools, but we're going to want to go ahead and go to the ads manager section right here. As you can see, create and manage under ads manager. So this is where you go to actually go and create your ad sets and different campaigns. So all we're going to do is come over to the left here and click on create. And then we're going to select guided creation because it's a little bit easier to figure everything out with the guided creation section. And so this is just a default that I had set up before. So we're going to go ahead and start over. So this is the page that you ultimately want to get to, is the section where it's create campaign. You have the campaign, ad set, and ad. Now, I know this looks pretty confusing to a lot of you guys, but trust me, you will get used to it. And especially with the guided selection, it's a little bit easier to at least understand when you're first getting started with setting up different Facebook ads. So the one we're going to want to do first is the PPE ad, which is under engagement. I'm going to be showing you the different types of ad sets. So like in the last section, I talked about PPE as well as website conversion. So we're going to be going through those two ad sets because they do pop up differently, the way the ad rolls out and the way it looks and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to be going through exactly how to set it up. But first, we're going to go ahead and start with engagement. So it's pretty straightforward. All you do is click engagement, post engagement, and we can just keep that as engagement there. You can name this whatever you want to help organize it. I would recommend definitely naming them different things when you're going through and making a lot of ads because you want to have them easy to be able to find. So I'm going to go ahead and click continue there. And so the ad set name, we can keep that there. So as you can see, it pops up here with the audience section. Now, later in this module, I'm going to be going over how to actually build a lookalike audience as well as setting up a retargeting list. So we're just going to leave the custom audiences section blank for now. But we're going to move down into here for the ages, gender, and all that kind of stuff, and the different types of targeting that we're going to want to do. So there's a lot of different things that you can edit on here. The biggest and most important thing to do is to edit your placements on here. So we're not going to want these ads popping up all over all these different places. We want them just popping up in the Facebook feeds section because that is where you get the most interaction here with people on Facebook. This is where it can go viral and all that kind of stuff, because you don't want Facebook rolling your stuff out to Instagram when it's optimized for Facebook as a Facebook ad instead of just having it as like an Instagram, because Instagram advertisements by themselves don't typically get like a lot of good engagement on them. People usually just kind of like them and scroll on, kind of, because that's like generally what people do on Instagram. So we're going to be keeping it just to the Facebook feed section. So make sure that you uncheck all these different things on here when you are going through and setting up your ad sets. So you go ahead and do that. Then we're also going to want to click only selected or only when connected to Wi-Fi, because you don't want any kind of buffering on videos. You also typically, when people are on Wi-Fi, it means they're in their house and that they are more willing to purchase something. If someone's out on the go and they're like walking around and stuff like that, and they're scrolling through Facebook real quick, they're probably not going to sit down and like pull out their debit card or try and buy something if they're busy. They're out on the go and stuff like that. But if they're on Wi-Fi, they're probably at home and they're more willing to purchase something. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is then also change the daily budget. Now, the daily budget, you can really select to anything that you want. Although I would probably recommend going anywhere from $3 to $5 per day, just because when you're doing your ad sets in the beginning, you don't want to start blowing a ton of money, because it's very easy to do that with Facebook. So you have to be careful not to spend a ton of money. You want to make sure that you're actually getting a positive ROI, good, you're making money from the ad money that you're spending. You don't want to be just losing a ton of money for no reason, obviously, with these ads. That's not the point. The whole point is to have profitable ads running. So anywhere from $3 to $5 is probably a good range to get started with. Anything above that, it's not exactly necessary. It may allow you to get data a little bit quicker, but it allows you to save money, especially when you're first learning how to do all this kind of stuff and get things set up. You don't want to be blowing a ton of money on the daily budget. So we're just going to keep that at $5 here. We're just going to leave the post engagement here and keeping the bidding sections all just how it is as default. We're going to come back up to the audience section, because I have a few things I wanted to explain here on the audiences. So like I said, we're going to be actually setting up the custom saved audiences for lookalikes. As you can see, you can set that up, as well as a custom retargeting list, but that will be separate later in the modules. We're going to go over how to do that. So the next thing to keep in mind with your audiences is, say, for example, we're selling like a phone case, right? It's an iPhone case. You don't want to be running that ad to people that have Android phones. So what you can actually do is select the different device here on the bottom. Instead, you can do iOS devices only. So that means that and you could even, cancel out iPads or iPods, and you could just keep it to iPhones, right? So only people using iPhones, and you could even select it on higher iOS versions. I mean, you can get really, really specific here on the type of people that are going to be seeing your ads. That's what's really, really great about Facebook ads. You can really, really target them very specifically. So that's what's good here is if you're selling an iPhone case, you don't want that going out to people with Android phones, because they're not going to be interested in buying it. So there's no point. Only run that ad to iOS devices. Obviously, it's still within your lookalike audience, but you just have to keep that in mind when you're running your ads, or even a retarget ad too. You don't want people with Android seeing an iPhone case ad. So that's something to keep in mind here when you're setting up your ad sets, is you need to be specific on the product that you're actually advertising through this like lookalike audience ad or through your retargeting ad. It needs to be specific to the people that you're trying to market to. So like the ad needs to make sense with the campaign objective. So say, for example, you're selling jewelry, right? You're selling French Bulldog jewelry. You probably want to keep that on women here. You don't want little jewelry going out to men. It wouldn't make much sense. I mean, sometimes guys buy it for their girlfriends or wives or stuff like that, but typically girls are going to be the ones to make that purchase there, especially with stuff that's not that expensive online. They're just going to go ahead and buy it. So just think about your target audience depending on the product that you're selling. Like I said, with the iPhone case or with jewelry, even though your audience might be all like men and women in there, you want to target your ads to the product that you're selling. Not a lot of guys are going to be buying jewelry, and nobody with an Android phone is going to be buying an iPhone case. So keep that in mind when you're running your different ad sets. That's very, very important. You want to be specializing it to the people that you're trying to market to. So that's obviously going to depend on how you actually do your targeting here. with the people. You can set up different age brackets as well. But with lookalike audience, it's already going to have a lot of that selected, so the potential reach is already going to be narrowed down a good bit as well. You can also select different locations if you, say, for example, have a lot of people in other countries buying, so we don't have to just select the United States. Could also select, United Kingdom as well on here. There's a lot of different things you can test and play around with to see what you get the best results with. So you could also add United Kingdom on here, and that adds like a good amount of people. You could also add like New Zealand. You can add like a lot of other countries. Say, for example, on your Shopify store, you already have like a lot of data seeing that you have a lot of buyers from this specific country on Instagram. Well, then that's a good country to target for the type of people that you're selling your products to. Another thing you could maybe even do, target any country you want on here in the locations. Although I would recommend definitely targeting US because that's where a large majority of people are. But you can target all these other countries too. You're not just limited to United States, is what I wanted to get across mostly. Especially if you're already seeing people from other countries on your Instagram buying your products. That means that, it definitely works in those other countries too. So then, especially with the detailed targeting as well, another thing you could do in here is browse through the different selections and demographics. Now, the reason why I'm not really going too in-depth on the detailed targeting is that we already have that pretty much targeted when we set up our lookalike audiences and our retarget audiences. We're not really trying to niche down and try and select a specific person on here because that's already pretty much selected with the lookalike audience and the custom audience of the retarget list. Like I said in the last video, kind of explaining how they're built. This would be more so if you just wanted to set up a standard PPE ad going out to a bunch of people on Facebook, but doing cold traffic targeting, very, very difficult to get a good profit on, so I don't really recommend doing that. You can try out targeting specific interests on here if you would like to. You just go through here and select certain behaviors and stack them up here depending on different types of demographics, people that would buy your products. So, you could go in and select like, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you could probably find like French Bulldog. You can also search things too. You don't just have to browse through there. So if we search like French Bulldog, that's like a niche here. That's a lot, like 2 million people. And then you could also do like narrow it down, or you can expand the audience. That's another, you could like exclude people. So you could exclude people that know about AliExpress, or like DHgate, any of these kind of like Chinese websites where you can order stuff from. You could exclude them on here so that they're not being in your list. You could even do eBay people, because you don't want people commenting on your post that are interested in these websites that already order from these sites and are like, oh, my product's cheaper or this product's only $3 on eBay. Like, I remember getting that comment a lot on Facebook ads. So that's a good thing you could do, is also exclude people that do that, or even have certain purchase behaviors as well. Like maybe, I don't know, like there's certain users of certain things, or I don't know, there's lots and lots of different things in here that you can select. So maybe even they could also match, so they are interested in French Bulldogs, but they also have purchase behaviors of like lots of products online. Like they buy a lot of, like they're engaged shopper. That means that they have like, hit the shop now button or within the past week, as you could see there on the description. That's another thing that you can target here within, French Bulldog, but they're also an engaged shopper. So there's a lot of different things you could do with different targeting on Facebook, but that's kind of your different options, is doing the lookalike stuff, which I'm going to be showing you how to do, as well as retargeting, and also just kind of like doing cold traffic stuff, targeting people that are engaged into like, whatever niche you're selecting here. You could also stack up other things as well. Maybe if you, instead of French Bulldog, it could be maybe a German Shepherd. I mean, I'm just using that as an example here. There's a lot of different audiences that you could niche down to. Obviously, the German Shepherd's a little bit bigger of a reach than the French Bulldogs, but generally anywhere from like 300,000 to like 2 million is a good potential reach that you want to select with your meter, because you don't want it too broad, but you also don't want it too specific here, because you won't be able to reach like anyone really. You want it to be a good happy medium here on your audience size, and this will adjust depending on what you're selecting here with your targeting, as well as the different audience selections that you make. So that's kind of all the different options there. Obviously, you're gonna have to play around with it a lot, but that's what you want to do generally on this page. You can just go ahead and click continue once that you have that figured out. Then on this second page is more so the ad creative. So this section is where you actually select like what type of stuff that you want to pop up. So for PPE ads, what we're going to want to do is then click on create a new page post. So this is where we're going to be actually creating the standard post, the different type of stuff that you want to have on here so that people can find your website and how you want to title your stuff with your post. So I'm going to go ahead and make a post here, and then I'm going to break it down exactly why I'm doing certain things with the way I created this post. Alrighty guys, so I went ahead and set up the ad post. As you can see right here on the right, it is all set up here. So all you want to do is go ahead and select your image or video, and to do that, all you do is click create new page post. To go ahead and add all of that information in here, you just type it up and then you just click save unpublished post, and then it will pop up here on the right. The next thing you want to do then is add this shop now button, which as I did here, all you have to do is click add shop now button. You just hit edit, you select shop now, and you go ahead and paste your Google shorten link. To do this, all you have to do is go to the Google URL shortener website, which is this oo.gl. You just go to that website and then it will take you straight to the URL shortener, which is what I recommend that you do for these posts, because you want people to be able to click on them easily with like the Google shorten link. So that makes it easier for people to click on them and find your products. So you want to do this typical 3-layered title here for the PPE post. You want to have Frenchy iPhone, like the name of your product, obviously. For this, it's Frenchy iPhone case. Want to show your love, like a question, you want to have that some sort of thing there. Depending on the product you're selling, and maybe if it's a fitness product, it's like, do you want to get fit? That kind of thing there you could add for a question. So I recommend you have like the name of the product. Also, you want to do a 3-layered emoji thing, which in case you don't know where to find emojis from, you just go to the website called emojipedia.com. You can search up any kind of emojis on here, so you can go ahead and copy them and add them easily to your Facebook ad post. So it makes it really simple for you to get those emojis copied and pasted. And you could also search for them as well if you would like to do that. And so you add your shop now button, you have your picture or video there, and you have your 3 layers of text. So like I said, the first layer is like title and question. Then you have your get yours on sale with free shipping with the link. Then you have tag a fellow pal that would love to have this. So, you know, that helps to hopefully get you some more shares and some more stuff that people would comment, their friends and stuff like that. So they're tagging their friends to see the post like, hey, I like this video or picture or product or whatever this is. Like, oh, this iPhone case looks cute. All that kind of stuff you can put in there. Obviously, for this type of ad, you would want to just select iPhones, selecting people that have iPhones in the ad set section with selecting the audience and all that kind of stuff, the placements. So that's the different type of targeting you want to do. That's pretty much all you have to do here for the ad. And then you would just click, confirm, and then it would set up the ad for you and it would start running out to your audience. Now, you can also preview how it looks on different news feeds. Now, most people are going to be seeing, and I say most people, I mean like 99% of people are going to be seeing it on mobile, but some people may also see it on their desktop news feed as well. So just to show you how it looks on here, it also can look like this on news feed. So as you can see, everything's nice and laid out as well as how it looks on mobile. If you're wondering what this second one here, this is if someone goes to it from like the like Safari version of Facebook on their phone. So it looks a little odd, but it still works. And then we have, the traditional mobile news feed. And then next, I'm going to show you how to set up your website conversion ad. So all we have to do is go back to the main menu of the Ads Manager on here, as you can see. And then all we do is come over to the left. Now, if you were still setting up your engagement ad, you can just save that as a draft, as I did on here, just so that, it's not deleted, but it's also not live. So all we have to do is then click Create. And we're back on this menu here. All we're going to do is click on Conversions. And then we're going to set that up for purchases. Now, depending on how much data you have run through your pixel, you may want to select different stuff, but I would probably recommend that you just select purchases for this, because that's ultimately what you're trying to get with these conversion ads. So you can name it whatever, and then we're just going to hit continue, because the name doesn't really matter for us right now. Like I said, once you have your pixel all the way set up, and you have a lot of data in it, you'll actually be able to run these retargeting conversion ads. But until you have that data, Facebook won't actually allow you to even make it live. So like I said, you have to do that first before you can even set up any of these kind of ad sets. But once you have that data, then you'll be able to actually set up a conversion ad based on previous conversions, and Facebook will actually be able to optimize it for you and have a good audience. Now, for these website conversion ads, the audience, like I said, we're just going to be setting up a retargeting list in the next couple sections. We're going to be setting up like the lookalike audience and the retargeting list. So I'll get to how to set up that custom audience there, but that's all you're going to do is select the retargeting list. You don't really need to mess with anything else on here other than obviously the budget. You would probably set to like $5 or something like that. And then, everything else you pretty much keep on the default setup that it has for you because it's already pretty much placed properly. And then, you also want to edit the placement. So like I did on the last one, you just keep it on feeds. That's the only place that you really want it on. You don't want this ad popping up in other places really because it's not going to be as optimized. Now with retargeting ads, you could potentially set it up to also show up on Instagram feeds. I've seen some people do that and it has worked out well for them. But Facebook feeds is probably the best place you want to be setting up your retargeting. You could do it on Instagram feed as well. I have seen some people get results with that. So that's just up to you. If you want to play around with that as well, you could do that. But I would just say to put it on the feeds because that's where people interact with things the most. So next, pretty much leave all of this blank because we are using a custom audience that's already really, really narrowed down. So we don't need to narrow it down anymore other than just the placements of where we want the ads. Then all we do is come down here and click continue. Now, like I said, you have to have this conversion event. Obviously, it won't let you set it up until you have that, you have enough data in your pixels. So then you hit continue. And now with this type of retargeting ad, there's a couple of different ways that you could set it up. As you can see, you could set it up with a carousel ad. This is good if you're trying to do a retargeting list to just general people that have come to your website and you're trying to just show them a variety of your other products. You could set that up and add different like images here and different cards if you wanted to have like different things pop up. I'm not going to be setting it up because it's pretty self-explanatory here. You just change the image and set it up for each product that you sell and just link it here. That takes a while to set up, obviously, but you can do that if you want. You could also do a video slideshow as well if you wanted to. There's a lot of different options here for your retargeting ads. Carousel ads do convert pretty well because you have people interacting with it, especially if you put like, the dog bed here, then you put like the phone case here. This could work really well if people went to your website, they already shopped around, and now you're allowing them to shop around again, and they may really want to actually purchase. If, they're seeing it again, they're like, oh, I got to get it. You could also do just a single image here as well, just like one nice big ad image. You could do a video. I mean, really, the options are endless here with the different formats, but you're just keep in mind that with these type of retargeting website conversion ads is you are optimizing this for someone who's already been to your website, and it's people that are pretty warm. They're warm to what you're doing. They already are familiar with who you are, and so they're more inclined to purchase. So you can just show them straight up like, this is the buy button pretty much, and they'll be like, oh, that's right, I needed to buy this, and then they just go in and get it. So it's a lot of different ways you could set it up. There's lots of different options here. If you need other extra help with this, Facebook has a lot of different tutorials and stuff. If you just search on here, they have little help things that pop up, little icons and little like help sections. As you can see, all these things like tell you what they are. But it's pretty straightforward, honestly. You come through here, you set it up however you want to do your retargeting ad, and that is what you do. So with PPE, there's a little bit more specifics that you want to follow, but with retargeting, it's a little bit more open to different things on however you want to set those up. So in the next section of the course, I'm going to be going over how to actually build up that lookalike audience, how to get it all set up within the Facebook Ads Manager. So without further ado, guys, I will see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the Building a Lookalike Audience section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be going through exactly how to build your lookalike audiences for your Facebook marketing strategy. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. So the first thing you're going to want to do is come to the Business Manager section on business.facebook.com. Then we're just going to come up to the top left over here and go ahead and click on All Tools. Then we're going to go over and click on Audiences. So this is effectively how we're going to build the lookalike audience is in the audiences section. We're going to let Facebook develop that for us. So all we do to create the lookalike audiences, you go to there, you're on the audience section, and then right here it says reach the people who matter to you, and it says lookalike audiences, so you're able to reach new people who are similar to audiences you already care about. You can create lookalike audiences based on people who like your page, conversion pixels, or any existing custom audience. So what we're doing with these lookalike audiences, there's a lot of different ways you can actually develop a lookalike audience on here, but I'm going to be showing you how to do it in probably the best way you want to do it. But I'm going to be showing you as well a couple of different other options. So the first thing you want to do though when you come up to this lookalike audience section is obviously click on create a lookalike audience, right? Then we're going to go ahead and select the country or regions to target. Now, what I would recommend is just doing United States. You can try other things as well, but I would probably just select United States because it has a large amount of people that are on Facebook are in the United States. So I'd probably just select that. Obviously, you can target other countries depending on your personal preferences, but I'm in the United States, so I'm just going to select United States, okay? So go ahead and select that there. Audience size, you're going to want to just keep this on a 1% because this is the percent of the total population that you're selecting. So as you can see, you can go all the way or down, but I would just stick to 1 because you just want 1% of that match. You don't want to like go too big, you know, just 2.1 million, still pretty solid. And then this is the more important part here with the source, okay? So what you can select is either a different page or custom audience that you've already built, but since we haven't built one yet, we're going to go ahead and click on create new. You can select page source as well, but we're going to go ahead and click create new. So this is how you're going to do your lookalike audiences. So like I said, but you're not going to be actually doing this until you have a good amount of customers on your store, enough data for Facebook to create the lookalike audience, which you need around like 1,000 people to actually create. So what we're going to want to do is then click on the custom audience section under the create new. And so as you can see, there's a lot of different options that you can select from customer file, website traffic, app activity, offline, and engagement. So what we're going to be doing for this strategy is utilizing the customer file. So utilizing the customer data that we already have from our store, from people that have come to our website, either purchased something or are already a customer of ours, and utilizing that data to then create a lookalike audience off of the existing customers. There are a variety of different strategies you could also use with website traffic, but that's more important and better to utilize for retargeting, which we're going to get into in the next section. But for lookalike audiences, we're going to want to stick with customer files. So all we have to do then is get the customer data. And so in order to do that, I'm going to go ahead and pop over to another store that I have that actually has some customer data already built up in it. So I can show you what you would do once you already have some customers. But we're going to go ahead and grab that file in a second here. But what we're going to be doing with that file is then uploading it here, and you can add customers, you know, with that data here, and then it'll import it directly to Facebook, and it will allow it to create the lookalike audience. So I'm going to go pop on that Shopify store and show you exactly what to do. So once you're on your Shopify store that already has a good amount of customers built up, all we have to do is then click on the export button up at the top. And if you're wondering what page this is on, you just go to the left bar over here underneath home and just click on customers, and then we select export. So the export options that we're going to want to select is all customers, not just the current page. I know that's what it default pops up. You want to select all customers so that you're exporting all the customer data, and then you could either do plain CSV file or Excel. It really doesn't matter. We could probably just do plain CSV file because we really don't need to open it in Excel or anything like that. Then you just click export customers, and it will then email that directly to you. And then once you get that file, you can then add it to your asset library over here on your lookalike audiences, and you can go ahead and upload it there. I'm not going to do that right now because this is just an example, but you can upload it there, and then it will go ahead and tell you that it will take a few days for it to actually build the audience, because it has to go through and like match it up, like I showed you guys in the strategies and offers section, how, you know, Facebook has to go in and match that to people that look similar to your audience that you've already built up. So it's going to take some time for the lookalike audience to develop, but once it develops, you'll have that ready for you just based off the customers that you already have, and it matches with, you know, people on Facebook. As you can see, information to match them with other people on Facebook. So once you have that set up, then you can go ahead and select that in the ad posting section, which is what I showed you with, you know, you could select the audience. In the last video I showed you, you just click that and it'll pop up with your lookalike audience based on what you name it and stuff like that. And it's pretty straightforward. So that's effectively how you go in and create a lookalike audience. In the next section, we're going to be going over how to do retargeting and different strategies that you can also do with retargeting based on people that come to your website or people that see a different PPE ad. So without further ado, guys, we're going to go ahead and do that in the next section, and I will see you there. What's up, guys, and welcome to the retargeting section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be going through exactly how to set up your retargeting audiences for your Facebook marketing strategy. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. All right, so the first thing you're going to want to do is come over to the Business Manager section of business.facebook.com. Then we're just going to come over to the left here and select on the Business Manager tab here, go to All Tools, and we are then going to select Business Settings. So this is something where we have to actually connect the pixel so that the pixel can be attached to the ad account that we are going to be setting up these audiences within. So we come over to the left here and then select Pixels, and then we come down to the Frenchy Life pixel, and then we go ahead and assign the ad account, which I'm just going to select my ad account here, hit Save Changes, and then the ad account is officially assigned to the pixel so that you're going to be able to select this pixel as an option for fulfilling your audience selector, which we'll get into in a second here. But that's the first thing you have to do. You first have to add the pixel to the ad account, and that's all you do right there. You click that button like I just showed you. And so that's the first step. Now, next, we're going to come up to the top left over here, and we are then going to select the audiences section, just like the lookalike thing. Audiences section is where we need to go. Similar to lookalike audiences, rather. And so load up here. As you can see, there's lookalike audiences right there. So for retargeting, instead, we're going to be selecting custom audiences because this is a custom audience that we are creating from the people that visit our website from our pixel, which I'm also going to be going over a couple of other retargeting strategies that you can set up within custom audiences that might be helpful as well for your campaigns. So obviously you click here on create a custom audience, and then instead of customer file, this time we're going to be selecting website traffic. Now you can also select engagement as well as another option, but we're going to go ahead and first select website traffic. This is how you do it with the pixel. So all we have to do here is then select the Frenchy Life pixel from the top. As you can see, it's got the little green dot, which means that it has been activated and it is nice and working on the website. So as you can see, this is here selected, and we're going to include any people who meet any of the following criteria. So this is website visitors in the past 30 days. You can change this to 180 days as well. That's also good to do if you want to just target generally everyone who's been on your site. Sometimes it's better to even just do people who have recently visited your site, maybe in the last 7 days, okay? You know, you could change this and play around with it depending on the type of ad that you're going to create. So keep in mind the type of ad that you're creating for the audience that you're making. So, you know, if you were doing one that's more recent, like, hey, thanks for visiting, they just visited the site, obviously, and then you hit them real quick with another thing, because when you're remarketing to someone, they're already warm traffic. They're already familiar with your product, your site. They've already been there. So they are more hot and ready to purchase, okay? So maybe it's better to target people within the last 7 days, maybe even just the last, 3 days. If you recently did like an Instagram promotion and you want to hit them again with another ad, that's something else that you could do, to people that have been on your site. They're hot, they're like really considering that purchase. It's the same thing Amazon does. Amazon hits you with those retargets all the time. So that's something you can set up. You can do a max limit, like it says here, with 180 days if you just want to target everyone. But, just keep in mind what you're doing over here should align and be congruent with your ad that you're creating, with the thought process that this ad is, who you're targeting, depending on the type of visitors that you want to select for this custom audience. Now, you can create as many custom audiences as you want. You can name them here. So this one could be like recent visitors, okay? If we're going to be going ahead with the strategy of just like in the past, 5 days or 3 days or something. Let's just go 3 days, okay? So they're like recent visitors. You could create a completely separate ad set for those people and do something with that as well. So there's a lot of different strategies you could utilize. Another one maybe just like 180 days, like all visitors. Like I said, you just play around with it and select different things in here. There's a lot of different strategies. So if you go to all website visitors, this is where you can also select people who visited specific web pages even. You could retarget people that have visited a specific product and then remarket that specific product at them again. So that's another cool thing you can do. Maybe if you're promoting one specific product a lot, people that go to that specific web page will then be retargeted instead of just general people who have been to your site overall. So that's something else you could target as well. Instead of just all visitors, you could target people who visited a specific product web page, and you just put that URL in here. It contains those values. So it's very easy to set up. But that's another thing you could do. You could even do it by time spent, which is pretty cool. Or specific web pages. There's a lot of different things here. You could even do it based on if they, did a purchase as well, if they've been on your site. Now, I don't have any purchases yet on the Frenchie Life Pixel, obviously, but you could set up these events depending on people that viewed page, viewed content, add to cart, purchase, all that kind of stuff. You can remarket to certain people that have visited your site, took certain actions. That's what's so great about the Pixel, is that you can really, really specific and narrow it down on who you want to hit with certain ads based on the time that they've been there. Lots of different factors. You could even include and then they also had done this, right? So they also did this or that. You could also do this exclusion thing as well, exclude people that went to a certain page or something like that. There's a lot of things you could play around with here with the targeting. So that's just something you can keep in mind there. So you can just create that audience off anybody, and you just click create audience here, and it goes ahead and makes that audience here in your custom audiences. It does take some time to actually populate, but like I said before in the setting up the ad post, you just select that in your custom audiences section, and it will come up with the name here. You just select all visitors or whatever. And it will take a little bit of time to populate, similarly to lookalike audiences. That is something you have to keep in mind. But it usually doesn't take that long to actually populate and set up properly. So like I showed you guys, there's a ton of different types of custom audiences you can really create in here. You just have to get, unique with it and get creative. And you can figure out lots of different ways that you can remarket and retarget your customers and people that visit your website. So in the next section, we're going to be going over how to scale your Facebook ad strategies and marketing, and when to take certain actions on certain types of ads and all that kind of stuff, going over really how to go from the beginning phases to later phases and really just scale up your overall campaigns. So without further ado, guys, I'll see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the how to scale section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today we're going to be going through exactly how to scale your Facebook marketing efforts and campaigns. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. So the process for actually scaling up your Facebook advertising, stuff like that, what we're going to be doing is starting obviously with your Instagram and Facebook interest PPE ads. So with this process, the kind of funnel that we're going to be leading people through is we're starting out with those Instagram influencers, right? Then we can even do Facebook interest PPE ads. Now, this is more so to gauge interest and to get some visitors and see when you're testing products. Now, you can get a lot of sales off of PPE ads with just targeting interests, but it doesn't always work like that. But if you do have it working like that with a PPE ad, for all means, keep running it if you're making a profit from it. But just keep in mind, that's mostly to build up your lookalike audience and to get your pixel firing so that you can run them down the rest of the sales funnel. So, obviously we're starting out with that, the Instagram and the Facebook. Then, after that, we're doing our lookalike audience with 1,000 customers, because you have to have 1,000 customers first for the lookalike audience to actually build up properly for Facebook to be able to build out that data. Then, obviously we're doing our retargeting and website conversion ads. That's the next step here. And, that is basically when your visitors come to the website, then the visitor leaves, and then they're shown advertisements based on what they went to or how you set that up, which I showed you in the last section. So then, you have your purchase conversion ads, and you only want to run these once you have over 100, or otherwise it won't optimize properly. So this is basically the sales funnel that we're going to be running through with our customers, the different Instagram influencers, bringing them down that, cooking the pixel up as they go along, and with the Facebook interest PPE ads. And this is how, you start out getting sales at the top line, but you can bring up your sales volume by testing out the lookalike audiences and going into retargeting ads as well. Then, so more specifically with scaling on Facebook ads alone in comparison to the overall scaling methods, which I also showed for Instagram influencers back in that section, this is more so scaling with Facebook. So with our Facebook advertising efforts, what we're going to be doing is then increasing the ad budget. So with the ad budget, like I said, you start around $3 to $5, but if you're getting a good profit from that, all you have to do is then increase it to maybe $10 a day or $20 a day. If you're still making a profit, you can keep increasing it as you go along. Now, if something dies or the ad just stops making you money, obviously cancel it. Don't keep increasing your budget in your ad spend. But if you're making money at $3 or $5 on that PPE ad, increase the budget so that you can make more money. Don't get comfortable with just making X amount of money when you can scale it up and bring it up to the moon. So that's what you want to do then with your ad budgets there if it's working. So then, and at the same time, it takes a little bit of time to re-optimize when you do increase your ad budget. So don't expect it to happen instantaneously, but maybe wait 24 hours. It should, re-optimize and start working really well. And this basically expands your reach, increases the amount of people that you're getting your ad in front of. So that's pretty much the strategy that you're going to want to do for how to scale your Facebook ads. In the next section and module of the course, we're going to be going through exactly how to set up your email marketing. So without further ado, guys, I'll see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the Why You Need to Build a List section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be going through exactly why you need to build an email list for your overall marketing strategy. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. So what the list gives you and why. Why do you need to build an email list for your Shopify store and overall business? So the reason why you need to do this is because it's a stream of communication with your customers. So it's a way for you to communicate with your customers and talk to them, whether it's a sales pitch, whether it's a new product you have that you're releasing, all these kind of things. Maybe it's content. There's a ton of different things that you can communicate and send to your customers for free. It's just really great because you're building rapport. It's a way to communicate. And ultimately, it doesn't cost you anything to get started with. So it's in comparison to like Facebook and Instagram. With Facebook, you have to pay for Facebook ads. With Instagram, you got to pay for those influencer promotions. But once you have people come into your store, it's another way that you can, build that rapport and likability factor, whether you're sending them content in those emails. Say, for example, you're a fitness store, you could send them little fit tips, stuff like that. So a lot of different things you can do with your email list. You just have to get creative, which we're going to be going more into that, like different things that you can send in your email list later in the module. But it's just really great to build, and you need to be doing this because it can get you sales and recover sales. So when I mean recover sales, it's when people come to your store and they leave an abandoned cart, right? They already put in all their information, they were ready to buy, but for some reason they're just like, not right now. I'm not gonna buy from you. But what this can do is then you already have their contact information. You can contact them and send them different stuff, and then maybe they'll be more willing to purchase from you. I've had that many different times where you send that abandoned cart email and they're actually like, oh, wow, you know what, let me just go buy this. I forgot about it, and then they are reminded through these emails about your brand and your business and stuff like that. And then people are like, okay, let me just go buy that product. And this can get you a lot of sales, and it's a good way to build that constant communication with your customers and build trust. So you definitely need to be building an email list when you're doing your overall marketing strategy. So in the next section, we're going to go over how to actually build it, what different ways that we can collect emails for the business. And so anyway, guys, without further ado, I will see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the collecting emails section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be going through exactly how to collect emails to build your email marketing list. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. Alrighty, guys, so the first thing you're going to want to do is come over to the Shopify dashboard. Now, in today's video, we're going to be going through a couple of different methods in order to collect emails to build your email marketing list. So without further ado, the first thing you're going to want to hop over to is go over to the app section. And today we're going to be going through Privy. So Privy is the email pop-ups app that I had you guys install way back in the Shopify building your store section of the course in that module. And today we're going to be diving more into Privy and what exactly it does. So all you have to do is click on this here and it will open the Privy dashboard. Now on the Privy dashboard, we're going to be heading over to campaigns. So this should pop up by default is the newsletter signups. So effectively what this is a pop-up when people come to your website, they see it and then they can put their email address into it. So we're going to be going through what you want to do for that and taking a look at an example as well. So when you are utilizing these pop-ups, obviously you want to have them active. I just have it inactive right now. But you want to be making sure that you're customizing these pop-ups because the default just says sign up for it, right? So in order to design it and edit it, you're going to come over to design and then we're going to click on edit so we can edit the pop-up design here. So you're going to want to go in and edit this. Now I'm not going to be doing that right now because it could take like a long time. It could take like 30 minutes or maybe an hour or so to edit it. But what you're going to want to come in and actually edit this to match your colors of your branding and everything you're utilizing for your store. So you can have it as sign up for updates, but another good thing that I've seen a lot of people do is they offer a discount code, which you can do when people sign up. You can then offer them a discount code that pops up after they hit the submit button. So I'll show you how to do that in a second here, but you can have them enter their email for like a $5 off coupon or even just like a 10% off coupon as well. That's something that has worked for me in the past. I see it work for a lot of other stores. It's an easy way to get the customer's email. So you could be like, enter the email for 10% off your first order or $5 off your first order. Those are a couple of common offers that people do on their email pop-up, because this is a way that you're going to collect a lot of people that may come to the store, but they aren't necessarily ready to purchase yet, or they may want to purchase, but they need that extra bit of incentivizing, right? So then they come up and they're like, oh, as soon as they're about to close the tab, because you can have it as where, as soon as they're about to close the tab, the email pop-up will come up, or it pops up after a certain amount of time that they're on your website. And then they see that and they're like, oh, it helps them make the decision. And they're giving you their contact info. So like if they don't purchase, they're still giving you their email, in which you can then send emails to them and potentially get a sale in the future. So that's what you're going to want to do, is actually edit this and customize it. Now, to actually add the discount code section, I'm going to go ahead and click cancel there. But you can do is come over here. Obviously, you have your timer, so you can set up that. You can also set up the exit intent, so anytime they go to exit the tab. And I would recommend that you leave it as trigger at most every once a day. And you can even set the timer to 10 seconds. I know that the 10-second timer worked well on a couple of my websites. That's something I would recommend to do, is set it up to 10 seconds. You can also have the thank you page as well. And then in terms of the behavior, this is where you can set up the coupon code. So all you have to do is then click on the coupon code section, you click edit, and then you click on visit the coupons tab to create some, because there isn't any created yet. You just come here, and this is where you can actually create your custom coupon. So you can title it however you want, and you have to set it up on your Shopify store so that it syncs properly, which I'll show you in a second. But you can just have it set up as a mastered coupon so that people see it, and it's, they get the $5 off their first order, or however you want to do it. I think you can actually set up the coupon in here now. They used to have it where you had to go on to Shopify and make it, but I think you can just make it up right here, and it'll automatically add that to your Shopify store. So it's pretty easy to do. You can start it now and have it last forever, and then it will just pop up after they enter their email, as the coupon code will come up with the sign up with the coupon code in the thank you page, or the autoresponder as well in the email that gets sent to them as like a thank you for signing up for the email list, or thank you for signing up for your 10% code. Here it is. That's a couple of different things that it will be sent through. It'll send up through the thank you page or the autoresponder, so that they actually get their coupon, right? So that is a way that you can get people to incentivize to actually enter their email instead of just like a newsletter. I would recommend doing the coupon code. It's going to get a lot more people actually willing to put in their information. So as an example in today's video, to actually go through and show you what one looks like for a certain store, is actually utilizing the Logan Paul store. So whether you're a fan of Logan Paul or not, he makes a lot of money on his Shopify store, and so he sells merch, right? This is his email pop-up that comes up. Now, this I'm pretty sure is through Privy. If it's not through Privy, it probably is through some other email pop-up provider. There's a lot of different ones. As you can see, it's very customized. It's a picture of him with him wearing his own merch, and then it says, enter your email to receive $5 off your first order. So this is a common offer I see on a lot of different stores, and then you have your email and you hit sign up. Now, this same exact pop-up you could create with Privy as well. It's very easy to set up on here. You can just, edit the design on the pop-up design. You can edit the form, you can change the sizing, you can pretty much make it look exactly like this if you really wanted to. You can add an image in here. It's very easy to edit. It's pretty straightforward. You just click in and edit the things on here. So that's all you have to do for your pop-up design, and you can even make it look like this. That's what I would recommend, is just operating off what works for other people. That's a good way to learn things. So, if you want to utilize this exact same design, go ahead and copy it. It obviously works for him. It works for a lot of people. And that's what I would recommend you do to actually collect your emails. Now, aside from collecting emails through Privy and through email pop-ups and discount codes and stuff like that you can set up on Privy, another way that you're going to be collecting emails is through your customers. So once you actually get some customers in here on your Shopify store, that's another way that you can get emails, and people that leave abandoned carts. that's another way the emails are going to come into your store. So the main way you're going to be really marketing and getting those emails is through the coupon codes, obviously, and through the pop-up. That's where you're going to get the majority of your emails, and then it'll just pop up in the Privy dashboard under your email section in here, or under your actual email list. It'll come up here at the bottom. It'll show you like, oh, you have X amount of people signing up, and this is the results from the store. So you have your signups here. It'll come up, and you'll be able to click and view all the different emails from people that actually sign up with your email pop-up, and then you can just import those into your email provider, which we're going to get into more on this email software to utilize for your Shopify store in the next section. But that's pretty much the different ways you're going to be collecting emails. You're going to be importing them from Privy, from marketing and collecting them here, from your discount codes, and you're also going to be getting them from your customers that you already have had. And so you can get them from all of those different ways, abandoned checkouts, lots of different ways you can get your emails from your customers. So in the next section, we're going to be going over how to organize all those different kinds of emails that you're getting, where to put them, and what software to use. So without further ado, guys, I'll see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the email software to use section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today we're going to be going through exactly what email software to utilize for your email marketing strategy. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. So the first thing we're going to want to do is come over to the Shopify dashboard, and then we're going to go ahead and select apps. So we're going to be adding this new email software app in combination with creating an account on the email software page. So we're going to go to the Shopify App Store, and then in the search bar, we're going to go ahead and search for MailChimp. So many of you guys have probably heard of MailChimp before. It's a very popular email service that you can utilize, and it allows you to have up to 2,000 email subscribers for free. So you can send 12,000 emails, as you can see here, and up to 2,000 subscribers for free each month using MailChimp. So you can utilize that for free. Now, if you do exceed the 2,000 limit here, you do have to pay per month or pay as you go, but it's great for getting started because you can have 2,000 people for free and send a bunch of emails out. And if you never have over a certain amount, you just keep cleaning out your email list, you can essentially use them for free for a very long time. So that's why I recommend MailChimp. It's very easy to use. So we're going to go ahead and get the Shopify app here. What this Shopify app allows you to do with MailChimp is import your store customers. So it allows you to add them and their purchase data directly to MailChimp. And it's very easy to do, and you can create little automations and targeted emails, different types of stuff like that. We're going to be going over more of the different types of emails you can send in the next section, but this is the email software. We're going to go ahead and click to get, and then that will add this to our Shopify store, as you can see, for Frenchy Life. We're installing that app. And then what we need to do is actually create a MailChimp account on here. So we're going to go ahead and create a new account here, and this will allow us to create a brand new MailChimp account. So we're going to go ahead and use the email address that we already have set up for our business. So for me, it's bestfrenchielife@gmail.com. Username, I'm just going to go ahead with Frenchy Life. The username isn't really super important. It's just going to be for your account. It's not what people will actually see. I'm going to go ahead and create a password here. And so it actually has to have one lowercase letter. So it has to be kind of unique here with the specials. It has to be a pretty strong password. So have that all set and secure. Best French E-Life. Not Best French Life. Geez, we're not a French store. So, okay. So bestfrenchielife@gmail.com. All set up there. And bada boom, we have clicked it, and then we're going to save that here. So we have to activate the account. So we actually have to go to the Gmail, activate it, and then we can hop back into MailChimp. So this is the email you're going to get from MailChimp. All you have to do here is click activate account, and then that will bring you back here to your confirm you're not a robot. Yeah, I'm not a robot. So I'm just going to go ahead and type in Frenchy Life. Because it doesn't really matter what exactly you put in here. It's just for MailChimp to see. So the name of your business. So we're going to go ahead and put Frenchy Life. You can put in your personal name if you want to. This is just for the MailChimp account. It's not super important. What's the website? So I'm going to go ahead and put in FrenchyLife.myshopify.com. So that is then set up there. And we hit continue. And we're going to go ahead and put in the address. And you do need to make sure you go ahead and put in a valid address, because as it says right here, but why? Why do you need an actual address in here? And believe it or not, we need a physical address to make sure your emails comply with international anti-spam laws. So there are laws that are against spam, so that people actually have to put an official business address or physical address alternative. So you can go ahead and click these if you want to learn more about that, but you do need to put in a valid address so that your emails are secure and are legal to send. And then answering this question here, of course, does your business sell anything? Yes, it sells something, of course. And it's already connected with Shopify, so all we're just going to do is hit continue and just hit let's go. And then it will pop in here. And so we are now on the main page here. Good evening, Frenchie. So as you can see, everything is all set up on this page. Now we're going to be getting into more of the different type of campaigns you can actually set up, but this is the email software that we're going to be utilizing for our Shopify store. So in the next section, we're going to be going over what different types of campaigns you can go ahead and set up on MailChimp, as well as how to organize your different email lists from all the ways you're collecting emails. So without further ado, guys, I will see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the creating and sending email promotions section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be going through exactly how to set up your different email marketing campaigns, what type of things to create and send for your promotions, as well as organizing your list. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. Alrighty, guys, so we're back on MailChimp. So the first thing you're going to want to do is come over to the top left over here on campaigns. So this is where you're able to design and create your different types of campaigns. So obviously there aren't any campaigns created yet, but we're going to go ahead and click on create campaign. Now you can create a ton of these. You can create as many different types of ones as you want. Realistically, what campaigns do is it finds different types of things to send to your customers. So, you could create an ad to your customers to send them over an email, a landing page, or just an email. So for us, we're just going to create an email here. And so this campaign name, I'm just going to go as test 1 because it doesn't really matter for now. So this is just a regular one that we're going to be doing. And so with these types of campaigns, you can realistically set up different funnels that you want to send to people. There's a lot of different things that you can do. You can send recipients, so who are you sending it to? So you can choose a list, which we're going to be just selecting Frenchie Life, as there's one contact in there, which is pretty much me, because that's all we have in the list right now. You just hit save, so you can send it to any type of list that you want. You can send it from, and then just say like the name is Frenchie Life, if you want to send it from Frenchie Life. As it says, use something subscribers will instantly recognize, so you want to use like your company name. So, Frenchie Life is the name there. That's the email address, the subject. Now, subject lines, you typically want to do something that is very eye-catching. So for this, you could do something like, hey, or new product, or something like that. I mean, anything that's going to catch their attention. There's even a section here on MailChimp where they go over different types of things you could set up. You can even do emojis here, which I would definitely recommend doing emojis, because that's going to increase your open rates for your customers. So you could even do something like that with little heart eyes. That's going to get their attention. And that's all this subject section is to get their attention, so they actually click on your email and check it out. Same with the preview text, that also appears on the notification. So when people get notifications for your email, they see who's it from, they see Frenchie Life, they see new product, they see the preview text. They're going to be interested in clicking it. So you just want to set up something that's going to catch their attention. You can do a lot of different types of things there. In terms of designing it, this is where you can get really creative and design your own custom content. So depending on what you're trying to send, you could sell products, you could make an announcement, maybe there's something new that you want to talk about, maybe you have something cool going on social media soon. There are a lot of different things you could do. You could sell, obviously your products, announcement, follow-up maybe. You could do something if you want to educate people, maybe some sort of content information. Maybe you're teaching them how to take care of their dog. That's another thing you could do with your store, is do more of the content side with email marketing. Kind of stuff like that, beyond just selling products, because you don't want to just slam products in people's faces all the time, especially on their email. Otherwise, they're going to feel like you're spamming them, and they're not going to be excited for your emails. They're just going to be like, oh, it's just spam, whatever. They're just trying to sell me some crap. I would just mix it here when you're selecting different types of emails. Select some that are educating, select some that do sell products, because you don't want to only just talk all the time and give them tons of content. You also want to sell products occasionally, obviously, and make some money from your business. So there's a lot of different things you could set up here. You could even just do a basic one and set up your own type of text. You could even just do a little email like, hey, glad you signed up, or something like that, or whatever you want to type here in this simple text section. You could also do that as well. Lots of different things here. I'm not going to show you exactly what to do for all of them because it's really on your own time. They already have the layout selected, and you could even just select your products in here and add them in. It's very simple on MailChimp. You could select photos, lots of different things. You really just have to get creative with it because they already have the basics all set up for you. You can add like a logo, all this kind of different stuff you can set up on here. Video, as you can see, products. You just drag stuff in. It's very, very simple to use. And very easy to set up. It's pretty straightforward. You put your logo there, you put your showcase, your products, put pictures, add more products. It depends on what you're trying to send for a campaign. There's a lot of different things you can do with MailChimp. So we're going to go ahead and go back here. And under the different types of campaigns, as you can see, that's where they go to. They have different themes on here as well. Now, I'm not sure. I believe some of these are paid themes that you do have to pay for, but even just the default MailChimp theme should work pretty well because people aren't really too caught up in how things, if it looks super pretty, if it shows the information, people are really into what kind of content are they getting. If they're getting the right kind of content, as long as it looks pretty decent, they're not going to be too focused on, the colors need to look a certain way. Like people are more so into what are you sending them? Is it valuable? Are they is it useful? All those kind of things are what people think through first, instead of maybe just necessarily like the theme. If you want to set up a theme, you could do that as well on here. Different types of templates you create. You can even code your own if you're into coding and that kind of stuff, but for a lot of people, you just set up these simple templates, and that's what you could set for your campaigns. Now, aside from that, there is also the section of lists, right? We have to set up our lists. So I wanted to teach you guys how to do this. So when you're importing your lists, okay, you have your customers that are automatically imported or people that come through your store. You also want to then create a separate list on here for people that come from your email pop-up so that you're familiar with where they're coming from, if they've already purchased from you or not. Knowing those kind of different things are important for your list because someone who's just signing up from the discount code, you might want to send them some more content so that they're more willing to purchase from you and are more aware of your brand and all that kind of stuff. But if someone already bought from you, they may not necessarily need those kind of emails. You might want to just send them a product email. There's a lot of different things you can test out on MailChimp with the different types of campaigns on here, different types of lists. You can even set up automated campaigns as well if you wanted to, or a landing page, all this kind of different stuff. If you want to have a sign up, like your product page, stuff like that. A lot of different things you can do in here. I'm not showing you exactly how to do all of them because this course is more so focused on Shopify. I'm just showing you the different elements that you can utilize with MailChimp for your Shopify store. Different product things, different content, maybe even like a happy birthday exclusive offer. Lots of different things that you could even do on here, even A/B testing to send half of the emails to one, split test and see which works better with different open rates. Lots of different things you could do in here. They have all these listed out with how to do them and what they mean. So I suggest you guys to play around with MailChimp, set up different campaigns. You can set up product emails, maybe even just set up content emails like, hey, this is something cool that we're doing now. You can set them up and send them to your subscribers, people that have either purchased from you, people that sign up from your discount code. All of those ways that you're getting those emails, you can then set up these campaigns and send them to them. And like I said before, it's very important to set up an email list because it gives you communication, it helps build your brand, and trust. Ultimately, trust is what an email list builds over time as people open them, people see your emails. Don't spam them. Make sure that you're sending valuable emails. Don't just send a bunch of product emails all the time. You want to make sure that you're diversifying the different types of campaigns that you're choosing so that your customers build trust and like you over time. So guys, that is what you want to do with your email list. Lots of different campaigns here on MailChimp that you can set up, organizing your list and all that kind of stuff. And on the dashboard, you can also track how your marketing performance is going, your different audiences, if people are unsubscribing or subscribing to your list. But in the next section of the course, we're going to be going over how to deal with customer service, what type of things you want to be doing there on that side of things. So anyway, guys, that's all for email marketing, and I'll see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the Answering Customer Emails section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be going through exactly how to answer customer emails, how to deal with customers on your Shopify store. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. So the first thing is dealing with customers, okay? So you're going to get a lot of different customer emails, either talking about something, complaining, or asking a lot of various types of questions, mostly regarding to their products. So you're going to have a lot of angry customers, and you can resolve those problems very easily by following these type of steps, okay? You're going to get these typically about shipping times or packages not arriving because people just want their stuff. That's their biggest problem. It's like, hey, when is my stuff going to get here? Sometimes they're going to be not so nice. Sometimes they're going to be actually pretty nice and respectful about their questions and stuff like that. So you need to definitely deal with these customers and explain to them the shipping times from your warehouse. So obviously you're not going to say, oh yeah, we're just shipping them from China. You want to explain we have warehouses all around the world and that we are shipping them to you in the fastest possible time that we can. And explain to them, your shipping times are a little bit longer due to that, but it should be there within, 2 to 3 weeks, 2 to 4 weeks with ePacket. And another thing that a lot of people ask is like, hey, just when is it going to be here? One thing I recommend you do, definitely do this, is to check the tracking code for them and then give the estimated delivery time. This is something people really like to hear if they're having problems with the shipping time. They're like, when is my package going to get here? They like to see that you can offer a tracking code. And when you ship with ePacket, which is what I recommend you guys to do so you don't have to have as many problems, you ship with ePacket, people will typically get their products and they also have that tracking code as well. They'll typically get their products in a relatively decent amount of time. It is still a little longer than like Amazon or something like that, but with this, they get the tracking code and you can give them the delivery time. So I recommend you go to check the tracking code for them. You say, oh, it's going to be there in about 7 days, or it should be there in about a week or two, or 1 more week. And then they'll be excited to hear that because they know that their package is on the way. And another thing is if they complain like, oh, I didn't ever get it, and you check the tracking code and something's messed up with the product, which this does happen occasionally because you're shipping from China. Sometimes products get lost to getting to the US, all those kind of problems. Send them another product if anything. If there's any kind of problem there and you're going to check the tracking code through AliExpress and it shows that there's no product or anything like that, all you have to do is say, hey, we're going to send you another one. It should be there soon. If anything, just keep the other product if it does eventually arrive to you. I had that multiple times where someone would end up getting the product like a week later and I just ordered them another because the products are typically pretty cheap that you're selling on your store anyway, to where it doesn't really hurt your overall profit margin, and it will help you get long-term customers as well as just keeping people happy. And we're going to get more into the reasons of why you need to keep people happy later in this module, but that's what you want to do for dealing with customers, answering those customer emails. Be respectful, be nice, treat yourself as a professional store, as a professional business, and be good to your customers because that's going to help you in the long run. So anyway, guys, I will see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the Dealing with Returns section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be going over exactly how to deal with returns if customers ask for that. They email you, hey, I want to return this product, they're unhappy, some sort of thing like that. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. So a customer asked to return their product, right? This is a problem. Oh no, someone emails you, they're like, hey, I want to return this, I didn't really like it, yada yada, I had some problems with it, something like that, okay? The thing that you have to say to them is first, apologize, saying that you're sorry and that you don't accept returns or exchanges because you're a dropshipping store, right? You don't have an address and you don't hold extra product at your house because you're dropshipping and you're sending things through AliExpress, Oberlo, all that kind of setup. So you don't really typically have returns or exchanges unless you were to order them to your house and do bulk ordering and stuff like that, which you can do to save some money. But most of you guys that are doing this don't have actual product on hand, and you don't want to have returns. You don't want to accept them, right? So you just have to say, hey, we don't accept returns, sorry. But what you can do is then say, hey, I could offer you a refund, if you're unhappy, stuff like that. That is typically what you want to do, is instead of saying, oh, sorry, you're screwed, because that can lead to chargebacks and problems like that. We're going to be going over more of that in the next section, but you want to keep the customer happy at the end of the day. And if it's offering them a refund, go ahead and do it, because it's going to keep people happy. And that's going to overall keep your store in a good position, because you don't want unhappy customers. That's the problem, okay? So you have to solve those problems, and that'll keep your store nice and running well. This is typically uncommon with people asking for returns. A lot of people just get it and they're like, oh, cool, I got my product, whatever. And even if they don't really like it that much, they still keep it. So I've had, I think, 1 or 2 of these occasionally. It's, like I said, very uncommon, but it can happen, and you need to know how to deal with it. So that's how you deal with it. You apologize, you offer a refund, anything like that to keep the customer happy. So that's all for dealing with returns. In the next section, we're going to be going over chargebacks and all that kind of stuff. So without further ado, guys, I will see you in the next section. What's up, guys, and welcome to the chargebacks or refunds section of the Shopify Mastery course. Today, we're going to be talking about how to deal with chargebacks or refunds or any of that kind of stuff. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and jump into it. So for chargebacks or refunds, you want to avoid these things like the plague. They are a detriment to your Shopify store. You want to stay away from them as much as possible. So how do we do this? How do we deal with these kind of problems? Okay, so some customers may submit a chargeback or refund. This is a big issue for you because it can impact your overall store's reputation and stuff like that with Shopify payments. If a lot of people are doing chargebacks, once you have over a certain percent, they're going to withhold a percent of your money for a certain period of time, which is not great because you want to get paid, as quick as possible so you can have that cash flow in order to buy more products when people buy things on your Shopify stores. So you want to make sure that you avoid these. And with refunds as well, some people do that on PayPal, which is a problem as well. So the thing is with these people submitting them, the sad thing is with chargebacks, you really have no way to avoid them. Same thing with refunds, although PayPal refunds, I've typically been able to actually wait them out. And as long as you're in contact with the buyer, depending on their communication levels, sometimes you're able to win the PayPal cases where people do that and then they try and get a refund. You can actually win those a lot of times with PayPal, but with chargebacks on credit cards, debit cards, you're usually screwed. The best way to avoid these problems is to just give good customer service. That's typically when people are like, oh, I didn't get my product yet. Chargeback, refund. I'm never going to get it. And then they end up getting it still. They just didn't wait long enough or be patient with you or email you or anything like that. So that's why it's so important to give good customer service, like I talked about in the last couple of sections, because if you give good customer service, you're going to be able to avoid these chargebacks and refunds a lot of the time. If you give good customer service, you won't have anywhere near as many chargebacks or refunds because people will get their questions answered. If they have problems with the shipping times, they won't then go and file a chargeback or refund and stuff like that. So you'll be able to keep your money, because the sad thing is with these sucky chargebacks, you also get charged a $15 fee on top of losing all the money. So you're losing more. You're losing the product money, the fee money, and the actual money of profit. So you're really losing out on a lot of money if you get chargebacks. So you want to avoid them as much as possible by giving good customer service. Same thing with PayPal refunds as well. So guys, that is all for this section, as well as the Shopify Mastery course. If anything, be sure to check out the resources section below, as that gives you a lot of different links to tools and stuff like that you can use to build your Shopify store. So guys, I hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much, and I'll see you guys in the next one.